Rhodi's Lullaby, The Rhodi Saga, Book 3. Written by Megan Linsky. Music by Ali Moore. Narrated by Liana Walsh. On Disability. This book contains characters with the following medical conditions. Be aware that depictions of these illnesses, their side effects, and conditions are featured within this novel. Major depressive disorder. Depression is a mood disorder that causes a persistent feeling of sadness as well as loss of interest. It leads to a variety of behavioral and psychological symptoms, which include impacted sleep, lack of energy, poor concentration, low self-esteem, and suicidal thoughts. Self-harm. Self-harm is intentional injury to oneself for a psychologically motivated reason, such as to avoid experiencing emotional pain. There are a variety of forms of self-harm, not just physical. Trauma, mental illness, and intense life stressors are known causes of self-harm. Post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD is a disorder in which the individual experiences difficulty recovering from a traumatic event. The condition causes intense emotional and physical reactions when triggered by reminders of the event, as well as nightmares and invasive thoughts. Blindness. Blindness is known as the inability to see or lack of vision. It is a loss of sight where vision is impacted on a scale from poor vision to complete blindness. Total blindness is referred to as someone having the complete inability to see anything with either eye. Cancer. Cancer is a disease in which abnormal cells divide uncontrollably and destroy body tissue. Multiple bodily systems and organs can be affected. Chapter 1. A Broken World on Her Shoulders. A sunrise the color of blood illuminated the Rhodi's face. Dylan balanced carefully on the balance beam Tadan had constructed for her. A beam that rose high off the ground and was as thin as ice, but she balanced on it nonetheless. Raising her leg up past her hip, she grabbed onto her ankle and lifted it above her head, swiveling on the spot before swinging rapidly around and doing a front flip, landing perfectly on the beam once more. The sound of birds was the only song that echoed through the air. Everyone else was asleep, and there were few residents awake in the small fishing town that sat below the cottage. Dylan liked the privacy. It gave her more time to practice without getting caught. Dylan threw out a couple of practice punches and kicks. She whirled into a storm of gymnastics and advanced martial arts, delivering killing blows into the air before performing a black flip and landing precisely, her shadow shimmering against the dawn. Dylan paused. Pushing herself onto her hands, she rose into a handstand, holding herself there for minutes on end. It was a struggle. Breathing deeply, Dylan concentrated on the thing she wanted most, for the Red Huntress to be gone forever. The pain burned throughout her arms, but Dylan ignored it. Physical ailments were nothing to her. She hated to admit it, but she sometimes even enjoyed the agony her body inflicted upon her during training. It meant she was still alive. Unable to hold the position any longer, she pushed off the beam and did a somersault in mid-air, landing on her feet upon the grass. Smiling, she tightened her ponytail. That was the best routine she'd done yet. She sat upon the ground in a butterfly position, stretching her muscles. 2 days ago, she'd turned 17. 2 months ago, she'd saved Tadan and Vanna from the clutches of the Red Huntress. And it had been 2 years since she had taken the oath to be a Rhodi. And, sooner rather than later, she would come of age. Her 18th birthday would arrive, and all Dylan wanted was the Hunter's Guild to fall, so she'd be able to live her life in peace with her brother, her father, and the rest of her family. Her childhood had been plagued by terror, but she wanted her life as an adult to be gentle and safe. So long as Rachel was still around, that would never happen. So every day, Dylan beat her body into submission mercilessly in order to defeat her enemy. even if it meant taking the witch down herself. You know, if Tadan catches you practicing without him, he's going to kill ya. Do you want to be dead before there's a chance of facing the Hunters Guild? Dylan rolled her eyes. Who was she fooling? Even when the war was over, she'd never gain peace, not with him around. If you want to be dead before breakfast, you'll leave me alone, Envas. This is important. What's important is spending what time we have with each other, Envas insisted, coming closer. He reached out a hand and she took it tentatively, gazing upward as he pulled her to her feet, which we might be running short on. She held his gaze for a moment. Nobody is going to die in this war, Dylan insisted. Whatever happens, we're staying together and we're going to make it through this, all of us. There are no guarantees. It isn't a guarantee, Envas. It's a promise. Envas sighed, and he let their hands drop slowly. Just don't let anyone catch you but me, he said quietly, before turning around and heading inside. Dylan ignored him as he walked away and kept on practicing with the same stone expression. The morning was long by the time she stopped training. Grabbing her water, she headed inside and wiped the sweat from her forehead, gasping for breath as she entered the kitchen. Tadan was at the stove, making breakfast. He slapped a large stack of pancakes onto a plate as he saw her come in, shoving it in her hands. That's too much, she protested. You need it after your workout this morning, he said, sending her a sharp look. Young lady, what did I tell you about overworking yourself? I want to be prepared, Dylan said, sitting down and taking a bite gingerly. You are not single-handedly going to bring down the Red Huntress. If anybody stands a chance stopping her for good, it's Tavanna, Tadan said. You're still a student, not a master. My main concern is keeping you alive. Dylan didn't say anything. She hadn't told anyone what April May had said to her, how she was destined, the only one able, to bring down Rachel. April May's prophecies were always right, and April had told Dylan that she was the only one who could defeat the Red Huntress for good. She longed to tell Tadan about the prophecy, but she knew it would only make her master more paranoid and protective, so she kept her mouth shut. If I'm a student, then I should do everything I can to keep learning, she said. He let out a sarcastic snort, ruffling her hair. Wish you'd had that attitude when I started teaching you, Thunderbolt. He sat down beside her, rubbing his eyes. If anything, you should be helping to plan for my wedding. There's too much to do and not enough time to do it. Why are you having a wedding now? Why not wait until the war is over? Dylan asked her master. If I did that, I might be as old as Odin. War or no war, we've waited long enough. Besides, we need something to celebrate. Dylan looked at her master in concern. Despite being free for over 2 months, Tadan hadn't gained any weight, nor had the sunken expression faded from his face. He seemed extremely happy with Lyanna at his side and Dylan close by yet again, but there was something in his lavender eyes Dylan knew hadn't been there before. His jokes came sparingly these days, and the carefree, easygoing attitude he'd had when they'd met was gone from him completely. Months of Rachel's endless torture had altered him permanently, and for that alone, Dylan promised she'd make the Red Huntress suffer. Is everyone still asleep? She asked. Everyone, except us and the redhead. I'm surprised anyone gets any sleep at all with him singing day and night around here. Dylan let herself have a small smile. I like his singing. It cheers me up. You're the only one. It's increasingly aggravating to everyone else, Tadan said. He sighed. Maybe you're right. Maybe we should cancel the wedding. There's a lot going on already. No, Dylan said, grasping her master's arm. You and Lyanna deserve this. I was wrong. We do need something to be happy about around here. She rolled her eyes. Rhodi knows everyone's as pissy as they can be lately. That's an understatement, Tadan mumbled. Devin entered, sleepily gathering 2 plates of food before silently carrying them out the door. Dylan tried not to watch her brother, but it was hard. She knew he was trying to help Nelly, but things weren't looking good. Their friend got worse and worse every day, the cancer eating her alive from the inside out. Dylan had no idea how they were going to save her, or save Devin if something were to go wrong. There were noises in the hall. Dylan knew that if Devin was up, his master was most likely awake too. "Where's Tavanna?" Dylan asked. "Probably freaking out, as usual," Tadan said. "About the letter again." "Why are we still trying to figure out this stupid letter?" Dylan said angrily, throwing her fork down. "We're wasting time. The letter won't mean anything if we just stand by and let the guild get stronger. We have the Rodian weapons. We should go in with a team and assassinate Rachel. That'd be the better move." "You have a hot head, Thunderbolt, but I can already tell you it's not going to work," Tadan said. "Just because we kill Rachel doesn't mean the Hunters Guild will go away. Her successor could be even more ruthless." He paused, impossible as that is to imagine. She shook her head. She knew he was right, but it didn't help that she had nothing to do in the meantime. She felt utterly useless. "I want to do something," she said. "Anything to stop the guild from taking over so we can all get on with our lives." "Lives? We have those?" Tadan said, laughing lightly. "I can't remember a time when we weren't fighting the Hunters Guild. It's going to be strange if we finally figure out a way to defeat them." He took a drink. "You know Rachel isn't going to play by the rules. If we want to win, we may have to fight dirty." "Anything to stop her," Dylan said. She looked down and saw with amazement that her plate was empty. She'd devoured her meal in seconds. "I told you you were hungry," Tadan said, filling up her plate again. "Eat. You're going to give me a heart attack." Dylan dug into her meal once more. They ate in silence, and Dylan admired her master quietly. Even though he'd been put through the worst torture alive for months on end, he'd still never managed to say a word to give her up to Rachel during his imprisonment. She wanted to be that kind of strong, though she felt she could train for years and never gain the type of strength Tadan had. He was the bravest Rhodi she knew. For that reason, she tried desperately to be like him. "How are you doing?" Tadan asked abruptly, looking at her. "On what?" "You know what." She looked down. "It comes and it goes. It's not easy resisting, especially when I feel like I have nothing to do." "You have to be patient, Thunderbolt. I've told you before, tigresses don't do well inside cages." Dylan tried not to look at him. It was hard enough admitting to him that she'd been cutting again when he was gone, and she hadn't exactly stopped when he'd returned either. She was still hurting herself at moments when the cottage got too quiet, and when anxiety over her destiny became too overwhelming. She didn't know how many times she'd say she quit before she finally did. Tadan cleared their empty plates. "I've got to go talk to Tavanna, calm her down, try to figure out a game plan." "I'm going back out there," Dylan said, rising to her feet. "No, Dylan, I don't want you training when I'm not there," Tadan said strictly. "We'll practice tomorrow, I promise. But right now, go try to be a normal teenager." As he left the room, Dylan crossed her arms, biting her lip. Normal teenager? There was nothing normal about her. What did she do in her time off training except plot on how to kill Rachel? She sighed. She supposed that wasn't exactly healthy. Unsure of what to do, she took a shower, put her Rhodi uniform away, and got dressed in normal clothes, heading out to look for the others. She found Envas sitting on a rock, playing a small ukulele. Jenna was dancing around as usual, and Tito was leaning against a tree, looking bored. He jumped up when he saw her, grabbing her hands and spinning her around. "About time! The great tigress finally decided to hang out with the little people." "Shut up, Tito," Dylan laughed. She punched him teasingly, and they started rolling in the grass, playfully wrestling with each other. "Oh, me! Don't forget me!" Jenna said, running over and jumping on them both. The teens tumbled onto the grass, laughing. Envas watched them with a blank expression, still playing away. Dylan turned and saw her brother walking toward them, his head down and hands in his pockets. "Devin," she said, getting up and running to him. "What's up?" He looked at her, adjusting his glasses. "Not much. Just came out to see what you guys were doing." "He's finally come out of his room? Somebody call a newspaper!" Tito shouted loudly. Jenna tackled him again, and Tito ended up with a mouthful of grass. Dylan cocked an eyebrow at him. "And Tristan is—" "Where do you think? Running round with April May," Devin said. "I swear to Desmodondre, the minute we gave him the Rodian gauntlet, he hasn't taken it off. He's been doing nothing but training with April and trying to find an excuse to use his weapon." "But at least he's not complaining," Jenna said. "I don't ever complain. I just talk and try to have a cheery attitude and go about life with a sunshine personality." "That's great, Jenna," Envas said, strumming his ukulele. "If only you could teach everyone how to be as bright and bubbly as you. Then the Red Huntress herself would be painting rainbows in the sky." Dylan chuckled. Tito grabbed Jenna and spun her around. "Aw, leave her alone, will ya? It's nice to see somebody around here with a smile on her face." He pointedly looked at Dylan. "What? I smile," she said defensively. "When? After you hurt people? I think that's about the only time you smile at me," Tito said. She punched him again, and he let out a sharp noise of pain, at which she grinned. "See? Violence!" Tito said, throwing his hands in the air. "Only time she smiles." Dylan turned toward her brother. The frown was still deeply etched onto his face. "How's Nelly?" she asked softly. "She's getting weaker," Devin said. "It's hard for her to get out of bed." Nobody said anything. Quickly, Dylan said, "Let's go into town. There's nothing to do out here." "I'll stay here," Devin said, heading back to the house. "You guys go on without me." Devin turned away. The minute he was gone, Tito said, "Jeez, what a wet blanket. You'd think he'd want to have a little bit of fun." "His best friend is dying," Envas snapped, and he stopped strumming the ukulele. "Try to have some humanity, instead of bashing around everyone's emotions like some bumbling baboon." "I'd rather be a bumbling baboon than go around with flowers in my hair, singing sonnets about my stupid feelings that nobody cares about," Tito shot back. "All right, guys, that's enough," Dylan said. Over time, the rivalry between Envas and Tito had only seemed to grow. Living in the same house had made it worse between the two of them. Not wanting to deal with it, Dylan hooked her arm in Jenna's. "Jenna, I think I need a little bubbly, actually. Let's skip." "Okay," Jenna said, and off she went, carting Dylan behind her. The girls ended up tripping and fell head over heels down the hill into town, laughing. "Hey, wait for us," Tito said as he ran after the girls, raising a hand. Envas began to follow, playing his ukulele and humming a calming tune. Dylan looked back at the house. She wanted to drag her brother outside, force him to go with her. She wanted to make him have a little fun for once, instead of leaving him at home to think about their troubles. But she knew she'd never get Devin to leave Nelly's side, not for the whole world, so she left him behind. Chapter 2. Dancing Lessons. Devin took a seat by Nelly's bedside, picking up another book from the pile that was on the floor. When he wasn't training, he was watching over his best friend. Nelly slept almost constantly these days, so he did what he could to keep himself busy. Every time she shifted, Devin's eyes flashed upward, but she didn't awaken until it was far past lunch. "Devin," she said weakly. He put the book down and drew his chair closer, leaning on her bed. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Like I could use some ice cream," she said, laughing lightly. "You know, now that my mom's not here to disapprove." Nelly's mother had been tortured to death by the Hunters Guild. While Devin and his sister had been in hiding, Nelly had betrayed their location to the guild in order to save her mother. But by the time she did, it was too late. Not that he blamed her. He'd never blame her for anything. I'd get you some ice cream if we had any. Nelly let out a sigh, her thin frame sinking into the bed. I wish I could get up. Nothing makes you more tired than sleeping all day. Why don't I just go steal another golf cart? Devin said. You can bet if I had a golf cart, I wouldn't be laying in this bed, she said, finally cracking a smile. Devin grinned, and she added, Why are you doing this, staying by my side? You're my best friend, and more than that, he said simply. I care about you. I betrayed you. I told you to do whatever it takes to stay alive before I vowed I would find my way back to you, Devin said, and he took her hand. We both kept our promise. I gave you up so I could keep myself alive. That's not what friends, what people who care about each other, do. I would have been madder at you if you'd said nothing and ended up dead. Rachel would have killed you. He leaned forward, putting his head to hers. There's nothing to forgive between us. I promise. Nelly sighed. I just want to make it up to you. I like you being here. That's all I need from you. He drew further inward, placing a soft, gentle kiss on her lips. She accepted the gesture, kissing him back just as tenderly, before she broke the connection and slunk against the pillow once more. Devin sat back against his chair, still holding her hand. You know what you mean to me, he said. Devin, I want us to be together, she said, her eyes welling with tears. We will. We are, he said, cupping her hand. I promise, we'll find a way to beat this and make you better. I swear it, as a Rhodi. She smiled at him, her eyes drooping. She opened her mouth slightly to say something more, but before she could, she had already fallen back asleep. Devin dropped his head, trying not to let the tears fall. He had to do something to save her. No matter what, there had to be a way. The small fishing town was boring as could be. There were little more than a few shops clustered around the lake that spanned for miles, boats spanning the docks that the teens strolled upon. It was safe to come into the fishing town, for no one knew who they were, and the village was isolated enough from the world that there wasn't much of a risk of them being spotted. Envas had strung his ukulele upon his back and was walking along the edge of the docks and looking into the water below. Tito had found an abandoned ball in an alleyway and was kicking it along with his feet as they went. When they came to an open field, Tito threw the ball onto the ground. Let's play a game. Trees serve as goalposts. I want Dylan on my team. A jock and a Rhodi against us? I'm not playing against those odds, Envas argued. Pick me, Jenna said, bouncing up and down with her hand up. Fine, Tito said. Me and you against Dylan and Enfys. Sounds okay, Dylan said, nodding. If she had to take down the Red Huntress by herself, she should be able to win a game against Tito and Jenna, right? But Desmondandre, she was obsessed. The game began, and Dylan found that she was no match for both Jenna and Tito. Even with her Rhodi training, it couldn't make up for Enfys, who was terribly slow and kicked the ball in the wrong direction when passing or trying to score. Eventually, they forfeited, with the score being too pitiful to count. Let's head back, Dylan said, grabbing the ball. It's starting to get dark. When they reached the cottage, the moon had already appeared in the sky. Jenna and Tito stayed outside to play another game, while Enfys pulled out his ukulele once more, strumming the strings and singing a solemn tune. Dylan entered the house and sat at the kitchen table, watching Liana and Tavanna make dinner. I was wondering where you'd all gone to, Tavanna said, glancing at Dylan. Was there anything exciting going on in town today? Not particularly, but we got distracted, Dylan said. Tito wanted to play a game. That's not surprising, Liana said. Tito's been dying to play some sports ever since we left Arrows. Hopefully Envas can give him some competition and keep him preoccupied. Dylan thought Tito was more than preoccupied with Envas already, but it wasn't in a good way. The door opened and Tadan strolled in, leaning over to kiss Leanna on the cheek. "Hello, my dear," Tadan said. "How are you feeling?" Leanna giggled. "I'm fine. How are you?" "Wonderful, so long as you're here," he said. Tadan began waltzing Leanna sloppily around the kitchen, and Dylan watched them with a happy smile. Both lovers laughed as they danced, and when Tadan gave Leanna a little twirl, she fell into his arms, nearly knocking over a jar on her way down. "Would you two cut it out?" Tavanna said, giving out a little huff. "I'm trying to make dinner." "All the more reason to get in your way," Tadan said, and he gave Leanna a little dip, until both of them had lost their balance and fallen onto the floor. The two giggled like children until Tadan kissed Leanna deeply, and she stroked his hair back as he did so. Tavanna rolled her eyes. Dylan didn't mind. She liked seeing her master in love. It only made her wonder what real life would be like when the war was over. Jenna, Tito, Devin, and Enfys eventually came around for dinner. April, May, and Tristan soon entered the kitchen as well, with Tristan smugly approaching his seat at the table. Dylan turned to her cousin, saying, "And where have you been all day?" "Training? Where else?" Tristan said. "I didn't see you outside," Dylan argued. "We weren't training here," Tristan said. Dylan let out an irritated sigh at Tristan's secrecy and began eating, watching her companions around the kitchen. Devin grabbed another plate as soon as he was finished and headed to Nelly's room. Jenna and Tito babbled on at the edge of the table, while Envas sent Dylan exasperated looks by his sister's side. Tadan and Leanna kept nudging each other under the table, holding hands as they ate. Tavanna stabbed her plate with a grumpy expression every time her brother or her best friend moved, casting them annoyed glances. Before the rest of the group could leave, Tavanna stood and said, "The majority of us have decided that until Tadan and Leanna's wedding is over, there's no point in trying to figure out where we go from here. The best thing to do is to concentrate on the celebration and regroup once things have settled down." Dylan's fork nearly dropped out of her hand. Think only about the wedding? While Rachel was practically on their doorstep? Tavanna couldn't be serious. The cottage was safe for now, but who knew how long they could stay here safely? They needed to make a move. She opened her mouth to say something more, but Tavanna turned away, walking out of the room. April May followed her, and after dinner was finished, Tadan chased Leanna out of the kitchen. Knowing her master was busy in his own little world, she turned to Tristan and said, "What's going on?" "You missed it," Tristan said. "The masters all had a meeting." "What?" she hissed. She grabbed Tristan's arm and strolled toward the door, resisting the urge to throw it open. Devin came back from Nelly's room to see what all the fuss was about. Dylan grabbed him too, marching the two boys outside the house under a large, secluded tree. "Dylan, what are you doing?" Devin said, wrenching his arm away. Dylan balled her hands into fists angrily and said, "You heard Tavanna. She just announced that we're not going to make a plan against Rachel until the wedding is over. I bet this was decided at some meeting the masters had. Apparently, Tristan was there and we weren't." "What? Really?" Devin said. "Maybe that's why the adults seem a little calmer. Did they at least agree on a direction?" Tristan grimaced. "No, they all have different opinions on where to go." "Like what?" Devin asked. "Tavanna wants to go to all the free states and convince them to side with us against the Red Huntress, but that's already a lost cause. Nobody wants to go to war," Tristan said. "What about April May?" Devin asked. Tristan shrugged. "My master insists on continuing Odon and Yolanda's work and trying to decipher the letter. She thinks we should keep traveling until we find someone who can break the code." "What about Tadan? Surely he has some sort of idea," Dylan said. "Tadan doesn't want to do anything," Tristan said. "He wants to stay here and keep hiding." "What?" Dylan said, confused. That made no sense. Her master, brave, headstrong, and always ready for battle, Wanted to do nothing but hide? What had changed? Savannah's in a sour mood, Tristan noted. What's wrong with her? Dylan looked at Devin for clarification, and he shrugged. I can't say for sure. I know she's happy for Tadan and Leanna, but I think she's a little jealous, too. She's missing Ray a lot, with the wedding coming up. Ray was Savannah's deceased husband, killed by Rachel long ago. He'd only been mentioned a few times here and there, but his presence in Savannah's life had obviously been immense. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for her actions now. I can understand why she'd be feeling that way, but isn't that a little harsh? Dylan said. Ray sacrificed himself so Tadan would have time to save Leanna's life after the Red Huntress attacked her. Devin said. Don't tell anybody I told you this. She only told me. Really? Dylan said softly. She looked down. Wow. But then you'd think she'd be happy because her husband gave himself up so Tadan and Leanna could be together. She knows that, Devin said. But it doesn't stop her from missing him. He sighed. Plus, as queen, she feels responsible for everything that's happening in Crescentia right now. She thinks the war is entirely on her shoulders. That's not true. She's a fallen queen. There's only so much she can do, Dylan argued. I know, but as Desmodandre, that's how she feels. Savannah was Desmodandre incarnate, founder of the Rhodi and the lost queen of Crescentia. Desmodandre had died long ago, but had been reborn in Savannah's body, according to April May's prophecies. Unfortunately, none of Desmodandre's memories or powers had yet to surface in Savannah, and it seemed to be making her frustrated. If there was ever a time when they needed the Rodian founder, it was now. Dylan sighed. This is stupid. We can't just stand by and do nothing. We don't have much of a choice right now, Devin said. Our masters are right. We should take a break and focus on Rachel later when our heads are clear. Dylan put a hand to her face, rubbing her tired eyes. Whatever. I don't agree with any of you, but I don't have a suggestion on what we should do either. She knew nobody would agree with her plan to assassinate Rachel. She'd brought it up before, and everyone had thought it might as well be suicide. In Dylan's perspective, if she had to give up her own life to stop the Red Huntress from taking over, it was a worthwhile sacrifice. But the others were right. Nobody else needed to die. They'd already lost too much. Devin left at that to go back to tending Nelly. Tristan headed into the house, undoubtedly to find April May. He never left her side. Dylan gave a loud sigh and collapsed on a bench next to a bush that was growing multiple orange flowers. This is a disaster, she thought, dropping her head in her hands. It's only a matter of time before they find us again. She felt someone come sit beside her. She brought up her head and there was Envas, leaning against the back of the bench. You look distressed, he said. That's an understatement, she snorted. We're sitting ducks out here. They have to find us first. I'm a searcher, and even I would have a hard time locating you here. I doubt this place is even on the map. She leaned against the back of the bench. We need to do something, not just sit here and wait for Rachel to find us. I don't want to help plan a wedding. Weddings are beautiful, Tigress, Envas said as he picked a flower, putting it in her hair delicately. It could be just the thing we need. She woke up in the middle of the night, screaming in a terrible, tortured way. Tangled in the sheets and pouring sweat, Dylan fell out of bed, reaching for the wastebasket shakily. Grabbing it, she heaved several times before she vomited into the pail, the room spinning around her. After she was done throwing up, she crawled to her nightstand to take a drink of water. She felt her way toward the bed and sat down, her head in her hands. Dylan, Tadan said, and she heard the door crack open. Is everything all right? I had a bad dream, that's all, she mumbled. He came in and sat beside her, putting an arm around her shoulders to steady her shaking. It's not real, she thought, but that didn't help. The nightmare had seemed realer than flesh and blood. What's going on? He asked, turning on the light and looking at her in concern. I was dreaming of Rachel, she said, taking a deep breath. She was torturing me. He drew her into a hug. I'm sorry, Thunderbolt. I wish I could tell you how to make them go away. He shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm having somewhat of the same problem. She leaned her head into his chest. I've been having the nightmares for months. They won't stop. You need to rest. If you want to be ready to fight, you need all the strength you can get, and that means going to sleep. I'm afraid to, Tadan. I'm terrified that every time I go to sleep, I won't wake up. She shivered. Why do you think that? I've seen so much death, so much pain, she said. It takes me hours to fall asleep, and when I do, I have nightmares. I keep feeling like the minute I drop my guard, something bad's going to happen. Nothing bad will ever happen to you so long as I'm here, Tadan promised, lifting her chin up gently with his hand to look her in the eye. Something bad could happen to you, and I want to protect you, she argued. I know you're a strong Rhodi, Dylan. You've proved that ever since I met you. But a master like me doesn't need protecting. He laughed lowly. A shadow shifted in his eyes. Dylan hesitated before asking the question that had been bothering her for months. How many times did Rachel hurt you? He kept a straight face, but even in the soft glow of the lamplight, she saw her master go pale. More times than is acceptable to tell a young girl. I'm so sorry that she did that to you, Dylan. I'd go through what I did all over again if it meant sparing you that pain. She closed her eyes. He'd never tell her the truth about what Rachel did to him. He knew that she'd be horrified by the answer. Do you really think hiding here is the best idea? For now, he said. I know I'm tired of fighting. She was tired of fighting, too. She laid down, and Tadan tucked her in, sitting on the edge of the bed. Go to sleep, Thunderbolt. I'll stay until you drift off. Dylan closed her eyes. She knew that no matter how many hunters charged through her door, Tadan would defend her against every one. Why do we have to learn this? Dylan complained. She, Devin, Envas, Jenna, and Tito were gathered around in a circle on the deck of the cottage. Tadan leaned over and pressed a button on a music player. Soft, classical tunes began drifting out of the speakers. Because it's something fun for a change, Tadan said. We all agreed that we would focus on just the wedding until it's over. And I'll not have my brother humiliated by the likes of you guys and your uncoordinated flailing on the dance floor. Uncoordinated flailing can be attractive, Tito protested, glancing at Dylan and raising his eyebrows. In ways. Enfys rolled his eyes. Jenna started bouncing up and down and said, I'm a good dancer. I'm the best dancer here, I'll bet my life. One time, back when the Searchers held their annual ball, Enfys told me that I couldn't dance, and I told him I would, and he said I shouldn't, and I'm sure you're a wonderful dancer, Jenna, Tadan said. But that doesn't mean the rest of us are. It's not like Tadan or Leanna are going to care, Dylan pointed out. But I definitely will. You should have been at my wedding. Worst dance moves of my life. Tadan should have been executed, Tadan said, with a laugh that should have held more cheer. Where's Tristan? If we have to do it, he has to do it too, Dylan said. Tristan and April May are currently doing whatever Tristan and April May do, Tadan said, before adding, whatever that may be. But that's not fair, Dylan whined. He's not my student, Tadan said, raising her hands. I'm about to play the music. Everyone grab a partner and let's practice. Dylan immediately zoomed over to her brother. Enfys sighed, taking Jenna's side, and Tito leaned against the wall. That's okay, I'll watch. It should be fun watching this circus, he said, smiling. Tadan stepped forward, placing their hands in the appropriate places. All right, everyone, on my count. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It became immediately apparent to Tadan that their dancing was awful. Dylan and Devin were locked in a power struggle, one in which they constantly went in the wrong directions and ended up colliding into each other every time they moved. "Quit stepping on my feet," Dylan hissed as she and Devin once again tripped. "Quit getting in my way," Devin snapped back. The twins began shoving each other, bickering under their breath and ignoring the dance completely. Meanwhile, Envas and Jenna were having a similar battle. "Let's pick up the pace, Envas, you're going too slow," Jenna said, hopping up and down on the spot as her brother tried to guide her movements. "The music is slow. You have to follow the rhythm," he argued. "Who cares about the rhythm? I want to have fun," Jenna whined. "If you don't care about the music, why even bother dancing?" "The only music I care about is the music inside my head," Jenna cheered, and she let go of her brother's hands to begin twirling on the spot. Savannah smacked her head with her hand, taking a deep sigh. "This isn't working. Devin, you go with Jenna, and Dylan, dance with Tito." Tito eagerly jumped in and grabbed Dylan's hands, spinning her around. Feeling dizzy, Dylan yanked her hands back and said, "You're doing a terrible job. Let me lead." "The man is supposed to lead," he said, yanking her back. "I think you do better as the girl," she said, and she began forcefully waltzing him around the deck. Savannah grabbed a chunk of her hair in a fist, watching them. "Well, that's something." She shook her head. "For the life of me, I can't understand why all of you can be so graceful on the battlefield, but I try to teach you how to dance, and you're uncoordinated as fish out of water." After another hour of absolutely dreadful practicing, Savannah was at her wit's end. "All right, I give up," she said, throwing her hands in the air. "We're all going to embarrass ourselves. I suppose that's fine with me." "I mean, we're not as bad as we were before," Devin put in, trying to comfort his master. "I'm sure everything will be fine." She sighed. "I suppose you're right. Besides, there's still so much to do. I still have to pick up the flowers and get the food ready for tomorrow." "We'll go pick up the flowers," Jenna volunteered, grabbing Tito and hooking her arm in his. "And I'll help you with the food," Devin offered. "What can we do?" Dylan asked, stepping forward. Enfys came to her side. "If you two could decorate the hall, it would be highly appreciated," Savannah said. She walked into the house and gave Dylan a large box, overflowing with decorations. Dylan nearly fell over as the weight of the box tipped her to one side. Enfys caught her, grabbing the box in time before the contents went spilling onto the ground. She caught his eye and blushed. "Oops," she said. "Leave it to me to nearly ruin everything." "I can carry it," Envas said, taking the box out of her hands. "You just lead the way." The hall wasn't too far off. It was a lovely little building, constructed out of cedar and in the middle of the woods. Envas and Dylan got to work, setting up streamers along the tiny pews and hanging paper lanterns from the ceiling. Dylan bumped into Envas while they were setting up the floor runner, and she tried to resist looking at him while they decorated the windows with miniature candles. When they had finished, Dylan stepped back. "Well," she said, "look like a wedding to you?" "A wedding just like any other wedding," Envas said. There was a small wooden piano in the corner. Envas went to play it, and as he did so, he grimaced. "It's a little out of tune." He played a soft, sweet melody that Dylan had never heard. "What's that?" she asked, sitting next to him on the piano bench. "I was trying to think of a song to describe you," Envas said. "I couldn't imagine a single one, so I composed this." She listened. It was sad, yet there was something about it that resonated within her. Something that screamed it wouldn't give up. "Is there an instrument you can't play?" Dylan asked. "I haven't found one yet," he said. "The violin's my favorite, as I've told you before. If you heard me play this on the violin, then you'd really understand what it meant." "What happened to your violin?" "Jenna broke it a long time ago. An accident, but I was still mad." Envas finished his song and turned to her. "I'll be playing something a little faster tomorrow." "I can't believe my master's getting married," she said. Everyone thought, really. There was no hope between them." "There is always hope for love, if love still burns within two people," Envas said, He began to play another song before he added, "There's another scar on your wrist, lass." She instinctively went to cover it up. "It's old." He began hitting the keys a little harder. "The pain that causes the scar may be old, but the scar itself is not." She sighed. "Don't tell Tadan. It'll ruin everything for tomorrow. Everybody thinks I've stopped." Envas stopped playing, taking her hands in his. "Diliana, I know the war is hard on you, but this sort of thing is only going to kill you quicker." "I'm doing well," Dylan protested. "It's just these dreams, these nightmares. They won't stop." "Would you do that to stop the dreams if it was my arm? Or your master's? Or your brother's?" "No," she said. "Of course not." "Then why keep doing it to yourself?" Envas asked. "I promise we'll get through it together. I've told you this more than once. Just come to me and tell me how you feel." "You don't want to know what goes on inside my head, Envas," Dylan said. "It's chaos in there. The one thing I've been trying to do since we met is get inside your head, lass." Envas laughed. "If this is going to help you, then I want you to tell me everything. You don't have to be afraid of letting me down." She ran a hand through her hair. "I'm tired of doing it, Envas. It's been years since I started, and now I can't stop. I want to quit. I want to be done. I just don't know how." "It's an answer that only you can give yourself, lass," he said. "But I can promise you that I will be there until that day comes, and even beyond that." She smiled. "Okay, Envas, sounds like a good idea." As she was staring at him, he drew out of his pocket a silver bracelet, a single shamrock charm dangling from it. "I saw this while we were in town a few days ago, and it reminded me of home," he said. He took her wrist gently and looped it over the scar there. "I thought of you and hoped you'd like to wear it." "Envas," Dylan said gently, a hush of surprise caressing her voice. "I figured that whenever you wanted to hurt yourself, you'd see it and think of me." Envas fastened the bracelet, and the shamrock glistened in the light filtering through the stained glass windows. "I know it won't always work, but if it stops you, even just one time, it's well worth it." She bit back tears, grasping the bracelet. "Thank you, Envas," she said. "This means so much to me." "You mean a lot to me, lass," Envas said. "I know you getting better is something you have to do yourself, but if there's the slightest thing I can do to help, I'll do it. Besides..." He gave a lopsided smile, turning back to the piano. "I like how it looks on you." She leaned her head against his shoulder. Envas returned to playing, his fingers stroking the keys just as tenderly as he had her skin. Chapter 3. Faithful. The day of the wedding, everyone was rushing around the cottage in circles. Tadan was doing her best to keep everyone in line, but it was so chaotic that she eventually gave up as she threw her hair into a quick chignon, slipping on her pale pink bridesmaid dress with little more than a second thought. Dylan looked down at her own dress. It was a soft orange, with a skirt that cut off just before her knees, and, thankfully, the sleeves were made of lace that went all the way down to her wrists. Devin, just as frantic himself from trying to help Tadan, was rushing around with his tie undone, the jacket of his suit hanging off one arm. "Come here," Dylan said. She grabbed her brother and snatched his green tie, quickly fashioning it around his neck. "You're more nervous than you need to be." "It's a madhouse in here," Devin breathed. "I can't believe we're getting this worked up about a wedding." "Just calm down," Dylan said, and she helped him put on the jacket properly. "After today, we can get back to the nice, calming job of trying to bring down an overlord." The shop in town hadn't had much for dresses, but Leanna looked stunning all the same. She had chosen to forego white and had picked a ravishing red dress with a neckline that plunged downward and a skirt that clung to her figure. Her hair cascaded down her back in long curls, with red netting they had fashioned into a veil trailing over her face. Envas looked extremely handsome in his dark blue suit. Dylan's insides did a flutter as he walked toward her, holding out a navy tie. "Do you think you can do this? I'm useless at it." She took the tie from him gently and wrapped it around his neck, tying the bow slowly. He looked in the mirror when she was finished and said, "You did a good job." "My dad always asked me to help him out with his ties when I was younger." Dylan shrugged. She brushed off a bit of dust from Envas' suit and he asked, "Nervous?" "What do I have to be nervous for? It's not my wedding," she said. "I'm not nervous. I'm so ready to party." Jenna flounced out from her bedroom, looking entirely ridiculous. She was wearing a purple dress with a bottom that puffed out in a big round ball, sprinkled with sparkles. She appeared to be a cupcake, though whether this was on purpose or by accident, Dylan wasn't sure. "Wow, Jenna," Dylan said. "That dress is, really something." "You like it? It was the only one they had left, and it was on sale! I couldn't believe it!" She clapped her hands together and giggled eagerly. "You look awesome!" Tito said, gesturing to Jenna and giving her a fist bump. "This is going to be the best wedding ever!" Tito himself looked nearly as silly as Jenna did. He had purposefully chosen a velvet suit in an obnoxious red color that matched his stepmother's dress. Dylan tried not to laugh and said, "We have to get going soon. The ceremony will be starting any minute." "You were supposed to be at the hall a while ago," Devin said. "I forgot to tell you. Tadan wanted you there early." "What?" Dylan screeched. She grabbed her heels and flew out the door, running as fast as her dress would let her toward the hall. She threw open the door to the hall, her hair a wild mess and gasping for air as she entered. Tadan turned with a smile toward her. As not to break tradition, he had gotten ready at the hall so he wouldn't see Leanna's dress. He wore a black suit and a dark red tie. He gestured to Dylan and said with a laugh, "You forget something?" "I didn't forget anything. Devin forgot," she breathed. She collapsed in one of the pews and began working on her hair, trying to fix it. Damn it. It took Tavanna ages to do this. She's going to be so pissed. "You look beautiful, Thunderbolt. Don't worry about it," Tadan said, collapsing lazily in the seat next to her. He had a carefree grin on his face and was staring out the window as if the forest was the most enthralling thing he'd ever seen. She hadn't seen him like this in a very long time. "You don't seem to be nervous," Dylan commented as she quickly weaved her hair into a side braid, throwing it over her shoulder. "I have no reason to be nervous. I'm marrying the woman that I've loved since I was 12, Tadan said. "If anything, I'm excited." The door opened. Tavanna flew in, walking to her brother and touching his arm. "Tal, it's time," she said. The smile couldn't have gotten any bigger on her master's face. He proceeded to the front of the building to wait. Dylan followed him, clutching a small bouquet of roses that Tavanna shoved into her hands. Envas came in and sat down at the piano, and Jenna twirled into a pew with Devin at her side. April, May, and Tristan quickly followed, sitting behind them. Tavanna took the place at the front of the room. As queen, she would be the one officiating the ceremony. The keys of the piano rang richly throughout the hall, and Dylan glanced in surprise at the instrument. Envas had managed to tune it before the ceremony. Dylan's stomach did butterflies as Envas began singing. "Love knows no secrets or no bounds, from screeching storm or desperate sound. The pits of death or joy of birth, love remains here on this earth." The doors opened. Leanna strode through, arm in arm with Tito. Tears appeared in Taladin's eyes as he watched his bride stride down the aisle, her eyes locking with her future husband's. Dylan couldn't help herself. She found that tears trailed down her cheeks as she watched Leanna stand at the altar with Taladin. Leanna brushed away Taladin's tears, her eyes sparkling with something Dylan didn't yet know but could understand. Someday, Dylan thought, I want someone to love me just as much as Taladin loves Leanna. I want to know what that feels like. The couple joined hands. Envas finished up the last few notes of his song, his voice echoing around the hall. Forever love is beautiful. Love changes yet stays the same. Forever love is everlasting. forever love remains. For as stressful as the morning had been, the reception afterward was fun and carefree. The pews had been pushed to the walls, and the lights dimmed as food was brought in and dancing ensued. Tavanna had hired a local band, and as bad as they were, no one seemed to care or notice. The local townsfolk had been invited, and although the family were complete strangers to them, the locals made the party that much more exciting, as this had been the only excitement that had happened in the little town for months.
"Tavanna was complaining about us not knowing how to dance?" Tito said, picking up a cup and shaking his head. "But the way these people are dancing is just plain embarrassing."
"I don't think she cares," Dylan said. Tavanna was watching Lyanna and Tadan dance slowly in the corner, entangled in each other's arms. Tavanna's face held a happy yet wistful expression, and she tapped both of them on the shoulder and gave them each a hug. The three adults stood there, tightly embracing each other, and Tavanna's shoulders began shaking with sobs.
"Shit,"
Tito said, his expression falling.
"I feel sorry for the poor woman."
"Maybe she'll be fine after she gets a slice of cake and starts dancing and maybe even looks at the stars a little bit," Jenna said, her own eyes gazing out the window. "I know looking at the stars makes me feel better."
"I don't think looking at the stars is going to make her feel better, Jenna," Dylan said before giving a scowl, "though it might help if her sister was here. I don't know why April May and Tristan took off right after the ceremony was over. That wasn't right." Who wants a weirdo and a whiner at a party anyway? I say we're having more fun without them," Tito said, throwing back another drink.
"Well, maybe if Devi goes over there, she'll feel better," Jenna said.
"Devi? You mean Devin?" Dylan smirked.
"Yes, that's what I'm calling him now."
Jenna paused, looking around.
"Where did Devi go, anyway?"
"That's a good question."
Dylan's eyes scanned the hall, but her brother was nowhere to be seen. Her eyes did catch Envas, however, strolling over with his hands in his pockets. His tie was undone, and it hung loosely around his neck. Dylan felt her heartbeat rapidly increase as he drew near.
"It's no good. I couldn't teach a single one of those fishers to play anything but sour notes," he said.
"It's about time,"
Jenna said. She grabbed Enfys by the arm, dragging him to the floor.
"Let's dance."
Dylan looked at Tito and shrugged. "Might as well. Tavanna didn't teach us those moves for nothing." She took Tito's hand, and they began performing just as terribly as they did in practice, but with a lot more laughter and joy.
"I think I like our terrible dancing,"
Tito said, and he spun Dylan around so fast that she nearly fell to the floor.
"I think I do too,"
Dylan shouted back. Tito began obnoxiously dancing with her tangled in his arms, and she let out a loud laugh, unable to contain herself. The band began playing a slow song. Dylan dropped Tito's hands, stepping back from him. He reached out and said,
"Come on, just one slow dance?"
She hesitated. I've never been very good at those. Mind if I cut in?" Envas was standing there, his hands on Dylan's shoulder. Dylan looked into his eyes before glancing at Tito, asking, "Do you mind?" His teeth clenched. Tito muttered under his breath, "Sure, whatever." He stomped away to a table in the corner. Envas turned to face Dylan and grabbed her hand in his, placing another on her waist. Trying to remember Tavanna's instructions, she placed her free hand on his shoulder. "Do you know how to waltz?" he asked, raising an eyebrow at her. "No, I don't know if I can in these shoes," she said, laughing lightly. "Just follow my lead and let go." Envas guided her along the dance floor, and she followed his steps, trying not to look down. Envas was a natural, covering her mistakes and making it so she seemed to know exactly where to step next. "Where did you learn to dance like this?" Dylan said, astounded. "Me mum forced me to take dancing lessons for years," Envas said, rolling his eyes and chuckling. "Dad says it's a useful tool for sweeping ladies off their feet." "At least you're not stepping on them," she said. She looked behind her and noticed Lyanna and Tadan were still rocking each other slowly. It seems like nothing could ever be bad in a place like this. "There's a bit of happiness here in the world yet," Envas said. "It's between all of us." The world is a terrible place, Dylan said quietly, looking down. The world is a good place, full of good people, Envas said softly, and he came to a halt as the song ended. I believe that, as I believe in you. There was soft clapping and cheering all around. To her embarrassment, she realized that the townsfolk had stopped dancing and had created a circle to watch her and Enfys. She hadn't noticed a thing. All she'd been able to look at were Enfys's blue eyes gazing back at her. Bravo, Devin said, entering the circle and clapping louder than anyone else, a huge smile on her face. It's good to know that my dancing lessons were good for something. Dylan searched for Tadan, but he and Liana were gone. It seemed like the party was dissolving. Envas reached out a hand to her and said, Would you like to walk back to the house with me? She backed away. I think I'm going to stay here, help Devin clean up. His smile didn't falter as he kissed her hand. Then I'll stay here and help as well. That's okay, Envas, Dylan said, and she forced herself to give him a smile in return. You can head back. I'll meet up with you later. Envas nodded gracefully, turning toward the door. As you wish, lass. As he left with the townspeople, the lights turned off. Dylan stood in the middle of the dance floor, a confused expression on her face. The window cracked open to Nelly's room. The girl awoke slowly, watching as the moonlight filtered onto her bed. Devin crawled in through the open window, setting down a small music player on the bedside table. What's all this? Nelly said. You know, I'm the one who's supposed to be crawling through windows. He smiled at her. We switched places this time. He pressed play, and a soft, acoustic tune drifted out of the speaker. Since you're too sick to come to the wedding, I thought I'd bring the wedding to you. Devin, she said, lightly and softly. He reached out a hand. She took it, getting up from the bed slowly. She leaned on him for support. I'm not exactly dressed for the occasion, she said, smiling weakly and gesturing to her thin nightgown. He grabbed her robe and placed it on her shoulders, guiding her arms into the sleeves and tying it loosely around her small frame. You're gorgeous, he said. He took her hands, placing one on his shoulder and holding the other. You weren't there, but Devin forced all of us to take dancing lessons. I learned some new moves. I don't know if I have the strength to dance, she said. I'll help you. With his other hand, he lifted Nelly so her feet were on his. Supporting her, they began to waltz slowly in circles around the small bedroom. Nelly laid her head on his chest as the music drifted slowly around them. I never thought I'd get to do this, dance with a boy. I thought I'd be too sick by the time I got old enough, if I ever did. I wanted to make sure you didn't feel left out, Devin said. And I'm not the weak little kid I used to be. I never thought you were weak, Nelly said. Their breathing began rising up and down in even rhythms. Devin wondered why life couldn't stay like this, why this moment couldn't go on, Nelly nestled against his chest forever and ever. The song ended, and Devin carried her to the bed. He took a seat beside her. Her blue eyes seemed concerned. She glanced down at the blanket before looking him in the eyes, something lingering on her lips. What is it? He asked. Devin, she said, I still have some strength left, and while I do, I want to ask you a question. Anything, he said. Promise you won't hate me? I could never hate you. She hesitated, biting her lip. I've never gone farther than kissing before, she said quickly, and I want to know what it's like to be really loved by someone who truly loves me. He raised his eyebrows. Are you suggesting what I think you are? Only if you want to, she said quietly. Devin took her hand lightly. I'd do anything, as long as it was for you, and I think I want this as badly as you do. He then leaned forward, giving her a deep, passionate kiss. Nelly returned the affection, removing his glasses. There was nothing between them, only each other. For some, it might have been nothing. For Devin, she was all he ever wanted. Chapter 4. The Rodian Heir. A few days after the wedding, while Tadan and Lyanna were still on their short honeymoon at one of the inns in the village, Tadan requested the twins' presence at the makeshift training arena. Dylan and Devin met her just after sunrise, surprised to find that the Rodian weapons were at her feet. "What are we doing with them?" Devin asked, looking at the green bow. "It's about time we got to practicing with these," Tadan said. "They saved our lives once before, and they may do so again." "Are you sure?" Dylan said. They hadn't been allowed to touch the weapons since they had last used them to break Tadan and Tavanna out, save for Tristan, whom April May favored and fought for to carry the gauntlet. "I want you two to keep them on you at all times from now on, in case there's an ambush," Tavanna replied. "You're going to need to use them eventually, and the results could be devastating if you're caught without them. Even worse, if the Hunters Guild manages to steal them, we could all be in trouble." She handed Devin his long green bow with the arrows that shone a bright emerald, as well as a quiver made of black leather. She put the quiver around his body and placed the arrows inside, all save for one. He then drew his bow and fired an arrow at a tree in the far distance. Once the arrow hit the trunk, it exploded, smoke rising up into the sky as the tree began to burn. The sound echoed for miles around. "Let's not use that one for now," Tavanna said weakly. She bent down and handed Dylan the katana with a leather scabbard. "Dylan, try this." The girl took the katana gently. It was a long, curved blade with a handle that fit into her hand snugly. She swished it in the air, and as she did so, an orange fire glowed from the blade, surrounding the air with sparks. "What about you?" Devin asked. "Why don't you take one?" "The weapons are connected to you now," Tavanna said. "All of them glow with your lights of your craft. I wouldn't dare to use them." "But you're the leader of the Rhodi. You deserve to have one," Devin said. "I don't need one to fight adequately, and a new generation of Rhodi is rising," she said. "You will use them better than I ever could." She nodded to Devin. "Your bow can be used for close combat as well. Dylan, go ahead and take a swing at him." Dylan raised her blade, taking a deep breath. She then ran toward her brother, the blade held high. Devin took his bow and easily batted the katana away, using the end to trip her off her feet. Dylan rolled back into a sitting position and tried again, feinting to the left. Devin used the length of the bow to beat her back, the two twins combating every hit the other could think of. Devin raised his bow high in the air, aiming for her head, but Dylan brought her katana up and blocked him, the sound of her blade ringing through the air. "You guys are thinking too similarly. Come on, guys. I know you're twins, but try to change it up," Tavanna instructed. The fire on the blade caught her eye, and thinking quickly, Dylan reached forward and lit Devin's pant leg aflame. Distracted, the boy dropped his bow and tried to put it out. Dylan tackled her brother, putting the blade to his throat before he knew what was happening. The fire went out the moment she touched him. "Well done, Dylan," Tavanna said in surprise. "That was clever." She brushed her hair out of her eyes, holding out a hand and helping her brother to his feet. "Devin's better than me. I just got lucky." "Both of you have progressed immensely in the past year," Tavanna said. "You've grown to be excellent fighters." "We practiced every day when you and Tadan were gone. We wanted to be ready when you finally came back," Devin said, stringing the bow over his shoulder. "You are more than ready," she smiled. "Would you like to try again?" "Let them fight, but let's make it more interesting, sister." April May appeared from out of the woods, Tristan following. She stood next to her sister, looking at the twins with that disturbing, clouded look in her eyes. "I would like to test Tristan. Have Dylan and Devin both come at him at once." "That's hardly fair. Dylan and Devin are much more advanced than Tristan is," Tavanna said. "We shall see," April May said, and added to Tristan, "Be prepared to fight, We begin now." Tristan took a fighting stance. The twins looked at each other, and Devin whispered, "Should we go easy on him?" "Forget that. He thinks he's some great warrior now. Ever since he became a Rhodi, he thinks he knows everything. It's about time he got put in his place," Dylan said, twirling her katana. The two twins charged. At first, Dylan wondered exactly how her cousin was supposed to know where they were. But to her immense surprise, Tristan lifted his gauntlet and fired, a blue shot of electricity zapping right where she had been mere moments before. He shot twice at Devin. Her brother had to roll out of the way, nearly getting hit by lightning twice. Dylan ran full speed at Tristan, narrowly missing each one of his lightning shots. He came so close to hitting her with his craft that the fabric on her shirt was singed. She glanced over at her brother while avoiding yet another blow, and noticed that he, too, was having trouble avoiding Tristan's accuracy. When they finally reached Tristan, both of the twins raised their weapons high to strike. But Tristan batted away Dylan's blade effortlessly with his gauntlet, then whacked it into Devin's head so he went slamming against the ground. Dylan threw her blade to the side and tried combating Tristan with a set of advanced martial arts, but he stopped every kick, punch, and blow with ease. Eventually, he wore Dylan down enough so that he nailed her in the side, punching her so hard in her ribs that she landed in a pile on top of Devin. Tristan had a cocky smile on his face. "That was easy," he said, and he let out a loud, cackling laugh. "Get off of me," Dylan said, shoving her brother away. She got to her feet, stomping over to Tristan with her fists clenched. "That was impossible. How did you do that?" Tristan lifted his gauntlet, polishing the metal with his shirt sleeve. "I suppose I'm just better than you are." "We've been Rhodi for 2 years, and you've only been one for a few months," Devin said, and he got to his feet as well. "You shouldn't be able to beat us." "They have a point, April. What's going on?" Tavanna said, turning to her sister in confusion. "He's a natural," April May said. "Tristan was born to be a Rhodi. For him to be so skilled in so short a time is anything but natural. What have you been doing to him?" Tavanna hissed. "Nothing I haven't begged and pleaded for since I became her student," Tristan shot back. "I haven't stopped training night and day, and now I'm better than Dylan and Devin are. Someday I might even be better than you, Tavanna." "There's no way you ever could. Tavanna's the best there is," Devin said, stepping in front of his master defensively. "Someone has to be there to take her place," Tristan said. "And one day, that's going to be me." Dylan nearly choked at that statement. Tristan, leader of the Rhodi? "That right belongs to Devin. He's her student," Dylan said. "The right to lead the Rhodi should pass down to the one who's the best, not the one who's next in line," Tristan snarled. "Devin may be Tavanna's student, but that doesn't make him some sort of Rodian prince." By our traditions, yes it does," Dylan said, and she stepped forward to get in Tristan's face. Tristan grabbed the front of her shirt, but Tavanna separated them both and said, "Enough. I will choose who will succeed me when the time is right. But that day will never come so long as Rachel is in power. So unless you want to be leading a pile of bodies, Tristan, stand down." Tristan said nothing, but April May did. "I agree with Tristan. The most powerful Rhodi should be leader. And one day, Tavanna, you will have to decide who will take your place. That day is far away from now," Tavanna said. "But perhaps not as far away as you think," April May hissed. "Have you seen something? Some vision telling you otherwise?" Tavanna said. When April May said nothing, Tavanna shook her head and said, "I thought so. Until the Red Huntress is defeated, this conversation is over." April May stared at her sister for a moment. She then turned on her heels, heading toward the house. Tristan followed in her wake, a proud expression on his face. "What was that about?" Devin asked, looking at his master. I'm not sure, Tavanna said in confusion. It's not like April May to behave this way. That was a little weird, Dylan said, crossing her arms. Master, don't you think that there's something wrong here? Why was Tristan able to beat us? It must be as she said. He's a natural, Tavanna muttered, turning away from them. Master, you can't say that. It doesn't make sense, Devin argued. I don't know how she trained Tristan so well in so short a time, but I suppose that she just must be a good teacher, Tavanna said shortly. You all know as well as I do that she never stops training him. They practice day and night. A good teacher? Dylan's mouth dropped open. Master, there's no way that's a good excuse. If we can't trust April May, we can't trust anyone, Tavanna said firmly. I may be the most powerful Rhodi here, but April has the most powerful craft. We need her, and more than that, I love her. She's my sister. If she betrays us, we may as well start turning on each other now. She gestured to the twins. Now no more about it. I want to see some sparring. After they were done with training for the day and Tavanna had left, Devin turned to his sister. I don't want to be a Rodian prince. If Tristan wants to be next in line to lead the Rhodi, then let him. No, he can't, Devin. Tristan's a terrible leader. He's our cousin, and I care about him, but he always puts himself first. He'd run the Rhodi right into the ground. Dylan sighed. I don't even know why we're fighting about this. Tavanna's young. It's not like the job is going to be open anytime soon. I get why it's important, though. She has to train someone to take her place someday, Devin said. But not now. Tristan is causing unnecessary drama and making it all about himself as usual, Dylan said, rolling her eyes. Of course he is, but it's starting to affect the group, Devin added, and he headed with his sister toward the house. I think he needs to cut it out before his actions have consequences for the rest of us. If he's not careful, his cockiness is going to get him killed someday. Don't say that. April May's just been encouraging him, and now he's got a big head, Dylan said sharply. I'm sure all of this will blow over. You know how Tristan is. Just give it time. Devin shook his head and left. Absent-mindedly, Dylan fiddled with the shamrock bracelet Envas had given her. The bracelet hadn't stopped her from self-harming completely, but it had done the trick a couple of times. It was a lot harder to hurt yourself when you looked down and were reminded of someone who really cared about you. It brought Dylan out of the moment and gave her a couple of seconds to think about what she was doing instead of acting impulsively. Sometimes the bracelet brought her enough time that she didn't cut. Sometimes it didn't. She sighed. Even though she was stressed, she wouldn't hurt herself. Not tonight. Tristan might be putting his life in danger, but she was powerless to stop him. One thing she had learned was that she couldn't keep blaming herself for the mistakes of other people. She wanted her cousin to be careful, because being overly confident could bring his downfall. But if she couldn't control some things in her life, she at least wanted to control something she could. Dylan hadn't entered the dream state since her last life-threatening encounter with the dream dogs. Even so, she gasped at the terrible sight before her, crumbling to her knees at the chaos and destruction that lied within. All of the paper flowers were dead. They were curled upon themselves, with creased and torn edges. Dylan reached out to stroke one of their petals, and it burst into flames at her touch, turning into a pile of ashes on the ground. The purple sky with the orange clouds had turned to a midnight blue shade, and the great crescent moon seemed ready to swallow the earth, crumbling in its place as it sat on a space in the horizon that was much too close to the ground. What had happened to her beautiful sanctuary? The place Tadan had always insisted was safe. Dylan tried getting to her feet, but the ground shook as she did so, the sound of the earth splitting in two ringing in her ears. She turned, the breath flying from her body. Dream dogs, thousands of them, patrolled the dead flowers in a giant pack, snarling and growling at each other. They turned to look at her, their red eyes weeping blood, and began stalking toward her. "Wake up," Dylan thought weakly. "Wake up, wake up, wake up." She jolted up in bed, trembling all over as a scream died in her throat. She ran to wake the others, but found Tavanna, April May, Devin, and Tristan already gathered in the living room with haggard eyes. By the haunted looks on everyone's faces, all of them had been to the dream state and experienced what she had. That was terrifying, Devin said. "Is that what the dream state looks like now? Is it that bad?" "It would appear so," Tavanna said softly. "I knew it was falling apart, but I had imagined it was something better than this." "The dogs," Tristan said. "I heard them, smelled them. Those dogs are terrible." "Why are there so many of them?" Dylan asked. "The Red Huntress is getting stronger," April said, and she began pacing the room. "It's obvious the dream state is no longer safe," Tavanna said. "We must do absolutely everything we can to keep out of it, and make sure that we aren't called into it by mistake." "It's near death," Devin said. "I doubt it'll last much longer without collapsing." "As long as we aren't in it when it collapses, we should be fine," Tavanna said, "though it's a shame we can't save it." April May whirled on her. "A shame, sister? The dream state is what binds the Rhodi and the Hunters Guild. It is the only safe place left between both sides, the only place where we may be able to work out terms of peace." "There is no safe place anymore, April. Rachel will never agree to a treaty. It's either our survival or theirs. I personally don't care what happens to it," Tavanna said blatantly. "Your bitterness blinds you," April snarled. "You and Ray may have met in the dream state, and it may only cause you pain now, but it still means everything to the Rhodi. The dream state is the very essence of our crafts. Who knows what will happen if it falls?" "I will tell you what will happen. Nothing," Tavanna growled back. "Absolutely nothing." "The Red Huntress isn't creating those dogs for nothing," April May said. "She is planning on using them for something. Perhaps she has found a way to bring them out of the dream state, or even worse, trap us inside." "That's impossible," Tavanna argued. "Nothing is impossible," April May hissed. "April," Tavanna said, her voice tired. "Enough." April stepped back from her sister, standing as tall as her spine would permit. "This is worse than even my visions have shown. I must learn the reason as to why this is happening. Sister, I have to go. I must enlist the help of the searchers and discover why the Hunters Guild is creating such monsters." "April, you can't leave now. We need to stick together," Tavanna said firmly. "I've been investigating from here and have discovered nothing. If I don't discover how to kill these dream dogs, the hunters could use them to slaughter us all," April May said shortly. "I leave immediately. As my student, Tristan will come with me." Tristan nodded and said, "Of course, Master. I'll be ready soon." "He's too young and still early in his training. You have no right to take him into harm's way," Tavanna protested. "He's not your student, and as he's shown, he's perfectly capable of handling himself. I am his master. He is bound to me," April May said. "And as I said, we leave immediately." "April, I hate to do this," Tavanna said. "But as your queen, I have to order you to stay. It's too dangerous out there." April May gave her a cold, clouded stare. "Desmodandre, you may be, but you are no queen of mine. If that queen is a coward and unwilling to take drastic measures." Tavanna flinched. April May headed toward her room to pack. Tristan had already left for his own. Devin and Dylan chased after their cousin, protesting as he began shoving clothes in his bag. "Tristan, you shouldn't go," Dylan said. "It's not safe out there. Even with April May, you're still just too Rhodi, and they're hunting us down one by one." "What, do you think I can't handle it?" Tristan said sarcastically. "No, you can't handle it," Devin said. "If the Hunters Guild finds you, that's it. There's no one to help you out there." "You're just saying that because you're jealous. Even blind and disabled, I'm still a better Rhodi than the both of you put together. April and I are going to figure out what's wrong with the dream state, and once we return, I'm going to prove that I deserve Tavanna's throne." Tristan lifted his bag over his shoulder. "Rhodis stick together," Dylan said weakly, as a last attempt to stop her cousin. Tristan paused. "Not this, Rhodi. My whole life I've been by myself. But now that I have April May, I don't need any of you. I'll be the greatest Rhodi alive by the time I return." He walked away. Dylan and Devin followed him to find that he had already joined April, who was arguing with her sister in hushed voices in front of the door. Tavanna, her mouth in a thin line, said, "I suppose there's nothing I can say to stop you." "Nothing whatsoever," April May said, opening the door. "Come on, Tristan. There's little time to waste." The twins watched out the window as April May and Tristan disappeared on the horizon. Tavanna whirled around and headed to her room, slamming her door shut. When everyone had vanished from sight, Dylan punched a wall angrily. "He's being so stupid. He could get killed out there." "He's a stubborn ass, always has been," Devin said, bringing his sister into a tight hug. "But by Rhodi, I hope he comes back." "Do you think April was right about Rachel trying to bring those dogs out of the dream state?" she asked. "She could be right, and she could be wrong. It's just another thing we have to worry about," Devin said. Dylan kept her brother close. If there was one more thing to worry about after this, she was almost sure that the Rhodi would collapse under the pressure. Now that April May was gone, they had lost one of their most powerful allies. The Hunters Guild was ripping the Rhodi apart, one by one. Dylan wondered if any of them would be left to fight. Chapter 5. Too late. Exhausted the next morning, Dylan crawled at a snail's pace to the kitchen, grabbing a drink of water. Food turned her stomach. All she could think of were those dogs, their eyes dripping blood and their mouths hungry for flesh. Tadan was there, putting around the kitchen with a smile on his face, yet with eyes that seemed old and concerned. "Hey, how was the mini honeymoon?" Dylan said. Tadan smiled. "It was great. Nice to have a vacation for once, even if it's just down the road." Despite his easygoing manner, Dylan could tell he was troubled. "You saw them too?" she said. He nodded. "All of us did." "April May and Tristan are gone," Dylan said. "They left to try and figure out what's going on." "I heard about that. April's foolish, taking Tristan out there on her own," Tadan said, shaking his head as he sipped at a cup of coffee. "But April May does what April May wants, and that's all there is to it. She favors Tristan, so she's revealing things to him that he's not ready for. It'll bite back on her in time." Dylan glanced out the window. "Tavanna and Devin are already training. I should be too. You look dead on your feet," Tadan said. "I want to train," Dylan said, trying to suppress a shudder. "If I get trapped in the dream state with those dogs again, I have to stand a chance of holding them off if I can't wake up. Your chances of getting trapped in there are 0 to none. As long as you don't try to enter the dream state purposefully, you'll be fine. Even if you get called into it by Rachel, you can always wake up," Tadan said, putting a hand on her shoulder. But let's go practice anyway. It might help both of our nerves.
Training, it seemed, was the only thing that did help Dylan feel in control. She fought as well as she could, until her hands began cramping and her knees started buckling. Whenever she felt pain, the images of the dream dogs popped into her head, and she pushed past the discomfort. At the end of the day, she and Devin sparred faster and harder than ever, holding back nothing.
Enough, Dylan. You're pushing yourself too hard,
Tadan said, turning to his sister.
I think we're done for today. Would you agree?
I would say so, Savannah said, though I did want to test them on one more thing. How are your crafts coming along?
Excellent,
Dylan said. She morphed into a tigress, purring loudly. Devin began running circles around her in a blur, until there was a small patch of dirt around the tigress. You're not the only one with the cool craft, you know, Devin said, skidding to a stop. Yes, but mine is much cooler, Dylan said. She dove at Devin, and he sprung out of the way quickly, seemingly appearing in one spot and then the next. The two began playing, Dylan trying to catch Devin while he outran her at every turn. He used his super speed to flip the tigress over without any indication but a blur. Dylan rolled back onto her feet, her tail lashing. Very good, Savannah said. Her pink wings appeared, stretching toward the sky. But now let's see if you can catch me. She sprang into action, flying high into the air. Dylan leapt up and tried to grab her, but only ended up falling from the sky. Devin tried to outwit her, but despite his speed, Savannah seemed to avoid him easily. The twins chased Savannah through the skies and on the ground recklessly until they could no more. The Rhodi fell in a pile on the ground laughing, Dylan letting out happy growls.
Is everyone done showing off? Tadan said, chuckling. Because if you are, I'm starving.
The Rhodi all nodded in agreement. Dylan followed the group toward the house, holding her head up high and refusing to transform. You're going to scare the hell out of everyone if you walk in the house like that, Devin said. Let them be afraid. These stripes on my body are something to be proud of, she told him. If my craft could sustain it, I'd always be in this form and never change back.
Perhaps one day your craft will be strong enough to do just that,
Tadan said. The minute they entered the house, the entire group jumped. Liana let out a loud scream, leaping into Tadan's arms. Jenna scrambled from her chair, standing on top of the seat and clawing at Envas' head, while he batted her away blindly. Eek! It's a tiger! Jenna cried out, and she nearly pulled Envas out of his chair. Relax, guys. It's only Dylan, Tito said, slapping a hand on her head carelessly. Dylan bared her teeth, snapping at Tito's hand. The boy jerked it back and yelped. Dylan returned to the form of a girl. I'm not tame, Tito. I've known that since I met you, Tito said, holding his wrist delicately. You could have taken off my hand. Too bad I couldn't take out your tongue, Dylan said, laughing lightly. Tito shook his head. Yeah, whatever. Like you'd ever do that. She might, Devin said, if you get her pissed enough. Dylan had planned to go for a walk on her own after dinner. But when she headed out the door, Tito was waiting for her, leaning against the wall and giving her a cocky grin. Hey, pretty girl, he said. Want to go for a walk? Dylan resisted biting back a sarcastic comment. Sure, if you want to. The two started down the dirt path that surrounded the house and entered the woods, the sun slowly setting behind them. It's beautiful, isn't it? Tito said, gesturing to the sunset. Dylan nodded, looking down at the ground. Tito moved closer to her, nudging her shoulder. You're quiet. I've got a lot on my mind, she said, looking at the various trees scattered around the area. She longed to sink her claws into them. She'd come out here so she could be alone and lose control, so she could be a tigress, a wild animal, and not have to think about being a Rhodi. Why didn't Tito see that? What could you possibly be thinking about? I know the war's going on, but nothing's happening right now. You just need to chill out, he said, giving her a casual shove. Everything's going up in smoke right now.
The last thing I can do is chill, she growled, kicking a rock. Just quit making a big deal out of it. There's absolutely nothing to be worried about. You're working yourself up for nothing. What about my cousin? Dylan said, turning to him. He's gone. Tristan will be fine. He's got that gauntlet, Tito said, waving a hand carelessly. You're way too freaked out about it. She sighed. I wish I could transform and live in the woods, she said. Just get away from here for the night. You're better as a girl than you are as an oversized house cat, Tito said. No, I'm not. Dylan bit her lip. I like being a tigress more than I like being a girl. Why? Your craft isn't even all that special. Your magic's not who you are, Tito said. How do you know who I am? She said tiredly. She was tired of Tito constantly putting her down and invalidating her feelings. She knew he didn't mean to do it on purpose and didn't know any better. But that didn't give him any excuse, and she really wished he'd learn a little about how to consider other people's feelings. Tito shrugged and said, I don't know. You're my best friend. Yeah, and you're trying to be more than that, Dylan thought in annoyance. She didn't like how Tito's hand kept purposefully bumping into her own, nor how he kept throwing meaningful glances her way. She tried not to look at him. Who gave you the bracelet? Tito asked, gesturing to it. Envas, Dylan said, rattling off his name without bothering to hesitate. It was a gift. Tito's expression turned from one of cheer to utter disgust. To her immense relief, they'd made it back to the house before he could say anything else. The two stood on the deck of the cottage, and Dylan said, Tito, I think I'm going to bed. I've been training all day, and I just want to relax. Wait a sec, Tito said. She grimaced, turning back around to face him. I want to ask you something. Dylan held her breath, feeling like she was about to explode. What is it? He didn't waste a second before asking, Do you want to go out with me? She knew this was coming. Suppressing a groan, she said, Why are you bringing this up now? Why not? He asked. His eyes were burning with longing, and Dylan hated it, because she knew that's not what she looked like when she gazed at him. Your mom and my dad are married. We're practically siblings. There's no way either of our parents would go for that, Dylan said. Leanna's my stepmom. Besides, Taladin's not really your dad. Dylan's hands balled up into fists. Yes, he is. It's not like we're related or anything. We could still be together, he said. Tito, this isn't the right time to talk about this. There's a war going on, Dylan said. This is the perfect time. It's the only time. Tito strode forward. He tried grabbing her hands, but she jerked them away. He gave her a steely look and said, I need to know if you're into me or not. I'm tired of waiting for you. She narrowed her eyes. Then don't. She turned away, stomping toward the door. Tito grabbed her by the arm and yanked her back, saying, No! I need an answer! Do you like me or not? Dylan was unsure of what to say. She heard the door open and whirled her head around to see Envas standing in the doorway, his face frantic. Dylan, are you okay? Go away! This doesn't concern you, pretty boy, Tito said. It sure as hell concerns me when you've got your hands on her, Envas said, and he walked toward Tito with clenched fists. I'm just trying to talk to her instead of letting her run away like she always does. Tito let her go. He began pacing, glaring at Dylan. She's stringing me along and I'm tired of it. I haven't been stringing you along. I've never given you a single indication that we were anything but friends, Dylan snapped. But you've also refused to answer me every time I've asked you out, and I want an answer, Tito said. She doesn't owe you an answer to anything. Now stop being creepy and leave her alone, Envas threatened. It's fine, Envas. I can fight my own battles, Dylan said softly. That doesn't mean you always should. You've been through enough in the past few months. This is the last thing she needs, he said harshly, rounding on Tito. I told you to stay out of it, Tito growled. Oh, really? What are you going to do about it? Hit me? Envas dared. That was all it took. Tito punched Envas as hard as he could across the face, sending him flying. Envas got up and tackled Tito, punching him directly in the gut before giving him a hook to the side of the head. What are you doing? Stop, stop! Dylan yelled, trying to force the two boys apart. Devin and Jenna appeared from inside the house, Devin looking horrified and Jenna gleeful. Oh, good, Jenna said, eagerly watching the fight. I haven't seen Enfys get his butt kicked in ages. Dylan, watch out, Devin said, pulling his sister back from the two brawling boys. She looked back and forth between the two, not sure of what to do. Tadan came stampeding on scene. He grabbed one boy with each hand and tore them off each other, pitching them in opposite directions. Tito was quivering with rage, a small cut over his eye that was pouring blood down his face. Envas was sporting a nosebleed. Dylan expected Tadan to yell at Tito, but he rounded on Envas, screaming, What do you think you're doing? Are you some kind of animal? He hit me first, Envas said, quivering with rage. And I guess I have to wonder what started it, Tadan said, glancing over at Dylan. I'm warning you now, boy, stay away from my daughter. Dylan's mouth dropped open in shock. Tito gave a triumphant grin. Envas took a step closer and said, I assure you, sir, I've done nothing that would ever cause Dylan any harm. Let's keep it that way, Tadan said. Or else you'll have me to answer to, and I can guarantee you don't want that. Begging your pardon, sir, but I'm not afraid of you, Envas said, looking her master in the eyes. That's a big mistake on your part, Tadan said. Soon the boy and man were staring each other down, their faces inches apart. Enough, Dylan said, getting between the both of them and pushing Tadan away. This is ridiculous. Enfys didn't do anything wrong. Why are you defending him? Tadan snapped at her, and she recoiled in surprise. He glared at Enfys before stomping out of the room, not even bothering to say a word to Tito. Enfys, Dylan said, but he was gone, slamming his fist into the wall angrily before stomping away. Devin and Jenna meekly stood in the background, gaze rooted downward. You're such an asshole, Tito, Dylan said, shoving him roughly. I'm the asshole? I've had a crush on you forever, but you ignore me, then act like he's some sort of Prince Charming, Tito said angrily. If you want an answer so damn bad, you can have it, Dylan seethed. Never, not in a million years, will I go out with you. Is that clear enough? His silence was just enough of an answer. Furious with him, Dylan muttered, Just get out. Tito shot her a steely glance, slamming into her shoulder as he walked by. Dylan didn't glance at her brother or her friend as she went to follow Tadan, throwing the door open to his room and slamming it against the wall. What the hell was that? She screamed, charging toward her master. Tadan got to his feet to face her. Just be thankful that I came in to break them up instead of letting them kill each other. And I should be thankful for what? That you put all the blame on Envas and didn't even bother to yell at Tito when he was the one who started the whole thing. He's Leanna's stepchild. I have to be fair to him. Oh, yeah, right, Dylan said, rolling her eyes. Like I believe that. Leanna knows how Tito is. She would totally take your side. What was he doing in the first place? Tadan asked. He was being weird, Dylan said. He was demanding that I go out with him. And your answer was? Tadan asked, a visible expression of an impending explosion resonating on his face. No, she said. If Enfys hadn't come in when he had, you would have been pulling me off Tito instead, and he would have had more than a cut on his eye. Tadan shook his head. Well, at the very least, I'm glad that's over with. Now hopefully the kid will get the message and back off. He sat on the bed, running a tired hand through his hair. Dylan sat down beside him, drawing her legs up onto the bed. What was that all about? she asked, totally confused. Tadan gave a small smile. I just don't want you getting hurt. What are you talking about? I'm fine, Dylan said, spreading her arms out wide. He gave a sarcastic snort. You seem to be attracting the attention of the boys in the house lately. Attention that I don't want. I'd prefer it if we all stayed friends. I know you think that now, but things could change, Tadan said softly. I'm worried you'll make the same mistakes as I did. Mistakes? Dylan was completely baffled. She knew of her master's past, but everything that happened to Tadan had been for the best, hadn't it? It had created a man and a mentor who meant everything to her. She couldn't imagine Tadan making a mistake that actually harmed anyone. What was he getting at? I fell in love very fast and very hard at a young age, and although it was wonderful, it gave me some scars that I'm still healing from, Tadan said. And I don't want the same thing to happen to you. Why does it matter? You and Leanna worked out in the end, Dylan said. Leanna and I would have had our baby when we were 20. Although we would have been married, it would have been very difficult to keep up with a war and a kid at the same time. I don't understand, Dylan said slowly. How can I explain this? Tadan looked at the ceiling. When Tavanna had her baby, Harmony, she and the kid had to be hidden for a very long time in order to stay safe. And I don't want that to happen to you. The full weight of what he was saying hit her hard and she blushed. Are you kidding me? Tadan, I'm not going to get pregnant. Well, I just want to make sure you know the consequences of... We are not talking about this right now, Dylan said, and she got up to head for the door, but Tadan blocked her way. I'm just saying, as your father, I feel like it's my responsibility to talk to you about these things, he insisted. Why? It's completely irrelevant, she said. It's just... You and I were separated for a long time, and I have no idea what you and the ginger were doing while I was gone. Now Tadan was the one blushing, and he put a hand behind his head awkwardly. Dylan was so shocked it took her a minute to regain her voice. You blew up on Envas because you thought we slept together when you were kidnapped? It's like you don't know me at all. I've been noticing you two spending a lot of time together, and it only made sense, Tadan argued. We're close friends, that's it. Master, I'm still a virgin, Dylan screamed. Taladin's face sagged in relief. You... really? Yes, Dylan said. In fact, the only time I've ever kissed anyone is when Tito kissed me that one time, and that's it. So can you please drop it? Tadan looked at her meekly. Well, this is a little embarrassing. You think, she said, before giving a deep sigh. I'm not ready for sex. At all. I've got a lot on my mind, and I don't need boys messing my head up any more than it already is. Tadan seemed stunned. That's actually really mature. I'm not even ready for a boyfriend, so it doesn't matter. She turned away from him. Not like anybody would want me, anyway. Dylan, have you completely lost your mind? You just had 2 teenage boys fighting over you, and I'm pretty sure there would have been more blood than there was if I hadn't been there to stop it. Tadan shook his head. They're only fighting over me because they think they want me. If I was to date either one of them, they'd break up with me within a couple of days. I have way too much baggage, she said quietly. The right boy will be willing to accept you as you are, no matter what. Tadan said, It doesn't matter what you do, Dylan. If someone loves you and you both work together, you won't be able to push them away. But who would want me, really, she said. Even without all my issues, there's nothing special about me. Envas and Tito are only fighting over me because there aren't any other girls around to compete over. There are millions of boys in this world who'd be more than lucky to have you, Tadan said, and he laid a hand on her shoulder. The right one will come along in his own time. She looked up at her master. But I'm not pretty. Of course you are, Tadan said. brushing her hair away from her eyes. "You're the most beautiful girl in the world. You're only saying that because I'm your kid," she said, laughing. "That's not true, though I can't say I'm not biased." He smiled at her. "But I have to agree with you. Getting into a relationship in the middle of a war isn't exactly a good idea." She hugged him tightly. "I can always talk to you about anything, no matter what." "That's what I'm here for, Thunderbolt," he said, hugging her back. "If you ever need anything, know I'm always here to catch you if you fall. And to get me back up on my feet again," she said. He ruffled her hair lovingly, and she left his room, nodding at Lyanna as she passed her in the doorway. She heard giggles behind her, and she beamed. If Tadan and Lyanna had once been separated and now were so in love, that only meant good things for her and Tito. She talked to him in the morning, and now that he knew how she felt, he wouldn't ask her out again. They'd be close friends, and that was it. Everything would be fine, and would go back to normal. Her breath caught in her throat as she saw Tito kissing Jenna. The two of them were pressed up against a wall in the living room, looking like no one else on earth existed except each other. Her heart fell out of her chest. Feeling like she couldn't breathe, she put a hand over her mouth and ran to her room, shutting the door before starting to cry. Unsure of what was going on, she sat on her bed and sobbed, setting her chin on her knees. "Why am I crying?" she thought. "I don't even like Tito." She knew that she may have had a crush on him a while ago, but that was long over now. Even though she had no feelings for him, his utter rejection of her by kissing Jenna right after he demanded that she be his girlfriend was too much to handle. It was like he hadn't gotten what he'd wanted from her, so he'd found her disposable and moved right on to someone else. "Dylan, what's going on?" There was a knock on the door. Her brother peered around the edge of it, a concerned look on his face. "Everything's a disaster," she sniffed, wiping the tears away quickly. Her twin sat next to her on the bed, giving her a soft nudge with his shoulder. "What's going on?" "I caught Tito kissing Jenna," she said quietly. "That's a plot twist," he said, pushing up his glasses. "But I thought you didn't like him." "I don't. But him kissing Jenna right after he acted like he cared so much about me is just plain mean." "So this isn't really about him, then. It's about you." "This just proves my point," she said. "I just told Tadan no guy really wants me, they just think they do. If Tito really liked me, he wouldn't be kissing Jenna right after I told him no." "He's an ass. Just forget about him," Devin said. "And if it makes you feel better, I'll give him another cut above his eye so they match." She let out a laugh marred by tears. "You totally should, even though Envas and Tito shouldn't have been fighting in the first place. Envas was right to stick up for you. If he hadn't hit Tito, I would have," Devin said. "I know Tito's had a crush on you forever, but he can't force you into going out with him because he's tired of waiting. He's a huge jerk." Her tears finally stopped, and she took a deep breath. "Whatever, you're right, I shouldn't care." She gave him a small smile. "I guess Tadan's right, too. A cool guy will come along when I'm ready." "Yeah, what was that all about? Tadan completely lost it back there." "Oh, I don't know. Tadan just thought me and Envas were having sex, so he blew up on him," Dylan mumbled. "Wow, really?" Devin's eyes widened. "I suppose that explains his actions toward Envas." "It's like they expect us to be having sex already. I mean, what's up with that?" Dylan laughed lightly. Her brother looked away meekly, gazing out into space, and she said, "No way. Devin, you didn't." "Nelly, she wanted to do it with someone who truly loved her," he said quietly, "and she asked me." "Wow," she said. "How did it feel?" "It was uncomfortable and sort of awkward, but yet it felt really, really good." He looked at his sister. "We haven't done it again, but I know she wants to try it again sometime, when she's feeling better." "Tadan's worried about me getting pregnant. He should be more concerned about you guys," Dylan laughed. I don't think Nelly can get pregnant. The cancer's everywhere. Devin's eyes began to water, and Dylan pulled him in close. Don't worry, she said. We'll save her. Her brother took a quivering breath. I can't lose her, sis. She's my best friend, and I'm in love with her. I think I've been in love with her since the moment I met her. I just don't know how to tell her that. I think she knows, Dylan said. But I also think it would make her happy to hear it from you. I don't know what to say, he said, and he took off his glasses to wipe at his eyes. But I'm terrified of running out of time to say it. You show her you love her by staying at her side and by taking care of her. That's the hard part. Now all you have to do is say 3 little words. It's not so easy to do. It's scary. Scarier than never saying it at all. You'll get it when you fall in love. I doubt I'll ever fall in love. And if I do, it's not like you guys are going to be okay with it. Tadan will be up a wall, Dylan said. Everyone's just more protective over you because of what happened, Devin said. That was a long time ago. Yeah, but everyone still remembers. And Tadan just got you back. He wants to spend time with you as his daughter instead of worrying about you chasing after some guy. The only guy I'll ever chase after is a hunter, she said. Right, Devin snorted, before his head fell into his hands. Ugh. Sis, when did things get so complicated? I don't know. She leaned her head against her brother's shoulder. I just want them to be simple again. Chapter 6. Wild Being. When Dylan went down to breakfast the next morning, she saw Enfys standing in the hallway, sipping a cup of orange juice. Feeling like she owed him some sort of explanation, she walked up to him and said, Hey, are you all right? Never better, lass, he said grumpily. Things are just perfect. I'm sorry my master blew up on you last night, she said. He was being ridiculous. If that's what you want to call it. But there was a reason he was acting like that, Dylan said. Yes? Enfys's blue eyes seemed to penetrate hers, and a strange wiggle swam throughout her stomach as she looked into them. He just thought we were sleeping together, that's all, she whispered as quietly as possible. Enfys spit his orange juice down the front of his shirt. His face turned redder than his hair. I'm sorry, what? He thought we were sleeping together. Yep. As in, sleeping together. Uh-huh. As in, having sex. Unbelievable, he said, shaking his head. I would never imagine using you in that way, lass. You can tell your master that. You tell him, Dylan said. It was awkward enough talking about it with him in the first place. Now come to breakfast. Enfys shook his head again. I'm going to change my shirt. Simply unbelievable. He headed toward his room before turning toward Dylan casually. Oh, by the way, tell your friend I've had harder hits from dandelions. When Enfys had returned, breakfast had become nearly unbearable. Tadan and Liana sat grinning and whispering in the corner to each other, while Tavanna grabbed a plate of food and left in a hurry, looking severely irritated. Enfys and Tito were glaring at each other from across the table, while Jenna was surprisingly quiet, munching on her meal with a sad face. Devin got up to go to Nelly's room, but Dylan grabbed him by the sleeve and yanked him back down. You're not leaving me here, she hissed. Liana finally pulled herself away from her husband, peering through the door Tavanna had gone through. I'd better go see if she's okay, my love. I'll be there in a second, Tadan said. He looked at all the teenagers silently brooding around the table. Okay, are we all done fighting with each other? Because I know I'm over it. Tadan raised a hand. Everyone is fighting everyone, Tito said. And that's it! Everyone is fighting everyone. What a remarkably well-composed sentence. Envas said. Okay, that's enough, Tadan said. I'm shutting down the hormones in this house right now. You should all be friends, and that means you need to stop starting fights, Tadan said, shooting a glance at Envas. Envas opened his mouth in outrage before closing it. Fine, I'm good with that. He glanced at his sister, giving her a nudge. What's wrong, Jenna? I haven't heard you be this quiet since... Well, I've never heard you be this quiet. Jenna's lower lip wobbled. It seemed like she would explode before she stood up, pushing away from the table and pointing at Dylan. She's talking behind my back. Talking behind your back? I never did that, Dylan said, bewildered. Yes, you did. You told Devin that I kissed Tito, she screeched. You kissed my sister? All bets are off, mate, Envas said, rolling up his sleeves and starting toward Tito. Tadan stood in front of him and Envas hesitated, his face boiling with anger. I was having a private conversation with my brother about private things, Dylan said. I wasn't talking behind your back. That wasn't any of your business anyway. I overheard you by accident and I tried not to listen, but I did. You think I stole him? Jenna whined. I know you didn't steal him, but it wasn't okay that you kissed him right after he asked me out, Jenna, Dylan shouted back. Jenna started bawling. But you didn't want him! You can't have all the boys in the house! Tadan let out a long, drawn-out sigh. High school. I thought I was done with this. You're mean, Dylan, and I don't want to be your friend anymore. Jenna ran out of the room, bawling her eyes out. Enfys gave a long sigh, looking at the twins. Don't worry about it. She'll cry it out and be done in an hour. You, on the other hand, Enfys said, pointing at Tito, keep your filthy hands off my sis. Enfys charged after his sister. The room turned toward Tito, who wore an innocent expression on his face. What? It was just a kiss. It was a terrible thing to do, Dylan spat. You're toying with Jenna's feelings because you can't play with mine. Who said I didn't like Jenna? Maybe I like her even more than I liked you, Tito said back. I don't care that we had that fight. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. Just don't hurt Jenna, or I'll hurt you, Dylan said. Tadan turned to Tito and said, I'm going to talk to your mother about this. Girls have feelings, Tito, and you shouldn't play with them. Tito sighed. They're not the only ones with feelings. But then a guilty look filled his face. I'm sorry, everyone. I guess I was just mad. But I do like Jenna, really. Then you should go talk to her, Dylan said, after Envas calms her down, of course. Tito nodded sullenly and proceeded out of the room, shutting the door quietly. Dylan laid her head on a table with a thump, groaning. This is so stupid. All because of a dumb fight. It's not your fault, but you should try to work things out with Jenna, Tadan said, laying a hand on her shoulder. You're too good of friends to be fighting. And speaking of fighting, I should try to talk to my sister. He left the twins alone. Dylan gazed up at her brother helplessly, feeling tired. I'll make you a deal, Devin said. I'll go tell Nelly how I feel if you go and talk to Jenna. Deal, Dylan said, getting up from the table. That sounds about equal in difficulty. Jenna's wailing sounded like a combination of a whale giving birth and a goose being strangled. Dylan opened the door and saw the young girl crying into a pillow, Envas looking increasingly impatient. Go away, Jenna said, throwing a stuffed animal at Dylan's head. She was utterly beside herself. Dylan dodged the flying teddy bear and walked toward her, saying, Jenna, calm down. I didn't mean anything by what I said last night. I was upset. You might want to leave, lass. She's a bit distraught, Envas said, ducking as Jenna threw another stuffed animal at Dylan. Distraught? I'm devastated, Jenna said, throwing herself upon the bed. I finally get a guy to notice me, and the minute I do, you're talking behind my back like a bad friend. I know he was yours first, but now he likes me, and you can't have him, even if you want him back because you missed your chance. But now he might dump me because he might still like you. And Jenna burst into big, gigantic tears, her wails loud enough to shatter windows. Envas covered his ears, while Dylan resisted rolling her eyes. Oh, Jenna, come here. Dylan embraced the smaller girl. Stop worrying about stupid boys. Jenna sobbed into Dylan's shoulder. I'm sorry, I stole your boyfriend. He was never my boyfriend, and you didn't steal him. If you like Tito, you guys should go out, Dylan said, ignoring Envas's outraged gasp. But not because he gives you attention. You're worth more than that, Jenna. And if he doesn't treat you nicely, you should dump him because you deserve to have a good partner. You think so? Jenna said, her tears slowing. We're still friends? We're good friends. No boy will ever change that. Dylan smiled at her. The tears seemed to melt off of Jenna's face as a bright smile appeared from ear to ear. Great! I'm so happy that's over. Now we can all hang out again and nothing will be weird and we'll all be able to get along and be close like we were. Right, Dylan said, laughing. Jenna bounced off the bed and sprung toward the door like a superhero, saying, I'm going to yell at Tito for kissing me and making us fight, and then I'm going to ask him on a date. I can't wait to hear him say yes. She flounced out the door, and Dylan turned to Envas, saying, I didn't know Jenna and I had a major falling out of our friendship and were reunited again in a span of 5 minutes? That's Jenna for you. Envas shrugged. She can go to the deepest of pits and then bounce right back up again just as quickly. It's hard to tell what's really bothering her because nothing really lasts. Wish I could do that. Dylan sighed. I have no idea how dating Tito is going to go for her after all of this. I hope he says no. The thought of her going out with that lad is... He shuddered. Tito's not that bad. Not my sister, Enfys said, slashing a hand through the air. I don't want him anywhere near her. Can we try to get along? There's only so much space in this house, Dylan said. Enfys looked out the window. Want to go outside? She nodded. She and Enfys walked into the yard, ambling on the edge of the forest. Dylan drew her fingers across the bark of trees, imagining claws where her fingernails were. Enfys picked up a branch, twiddling it with his fingers. Did he ever stand a chance with you? Maybe, but not now. She dropped her hands and looked at them, curling her fingers. He kind of put down my craft last night. Really? Enfys's eyes widened. Yeah, he said being a tigress wasn't all that great. Okay, I know he isn't all that bright, but that definitely proves he's off his rocker. Being a tigress defines you, Dylan. Everyone can see it. Apparently not everyone. She closed her eyes, and the wind ruffled her hair slightly. She wished she could feel the sun on her fur and the earth beneath her paws. That's all she wanted right now. That's ridiculous. Your craft is a great thing about you. As long as you know it's not the only great thing about you, he said slowly. He came up behind her to lean on her gently. Tito doesn't understand, Dylan said. None of you do. When I'm a tigress, I'm not afraid of anyone. There's something wild about me. I'm so powerful that I'm a threat to whoever stands in my way. When I'm a tigress, I'm free. You're free as a Rhodi. It's not the same. There's something primal about it. I don't have to worry if I'm doing the right thing or making anyone upset. I am who I am. I'm brave. If I could, I would always be a tigress. I feel more at home as an animal than I do in my own skin. I never felt right as a person, but when my craft comes alive... Her eyes started sparkling with a sad, strange longing. Sometimes I want to transform, to run into the woods and just... hide. She looked toward them now, as if she would begin sprinting toward them at any minute. I prefer you more as a girl, lass, Envas said. Though I know if you wanted to remain a tigress forever, I wouldn't stop you. That's the difference between Tito and I. He gave her a soft kiss on the cheek. Dylan felt her insides grow warm, and her heart skipped a beat as she felt Enfys's soft lips caress her skin. There was the sound of someone clearing their throat behind them. They turned to see Devin standing there, a confused look on his face. Savannah sent me to tell you that we're going to start training in an hour. Okay, Dylan said, a little lightheaded. Envas touched her chin lightly with his fingers and said, "Keep your head up, Dylan. Soon things will be working out for all of us." Envas walked away, whistling some familiar tune. Dylan watched him go, and her brother came up to her side. Was I imagining things? Or did Enfys give you a kiss on the cheek?" "It was only a friendly kiss. No big deal," she said, with an airy quality to her voice that had never been there before. "All right," he said suspiciously, "if that's all it was." "Did you tell Nelly you love her yet?" Dylan said abruptly. Her brother's face fell. She sighed loudly and said, "You need to tell her soon, Devin, before you miss your chance. Nothing's guaranteed as a Rhodi, not even tomorrow. Something terrible could happen at any moment." "It's hard to tell her when she's so sick. It's like admitting the end is coming," Devin said. "I'll do it soon, I promise." "You better," Dylan said. She stretched her arms. "Tell Savannah I'll be there. I want to run." "Are you going to be fine alone?" Devin said, looking toward the woods. She rolled her eyes. "Come on, Devin. We've been here for months. It's the middle of the day. Nobody is out here." She sprang onto all fours, transforming in mid-air and letting out a loud roar. She then ran through the trees, her claws ripping up the ground as she weaved intricately through the forest. Every inch of her body relaxed, the bones stretched instead of imprisoned as she growled happily to herself. This was being alive, becoming a fierce predator, one that neither feared nor cared about the actions of humans, their romances, or their wars. She was simply a big cat concerned with her own survival and her life in the jungle. Each time she transformed, she grew bigger and stronger. Her craft seemed nearly limitless. The sun hovered over the woods. Her stripes blended in with the tall trunks of the trees, and she felt herself melt into them, becoming part of a painting in her mind that stretched on for miles and had no end, yet was contained within a small part of herself. Dark browns and oranges collided together until she felt that this was her forest alone. Rhodi or no Rhodi, she was a tigress forevermore. This part of herself felt equal to her soul, and she reveled in it. Something that wasn't part of her painting moved in the shadows. She shouldn't have seen it, but the vision was more a part of her heart than a part of her head. A creature, a thing, was moving out there. She stopped running and crept low to the ground, her belly slinking through the dirt until she came to a little clearing where a dirty pond lay, only sustained by a tiny trickle of a creek. There was a crack in the branches, and she looked up. The girl she knew would be sitting there all along was staring at her, crouched in the trees with eyes that were the Griffin's. Saffron beamed. "Hello, tigress." The Griffin leapt from the trees, transforming in mid-air and latching her talons into Dylan's sides, plunging both of them into the depths of the pond below. Chapter 7. Mercy. Dylan squirmed to get away, but the Griffin held her firm in her grasp. The sun began to disappear under the ripples of the pond, and Dylan watched the water become darker and darker around her. Saffron wasn't letting go, and Dylan thought the Griffin intended to drown them both. Fighting for air and feeling like her head was about to burst, Dylan latched her fangs onto Saffron's shoulder, tearing at the limb. Saffron's talons released. Dylan swam upward, transforming instantly as she hit the top. She dragged herself back onto land, sputtering for air. Struggling to her feet, she let out a moan of pain and put a hand to her head. Beside her, the pond splashed. She heard Saffron gasp for breath as well, letting out little chuckles as she clambered upward, a girl once more. Dylan looked at her hatefully, shivering and dripping wet. She thought of her katana, but it was back in the house in her room. Cursing herself for not remembering to carry it with her, she locked eyes with Saffron. I thought I saw a pussycat creeping through these woods, Saffron said, her wet hair hanging over her wild, maniacal face like a curtain. How did you find me? I thought you were gone to find your parents, Dylan said as she leaned against a tree, her lungs still begging for air. She thought of calling another Rhodi with the mind speak, but when she reached out, she found no one there. Everyone's too far away. I must have traveled farther than I realized, she thought, a small pit in her stomach. She'd definitely been gone for far longer than an hour. At the mention of her parents, tears welled up in Saffron's eyes. You led me to nothing but graves. My parents are dead. They've been dead for a very long time, ever since they sent me away. You remember, Dylan said in shock. I remember everything. When I saw their headstones, I recalled exactly when I began seeing things. I remembered when I started to slip from this world and the minute they chose to abandon me, she said. They were despicable people who threw me away once they realized what I was, but they were blood. I lost my family too, Saffron. Your parents weren't the only ones taken away, Dylan said, her voice cracking. But you have your brother and the Rhodi. I have nothing left. Saffron gazed at Dylan with spiteful eyes that begged for release. Nothing except to take my revenge on the tigress who made my life a living hell. I did you a favor. Rachel would have killed you with her demands so she could twist you into something even the Hunters Guild would be afraid to use, Dylan said. The Red Huntress supplied me with food, shelter, and a chance to become something that everyone in this world fears, Saffron said. The two girls began to circle each other, bodies poised to fight. What am I now, except homeless and alone, without a chance of ever redeeming myself? What could I ever become now? You're not a Rhodi or a hunter. This war isn't your business. You could start over somewhere if you'd just leave me alone, Dylan said in frustration. Saffron paused. No, I've lost my mind, tigress. We both know that. Nobody wants to play with fire, especially when the fire is uncontrollable. So either I will burn you alive, or you will put me out. Saffron launched herself at Dylan. The two girls began dueling fiercely, flying at each other in a flurry of martial arts. They exchanged many blows, able to match each other hit for hit. Dylan landed a harsh punch to Saffron's side. The older girl reeled back, screaming, lashing out a leg at Dylan's head. Dylan grabbed it, flipping Saffron onto her back and launching forward to pin the girl to the ground. Saffron pushed her off, and the girls began rolling in the dirt, forgoing their training and clawing at each other's eyes. Saffron slapped Dylan across the face. Dylan let out a cry, falling to the ground. Saffron wriggled out from underneath her, and the two began circling again, bleeding and bruised. What's wrong, little kitty? Don't you want to play? Saffron hissed. This ends now, Saffron, Dylan said. For the good of both of us, it has to stop. What are you talking about? She snarled. We took a blood oath that you wouldn't hurt any Rhodi but me, Dylan said. So I say we finish this. Only one of us is getting out of this alive. What good will that do you, or me? She asked. You'll have your revenge, and I'll finally get some peace. But I'm tired of running away. We need to fight to the death this time. Dylan began transforming once more, opening her mouth and letting out a fierce roar. Saffron laughed. Finally, tigress, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Saffron arched her back, wings appearing as she began molding into the Griffin. The creatures sprang at each other, rising up on their hind legs, reaching for the throat with fang and beak. The two shifters fell into a heap on the ground. Dylan batted Saffron's face with her large paw, her blow strong enough to crack bone, and Saffron's sharp beak tore at Dylan's pelt, ripping out her flesh. Dylan sunk her claws into Saffron, throwing her against a tree as hard as she could. Saffron let out a screech of pain, but got up nonetheless. Dylan began backing away slowly. This isn't going to work, she thought. We're too evenly matched. If I'm going to finish her, I need to trick her. Turning her back on the Griffin, Dylan fled into the woods, dodging tree trunks. She intertwined herself in the brush, settling on the ground and waiting for Saffron to follow. "What's wrong, Tigress? Did you lose your courage?" she heard Saffron call. The leaves on the ground were swept up as the Griffin landed, her wings shooting out a gust of wind. The Griffin walked slowly, her talons digging into the dirt as her sharp eyes scanned the forest. One glimpse of Dylan, and it was over. "Here, kitty kitty," she heard Saffron whisper, her tail dragging slowly behind her. Dylan waited for the chance to pounce, but before she could, dozens of ropes from the trees above snatched Saffron, looping around her legs, body, and neck. Saffron let out a loud cry, her screech echoing throughout the trees and shaking the leaves from their branches. Several hunters jumped down, all male, their grips tightening on the ropes. Saffron tried to get away, rearing her hind legs and opening her wings in order to fly. But another hunter lashed out a rope, binding Saffron's wings to her side. The Griffin began biting at the ropes, but a hunter swooped in, tying her beak quickly shut. The hunters pulled on the ropes. They tightened around Saffron's neck, choking her. Saffron's eyes went wider than Dylan had ever seen them, and she let out an animalistic cry of pain and fear. "We finally caught her," a hunter said gleefully. "Rachel's going to be ecstatic." "Not as ecstatic as I'm going to be once she gives us our reward," another hunter said, laughing. "This one's been giving us the runaround for quite some time now." "She sure has," a hunter said, and he stepped toward Saffron, kicking her in the side. "In fact, how about we have a little fun with this one? She's certainly given us enough trouble." "I don't want to make Rachel angry," a hunter said warily. "Our instructions were clear. We were to grab the girl, and that was it. Rachel only wanted her back. She never said that it had to be alive," he sneered, bringing out a knife. "And personally, I'm going to enjoy hearing her scream." Saffron's gaze searched everywhere until she saw Dylan hiding in the bushes. The Griffin locked eyes with the Tigress, scared and frightened. Dylan sat paralyzed in the safety of the forest, unsure of what to do. She held no obligation to Saffron. The girl had tried again and again to murder her, had followed her endlessly to each corner of the earth for no other reason but to cause Dylan pain. The bargain had been that they would fight to the death, and here was Saffron's end, staring Dylan in the face. She could walk away now, escape the hunters, and never have to worry about Saffron ever chasing after her again. It would finally be done. Dylan started to back away. Saffron's eyes held onto hers, refusing to look anywhere else as the hunters began suffocating her with the ropes. Within her eyes, there was nothing but terror. Within them, Dylan saw herself on the night she'd nearly bled to death. It reminded her of the moment she looked into the mirror and thought that this was the end. "Tigress," Saffron pleaded, her voice growing faint and strangled even in the mind-speak. "Help me." Dylan acted. Springing out of the bushes with a mighty roar, Dylan grabbed the ropes with her fangs and ripped them off of Saffron, flinging them to the side. The hunters jumped back, astonished, and Dylan shoved the Griffin, shouting, "Come on, before they catch us!" Saffron took to the skies and Dylan the ground, fleeing as quickly as they could before the hunters could give chase. Her enemies were on her tail, but they were no match for the speed of the Tigress, and Dylan easily lost them within the shadows of the trees. The moon had risen, and it was dark now. Tavanna and the others were going to kill her. Transforming back into a girl, Dylan leaned over her knees, trying to catch her breath. She thought Saffron had gone somewhere else, but there she was, standing in front of Dylan and looking at her like she couldn't believe what was happening. Dylan could scarcely believe it either. "You saved my life, though you did not have to," Saffron said softly. The older girl bowed and fell to her knees, staring at the ground. "I owe you everything. From this moment on, I promise I won't hurt you. Just please tell me how to repay you and how to make up for everything I've done. I am so sorry." "If you want to repay me, then just go away. Leave me alone," Dylan said, holding her arms closely to her body and turning her back on Saffron. "No, Tigress, I owe you a life debt. I must stay with you until I save your life and my debt is repaid," Saffron said. She crawled even lower along the ground. "I will be endlessly devoted to you. Let me come with you. I promise I'll be loyal." "I can't take you with me. My masters would never allow it, and I can't trust you," Dylan said. "Then take me as your prisoner, please." Saffron looked up, and Dylan saw tears were pouring down her face in buckets. "Why? Why do you want to come with me? You have your freedom, so just leave," Dylan screamed. "Because no one has ever shown me what kindness is, much less save my life when they didn't need to," Saffron whispered. "And I want to know what that sort of mercy means, and why someone would show it, even for someone like me." Dylan hesitated, but before she could answer, screams rang out through the woods. Saffron was once again tackled to the ground, this time by her brother. Devin came quickly behind, her staff at hand. Tadan seemingly sprang out of nowhere, looking murderous and holding his blade. Saffron pushed Devin off of her and cowered away, quaking in fear. "It's always you that's involved when Dylan goes missing, isn't it?" Tadan said, raising his blade high. "And we've had about enough of it. You're not going to bother her anymore." With a vengeful gaze, Tadan began charging toward Saffron. The girl crouched on the ground, raising her arms and doing nothing else to defend herself but cry softly. "Tadan, no!" Dylan jumped forward. She clutched the girl's head to her chest as she turned her back to her master, protecting Saffron. Tadan's mouth dropped open. He stared at Dylan, the blade still raised high. "Dylan, what are you doing? Get out of the way!" "You can't hurt her," Dylan said. "Not after I just saved her life." "Dylan, get away!" Devin said. He grabbed his sister's arm to pull her back, but she shook him off. Tadan came to her side and said, "Dylan, I order you to get away from her. She's unstable." "Not until you listen to me," Dylan said. Saffron clung to her, shaking. "She found me in the woods. We were beating the hell out of each other until hunters showed up." "Hunters? This far out?" Tadan said in a panicked tone. "They were following Saffron. They caught her and I hid. They were going to kill her, but I set her free. She's promised not to hurt me," Dylan said. "And you honestly believe her? Come on, sis," Devin said, his hands balled into fists. "She could be saying anything to trick you," Savannah said. "People don't change instantly." "I believe her," Dylan said, looking into Tadan's eyes. "I swear I do. You can't kill her unless you kill me, too." She glanced at her brother. "I know it's stupid, but she needs help, like I did, like we did." Tadan shook his head. "I can't allow this. For Rhodi's sake, will you get away from her?" "No, not until I have your word that you won't hurt her," Dylan said. Tadan rolled his eyes. "I won't do anything yet." Dylan stepped away, and Saffron was left cowering on the ground. Tadan glanced at Tadan. Dylan knew they were using the mind speak to silently communicate, sectioning off Dylan so she couldn't hear. "What's wrong with her?" Devin said, staring at Saffron in disgust. "She isn't even trying to fight back." "She's a really broken person. She told me nobody had ever been nice to her before until I saved her life," Dylan said quietly. "I wish you hadn't," Devin said. "She's the reason you almost died, sis. Not once, but several times." "I know," she said. But there's something about her that it matches me, Devin. And I can't let her go now. I feel like I need to help her. Tadan finally let out a loud cry, pointing at Saffron.
We'll have to guard her, he said, day and night.
She could be used for questioning, Tavanna said.
We don't have the resources. She's too much of a liability,
Tadan said, shaking his head.
We have to get rid of her.
She'll swear a blood oath not to hurt me, Dylan said. Won't you, Saffron? Saffron nodded frantically, her eyes shifting from Rhodi to Rhodi. Dylan rushed to keep talking. She's already promised not to hurt any Rhodi, and if I take a blood oath with her now, she won't hurt me either and we'll all be safe. Saffron kept nodding. Tavanna bit her lip. A blood oath seems like the only way to solve this. Dylan nodded. She stepped forward, rolling up her sleeve.
Not with you,
Tadan said viciously, stepping forward and pushing Dylan behind him.
With me.
He yanked Saffron to her feet. He then grabbed her palm and made a quick cut, turning up his own hand and slashing it quickly. Tadanna winced as he did so, and Dylan watched as her master grabbed Saffron's hand, intermingling their blood.
Go on,
he said. You know the words. Saffron's voice, for the first time, quivered when she spoke. I, Saffron, swear to never harm Dylan.
Dilliana Grace Fairson,
Tadan growled. Dilliana Grace Fairson, she sniffed. As long as I live, on penalty of sacrificing my craft.
And I, Tadan Sorrowtear, swear that if you ever make any attempt on my daughter's life, or even think about harming Dilliana, I will find you, and I will kill you immediately on penalty of sacrificing my craft,
Tadan said. He yanked his hand away sharply and pulled a bandage out of his pocket, wrapping up the wound. He glanced at Devin and said,
Get your sister out of here. Tavanna and I are going to have a talk with this one.
He gestured to Saffron. Devin made no complaint, grabbing his sister and swinging her onto his back. Before she knew what was happening, Devin had run them through the forest. They were back at the cottage in seconds. Devin set her down and glared at her as he angrily shoved his glasses upward on his face. We can't leave her there. They're going to kill her, Dylan said, looking toward the forest. They won't hurt her. Tadan promised you, and Tadan never breaks his promises to you, Devin said angrily. Though he should. What were you thinking? And what about those hunters following her, huh? You think they're going to go away? I don't know, Devin, she said, and she finally began to cry. All I know is that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't leave her there to die. Why not? She would have no problem doing the same to you, he said. I didn't want any of this. I'm sorry that she's going to be putting us in danger, but we're Rhodi. It's our job to protect people. We can't protect people that willingly hurt others. Saffron hates all of us, Devin yelled. She wants nothing more than to see everyone in this house, especially you, dead. She tried to kill Tadan, Dylan. You should hate her just for that. She took a deep breath and wiped her tears away. I know how it feels to be alone, she told her brother. Saffron's never known what it's like to have someone take care of her. She's just angry and hurt. I was like that too when the Rhodi took us in, and I changed. Maybe she can change too if we show her what it's like to be loved. Devin's anger fell from his face to be replaced with sadness. I know you can understand how she feels. I went through the same thing, remember? But some people can't be saved, and she's one of them. You say that she's just like us, but we were different. No matter what you do, she'll never be part of this family. Dylan stood her ground. Well, maybe you're wrong. She started running into the house. Tito and Jenna looked relieved when she entered. Dude, I'm so sorry about last night, Tito started, swallowing nervously. I do not want that fight to be the last words we say to each other. Dylan! Jenna squeaked.
You've been gone for hours, and we've been so scared, and it's not fun worrying about you, and—
Hi, guys, she said, giving them both a quick hug. I wish I could talk to you, but I can't right now. She fled to the bathroom, where she instantly shut the door and burst into tears. She put her hand over her mouth, trying to control her sobs. Maybe everyone was right. Maybe she should have left Saffron in the woods to die, terrible as it would have been. Now Saffron was one more thing for them all to worry about, and it was her fault. All because, for no reason, she couldn't manage to abandon her rival. She sighed. She needed to calm down. If she got any more wound up, she knew exactly what would happen, and there didn't need to be any more drama tonight. If anyone caught her self-harming from stress, Saffron would be instantly thrown out. Instead, she got in the shower, turning the water as hot as she could bear and trying to relax. She was surprised to find that many dirt spots on her skin weren't actually dirt spots at all, but bruises. Saffron had injured her worse than she'd realized. It doesn't help that I look like this, Dylan thought. She got out of the shower and looked in the mirror. She had a huge black eye, and a large bruise was forming over her cheekbone. Sighing, she headed to her bedroom and got dressed quickly, throwing on a baggy sweatshirt and an old pair of pajama pants. She shuffled into the hallway and to the kitchen to grab a quick drink of water. Tadan was there, leaning against the countertop and looking at her with a sad face.
She gave you a black eye, he stated.
She leaned on the counter beside him. I know, it hurts like hell. He shook his head.
And for some reason, you want to keep her around.
She won't hurt me. I know she won't.
Dylan, how can I believe you? She clearly didn't hold anything back,
Tadan said, gesturing to her wounds. That was before. Something's changed in her. I know it.
Devin told me what you said.
Tadan frowned.
I know you have a big heart, Thunderbolt, but you're the last person who needs to help Saffron. I don't trust her.
Tadan's voice began to waver.
She's pushed you to the breaking point before, and because of that, I want her as far away from you as possible.
I'm not anywhere near that place. I don't know if I'll ever feel that low again. I'm so much better than who I was when I became a Rhodi, she said.
But you're not fully recovered yet, Tadan said. You've still got a lot of things to work through, and having her here could reverse all of that.
This isn't going to make any sense to you, but when I looked at her, I saw myself, and that's why I did what I did. Tadan shook his head, then reached out an arm to draw her close.
We'll keep her here for now, but you're not to go anywhere near her, understood?
Dylan nodded, pulling away. She walked out of the kitchen and glanced back at her master. He had his head in his hand and seemed extremely tired. She felt a twinge of guilt settle in her stomach. She closed her bedroom door, sat on the bed, and tried not to feel sick. Her worst enemy was in this house, being held captive in a room not too far from hers. And blood oath or no blood oath, Dylan wasn't completely sure Saffron wouldn't change her mind and come after them. It was a stupid idea to vouch for her, and she was risking all of their safety keeping her here. Dylan clapped a hand over her mouth, trying not to cry again. There was a knock on the door and she turned, swallowing the lump in her throat. Come in. Envas opened the door, his ukulele strung across his back. He took it off when he saw her, closing the door quickly behind him. "Aw, lass," he said. He ran toward her and picked her off the bed, spinning her around and hugging her tightly. "You had me worried." She hugged him back. "I suppose you've heard how crazy I am by now." "The whole house thinks you're mad," Enfys said, smiling. "Of course, it doesn't bother me, because I already knew." She let out a laugh. "I'm guessing you don't care that I dragged my biggest enemy into the house?" "Oh, I definitely care, but I highly doubt she stands a chance against all of us," Enfys said. "You don't think what I did was stupid?" "You did what you did.
There's no going back now, so why talk about it further?
His smile dropped from his face when he noticed the tears still drying on her cheeks. "You've been crying, lass." She pulled away from him, smacking her hands at her sides. "I've been crying all night." She sat on the bed and he sat beside her, staring in concern at her black eye. She gave a sad giggle and said, "I know. I'm a mess."
"Nah, just looks like you've been in a brawl. It's fine so long as the other person looks worse," Enfys said. "That's what we say in Dundee anyway."
They both laughed. She ran her hands through her tangled, wet hair, letting out a sigh. "My hair's all messed up." "Here," Enfys said, reaching to her dresser and grabbing a comb. "Turn around." Dylan did so, and Enfys began working on the knots gently. "My mom has trouble combing her hair because her hands are frail and they bother her. So sometimes I help her." "That's really nice," Dylan said. Enfys glanced at her black eye and said, "I have some cream in my room that helps with the swelling." "That's fine, Enfys. You don't have to take care of me." "Of course I do." He finished combing her hair and headed out of the room, coming back a few minutes later with a small jar and a bag of ice in his hands. He handed the ice to Dylan and proceeded to apply the cream gently to her sore eye. "You're good at this," Dylan commented as he moved onto her bruised cheek. "You learn after watching over Jenna. She's always so reckless and carefree. She injures herself on a daily basis, not to mention she has no idea how to take care of herself." He put the cap back on the cream and moved the bag of ice over her eye, putting slight pressure on the wound. "I feel responsible for her, always have. Even when she does something stupid or gets into trouble, I always think it's my fault because I didn't do a good enough job of protecting her." He smirked. "Don't tell her that, though." "I feel the same way about Devin, and I know he does too." "I never understood siblings who didn't look out for each other," she said. "Devin and I don't always get along, but we have each other's backs. Most people aren't as lucky as you and I to have siblings that are close to us," Envas said. "I know I would do anything for Jenna, even if she's an annoying little brat." "Devin's mad at me," Dylan said glumly. "He thinks I'm putting us all at risk by having Saffron here." "He has a reason to be mad, lass. She's nearly killed you more than once." "I feel like we have a chance to save her," she said. "Is that so wrong?" Envas's blue eyes were sparkling as he looked at her. "Nah, not such a bad thing." That unfamiliar fluttering was in her stomach again, and she looked down. "Can you teach me how to play the song you sang at the wedding?" Dylan said, noticing the ukulele in the corner of the room. Envas nodded, getting up and grabbing the instrument. "Here." He sat beside her, putting the ukulele on her lap. He then put his arms around her, positioning her hands on the strings. "This is where you'll want to start," he said, whispering in her ear. She moved her hands and struck a chord, the sound ringing out richly. "That's cool," Dylan smiled. He continued to teach her, placing her hands where they should go, talking gently to her the whole time as she leaned against him, his arms forming a temple around her. "I'm no good," Dylan said after an hour, laughing when she once again played the wrong chord. "You're just beginning. Besides, I'm no good at fighting. We all need something we're terrible at," he said, smiling as he put away the ukulele. He started walking to the door. "I think it's time to turn in, lass. It's getting late." "Yeah, sure." He gave her a quick nod goodnight, but before he left, she said quietly, "Envas?" "Yes?" He paused, turning at the door. She swallowed. Would you stay with me? I'm afraid of nightmares." She felt her face redden in embarrassment. The way he looked at her when she said that was different, in a way she didn't understand. "Of course, lass." He put the ukulele down and crawled into bed. As they laid back, he put his arms around her, and she leaned up against his chest. She could hear his heartbeat through his shirt, and counted his soft breaths as her legs curled up against his. She'd never been this close with anyone before. "You won't have any nightmares, I can make sure of that," he said. He slowly began to sing the song from the wedding, but it sounded strange this time. There was a magical tone to it, something that made her eyes droop instantly. She realized he was using his craft, but before she could say another word, Enfys had already sung her to sleep. Chapter 8. Taming the Enemy. The next morning when she awoke, Enfys was gone. True to what he had said, she had no nightmares. She got dressed quickly and went throughout the house, searching for Saffron.
"She's in Tavanna's room,"
Tadan said instantly when he saw his student.
"We're keeping her in the closet."
Dylan's mouth dropped open. "We're keeping her in a closet? That's not humane. That's not what Rhodi do."
"Until she proves trustworthy, she stays in there," Tadan said. "Tavanna is currently questioning her right now. Now, come on. It's time for your lessons."
Dylan glumly proceeded to the training field with her master. But throughout the day as she practiced, she felt that something wasn't right. One thought consumed her mind, and that was the unreasonable and ridiculous idea that she needed to speak to Saffron. Even though Tadan had specifically forbade her to see the Griffin, that's all she wanted to do. She felt a pull toward the girl that she'd never had before, and for some reason, she felt it was imperative to speak to her immediately. But she wasn't sure how she was going to do that with her brother and her masters lurking about. She thought about it all through dinner, but nothing came to mind except to ask the two people she knew were good at sneaking around. "You guys have got to help me," she said that night to Envas and Jenna, whispering to them behind the house. "I have to figure out a way to talk to Saffron without getting caught."
"Nuh-uh,"
Jenna said, shaking her head back and forth wildly.
"No bamboni, macaroni. I am not going to help you get close to Crazy Bird Lady."
"Jenna's right," Envas said. "The last person who needs to be in a room with her is you." "Enfys, please, I need you," she said. "I don't know why, but I feel like Saffron knows something important. If I can get in there to talk with her, maybe I can figure out what it is." "You want to talk to Crazy Bird Lady on a hunch?" Jenna said, eyes bulging out of her head.
"Dylan, you are my very good friend, but you are, most likely, just as bonkers as the Crazy Bird Lady. Or you are very dumb, which is okay too."
Jenna shrugged.
"But I'd rather have a friend who is crazy than dumb. I've had enough of dumb friends."
"I can't explain it," Dylan said, shaking her head. "But I need to get in there without anyone else knowing about it." "How do you expect us to do that, lass? Your masters guard her day and night. There's no way to get anywhere close to her," Envas said. "Find a way," Dylan said. "You guys are the best searchers Dundee has ever had. There must be something you can do." Envas and Jenna looked at each other. "If you say so, lass," Envas said. "We'll figure something out, but I don't like it." "Thanks, guys," Dylan said. "I owe you a lot." Jenna bounced up and down eagerly, but Envas merely frowned. She turned away to return to the house. She knew she was asking a huge favor from her friends, but she didn't want to get caught. She wouldn't be the only one in trouble if they were found out. She found Devin at the kitchen table, working furiously on his homework. Dylan tried to slink around him. She ended up tripping over her own feet and stumbled into a chair, knocking it over loudly as she grabbed at the table to catch herself. "Dylan, go away! I'm trying to do calculus," Devin complained. His glasses kept slipping down his face as he bent over a textbook she was sure weighed more than he did. Out of all the kids, Devin was the only one who was actually keeping up with school. The rest of the teens had decided to put off their education until things calmed down. But Devin had begged Tavanna to let him go to class, and she agreed. She didn't have time to teach him anymore, not with the war, so he'd mostly resorted to teaching himself. They couldn't order textbooks, as they were sure Rachel was watching the post offices, so Tavanna had been forced to raid the local bookstore for materials. She'd found a few dated school books that matched Devin's requests to learn chemistry, advanced physics, and trigonometry. Just looking at them made Dylan's head hurt. The only time Devin wasn't by Nelly's side was when he was doing his homework. Even though his classes were hard, she was glad her brother had something to distract himself from Nelly's cancer. She wondered if he'd picked the difficult material for that very reason. "Sorry," she said, stepping to the side. "I didn't mean to bother you." "It's okay. This stuff is just hard." Devin's eyes squinted as he struggled to comprehend the material, tapping his pencil against his temple. "I don't like to be disturbed when I'm working. You know that." "This is like basic math to you. Don't even," she said, playfully nudging her brother. She was glad she didn't have to go to school right now. She knew she had no capability to take classes near her twin's skill level. Devin was really, really smart. He'd always been the intelligent one, and she was just Dylan. He'd never be stupid enough to ask his friends to help him into a closet where a murderer was being kept. Dylan knew she couldn't tell her brother anything about her plan to talk to Saffron. Things were tense between them lately, and with everything going on with Nelly, she didn't want to give her twin anything else to worry about. Not that he would. He'd run to Tadan and Tavanna the minute he found out, so they could stop her before she had the chance to put her plan into action. Dylan couldn't let her twin in on this. This time, she'd have to handle things on her own. A few days later, Dylan was about to enter the kitchen for a snack before she heard the sound of quiet arguing. She backed away from the entrance to the kitchen and stood along the edge of the wall to listen, daring to peek around the corner. The Rodian letter was on the kitchen table. Leaning over it were Tadan and Tavanna, glaring at each other. Liana stood at the edge of the table anxiously, looking back and forth between the two.
"This is ridiculous, Tavanna. You've come up with hundreds of plans within a few weeks, and we haven't resolved to do any of them. Just pick something already and make all of us feel better," she heard Tadan say, slamming his hand on the table. "You act like it's so simple. Every plan I create has the chance for complete disaster. It would help if April were here, but she's not, and right now there's nothing we can do except wait for her to get back," Tavanna said.
"That could take months," Tadan argued. "And if you're going to wait for her to return, we might as well just stay here and continue teaching the kids. If we can make them masters of Rhodi quickly, that's one less thing we have to be concerned about." "Dylan and Devin are nowhere near being masters, you know that. They need many more years of training before they're even close to graduation," Tavanna spat back. "And sitting around doing nothing is just as terrible of a choice as surrender." "I don't want to fight anymore, Tavanna. I want to stay here," she heard Liana say meekly. "I know you and Tadan have chosen to do your own thing, but I have to think about what's best for the group and not just myself," Tavanna said cruelly. "We've waited long enough to start a family. This is the first time we've gotten any peace in months," Tadan said. "For once in our lives, we need to stay put and stay low." "We can't stay here because we have that insane Griffin hiding in my room. Sooner or later, a hunter is going to figure out we have her," Tavanna hissed. "That could be fixed if we just let her go. I don't like having her so close to Dylan. I want her gone," Tadan said harshly. "Then you should learn to control your daughter, Tadan. Setting Saffron free would put us in even more danger than we are now. She could go back to the Hunters Guild and tell them where we are." Dylan felt a ripple of guilt run through her. They were fighting because she had chosen to spare Saffron. Maybe it had been a mistake to save the Griffin all along. But as she thought of that, she instantly rebelled against the idea. It was never a mistake to save the life of someone who needed your help. At least, Dylan thought so. "Saffron is terrified of Rachel. I doubt she'll go back," Tadan argued. "And what if she's captured and tortured? What then?" "I don't know, Tavanna, but you'd better make up your mind about what you want us to do." She heard Tadan walk away from the table.
I'll follow you anywhere and do anything you ask me to do, but don't ask me to put my family at risk again.
Tavanna let out a large sigh. I'm thinking that I should just go alone and the rest of you can stay here. I'll go to the presidents of all the states and convince them to help us raise an army somehow. There has to be a way.
Tavanna, that's not going to happen. We're partners. We aren't to be separated, not at a time like this, Tadan said. And you know for a fact they aren't going to listen to you. The states won't cooperate together.
That's the only plan I've got, Tal. That or we die. She heard the door snap shut as Tavanna left. Tadan hit the table again in frustration, letting out an angry huff. She took a chance to peer around the corner. Leanna was leaning up against the sink, a hand over her eyes. This is too much, Tal. I can't take all this stress. Tavanna has to decide one way or another what we're going to do. It's okay, love, Tadan said. He put one arm around her shoulder and a hand on her stomach.
We'll find a way. I'll protect us. All of us.
He touched his forehead to hers. Dylan realized that Leanna's stomach, although barely noticeable, had developed a distinguished bump. Dylan's eyes widened and she fell back against the wall. It all made sense now. There was no way Tadan would want to move or make an attack against the Hunters Guild. Leanna was pregnant again, and doing anything but staying in hiding would put her and the baby at risk. No wonder Tavanna was so furious with them. They'd chosen to have a baby at the worst possible time. Let's go for a walk, Tadan said. Forget about all this. What about the letter?
I'll leave the damn thing. At this point, I don't care if it blows out the window.
Dylan heard the clicking of the front door as Leanna and Tadan left. She walked into the kitchen, grabbing the letter and looking it over. What would the consequences be if the Rhodi did lose the letter? Did this small piece of paper actually contain anything that would save them? She read it over and over, squinting her eyes. There was something off about it, something that none of them had realized before, but she had no idea what it could be.
Dylan!
She turned and saw Enfys and Jenna hurrying toward her.
Both Tavanna and Tadan are gone. This is the only time I've seen them leave Saffron unguarded,
Envas said. Dylan hurriedly shoved the letter in her pocket. Where's Devin?
Debbie's with Nelly. He won't notice a thing, I bet,
Jenna said confidently. Okay, then let's go. Dylan and the searchers rushed down the hall to Tavanna's bedroom. She felt a little guilty about going directly against her master's orders. But Leanna was carrying her little sibling. Dylan was going to do everything she could to protect that child. And that meant doing everything she could to bring them into a world where there was no Red Huntress. If Saffron knew something, anything, it could help the war effort.
I can be a lookout,
Jenna said, skidding to a halt outside the door.
You guys can go in there and talk to her, and if someone's coming, I'll yell really loud.
Yes, because that's inconspicuous, Envas said. They entered Tavanna's room and saw the closet was bolted with dozens of high-security locks that would take hours to pick. How are we supposed to get in there? I know you're good, but there's no way you can break that thing, Dylan said, a hand on her hip. Like this? Envas put his arms around her, and Dylan grabbed onto him instinctively. She felt her body become lighter than air, and as she looked down, she saw that she resembled nothing more than a cloud of smoke. She could still feel Envas holding on to her, although he was only a cloud too. They filtered underneath the crack of the door, their bodies reassembling as the smoke dissolved and faded. The smoke sprint, Dylan said in awe. I forgot you could do that. You'll never forget now, Envas said, brushing off his clothes. He looked up and pointed to Saffron, who was sitting in a corner with her head bowed. There was nothing more than a singular light bulb hanging from the ceiling. Dylan was surprised. Despite the fact that Saffron was living in a closet, it was obvious that Tavanna and Tadan were taking good care of her. Her wounds were tended, she was dressed well, and by the empty plate sitting on the floor, it looked like she'd finally eaten something. Saffron, she said, and the girl looked up. I need to talk to you." Saffron gave her a sad look. "Your masters will be furious if they find you in here with me, Tigress." "I know they will, but it's important. And don't get any ideas, because if you try to harm me, there will be consequences," Dylan said. "I've told you, Tigress. I will never harm you. I owe you everything now," Saffron repeated dully. She moved her long hair out of her eyes and said, "What do you want?" Dylan took a deep breath. "You must know something about the Red Huntress or about the Hunters Guild. Something that would give us an advantage over them." "I cannot lie to you. I truly know nothing," Saffron said, shaking her head. "If I did, I would tell you." "There must be something you know that we don't. You've spent more time with the Red Huntress than anyone," Envas insisted. "I was her apprentice for many months, but she trusted me with nothing but blood. I was her killing machine, a toy to use for her pleasures and sick needs." Saffron spat. "She chose me because I was the only one willing to slaughter whoever was in my path to please my mistress. The things I could tell you about her you already know, or would shudder to hear in the first place." Saffron held herself tightly. "Damn." Dylan shook her head. "I guess this was a waste of time. Sorry, Envas. At least it's become obvious that she doesn't mean to hurt you," Envas said. "She easily could with just me here." "Tigress?" Saffron questioned. "What's that sticking out of your pocket?" "What?" Dylan said. She looked down and saw the letter poking out of her jeans. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a piece of paper." Saffron stared at her. Then she burst out into maniacal laughter, rolling on her sides and clutching at her stomach, tears rolling down her cheeks. Alarmed, Envas and Dylan looked at each other, and Dylan asked, "What's so funny?" Saffron proceeded to keep laughing, gasping for air between chuckles.
I can't believe Rhodi wouldn't notice.
She shook her head, suppressing a snort.
You can't tell me that none of you realized.
Realized what? Dylan took the letter out of her pocket and stared at it.
It's a veil, Saffron cried. One that was obviously put there by Rhodi.
A veil? Envas said, and he glanced at it again. Is that why none of us have been able to read it? How do you know, Saffron? I thought you could only break veils, Dylan said in confusion. Saffron gave another little giggle and said, My craft is rare because it splits into multiple parts. Not only can I become the Griffin, but I can break veils and create them if I so choose. I can make you see anything I want to, if my craft is strong enough at the time. But no matter how weak my craft is, I can always see veils, and that's the largest one I've ever seen. The letter has a veil on it? That's impossible. Yolanda would have noticed, Dylan protested. Was your master able to see veils, or merely create them? Saffron asked. Dylan hesitated. I'm not sure. All I know is that Yolanda was able to put up the defenses around our house. Seeing is much different than creating. Although one of you Rhodi should have sensed it eventually, veils give off energy, because they are created by crafting power. Your tigress should have known it long ago, Saffron said. Nothing Saffron said made any sense to Dylan. If it was a veil, Saffron was right, and she should have known. Then Dylan realized that her tigress had sensed it. The nagging need to get to Saffron had been plaguing her for days now. She just couldn't understand why. Who would put a veil on this if Rhodi were meant to read it? Long ago, the Rhodi used to be so in tune with their crafts, any one of them could see veils, Saffron added. And the hunters couldn't. A Rhodi put a veil on that letter so nobody but another Rhodi could read it. A hunter would have to be a veil breaker like me if they happened across it and wanted to read it. Unfortunately, I suppose that the letter was lost over the years. The Rhodi have grown so out of practice with their crafts that they cannot see it for what it is. Why are you so powerful, Saffron? I've never heard of anyone, Rhodi or Hunter, who was strong enough to have multiple crafts except for Rachel, Dylan said. Her eyes became distant, and a murky look settled within them as she stared at the wall. I can't explain it to you. All I know is that within myself, there are many doors. I am myself, and yet I am many people. I am not just one, I am all, and yet I am nobody. She looked down at the floor. It makes no sense to anyone, especially me. But there is more than one Saffron, and each part of her is something different. But the Griffin is the strongest of all. Dylan had no idea what Saffron was talking about, but she supposed it didn't matter. Saffron, can you break this veil? Dylan said, handing her the letter. It's very important. It could mean life or death for us. Saffron squinted at the letter. This veil is very old and was never meant to be permanent. It should be easy. She stared at the parchment for a few moments before the letters began dissolving away, and lines began taking their place. It's working, Envas said, looking at Dylan in excitement. Dylan could hardly believe her eyes. The mystery of the letter, the one they had been frustrated with for so long, was finally revealing itself. There you are, Tigress, Saffron said, handing the letter back to Dylan. Dylan looked at it and was reading over her shoulder. It's a map, she whispered, looking at all the various countries and landscapes. A map of Crescentia. But look. She pointed to an X on the map, located in the middle of a large, desolate desert located in the Far East. This is why Odan and Yolanda were so insistent on trying to figure this out. This is it. This is the way to defeat Rachel, Dylan said, slapping the map eagerly. Hold on, lass. The map only tells us where to go. It doesn't tell us what we'll find there, Envas said, taking the map from her and looking at it more closely. Who cares? It could be more weapons or a list of the guild's weaknesses. We just have to take it, follow the directions, and... This map was written a long time ago. What the Rhodi hid there might already be gone, Envas said. Yes, but there's a chance. We have something to go on now. Dylan did a little twirl around the closet, punching her fists into the air. Woohoo! I never thought I'd be able to say this in my entire life, but thank you, Saffron. Saffron looked at her timidly. You're pleased with me? Hell yeah, I am. You did great, Dylan cheered. Saffron's face lit up, and she grinned broadly. All right, let's get out of here, lass, Envas said, grabbing her arm. Before the adults, there was a sound outside the door like a hurricane coming, and Envas had to push Dylan out of the way as the door was thrown off its hinges. There stood Tadan and Tadan, looking absolutely livid. Jenna meekly peeked out from behind them, waving. Hi, guys, she said. I shouted, but I think that just made them break the door down faster. Envas slapped himself in the forehead. Saffron backed up against the wall, cowering in the corner. Dylan looked up at her master, trying to appear innocent. Hi, Daddy, she said. We were just,
No, don't even, young lady, he said, pointing at her. You deliberately went against my orders. I want you out of here, now.
But we figured out the letter, she said, snatching it from Envas and running to Tadan. See? It was a veil. It was never a letter at all. It's a map. What? Tadan said. She took the letter from Dylan and looked at it, pure astonishment on her face. How did you... It was Saffron. I can't explain it, but I just had this feeling that she could help us. She broke the veil that was on the letter. Dylan gushed. Saffron helped you do this? Tadan said, glancing at the girl in the corner. Yes, Dylan said. She broke the veil and revealed the map. Now, if we just follow the directions, they could lead us to whatever it is that could stop the war.
I don't believe it, Tadan said, shaking his head. Saffron can make you see anything you want, how she wants. It's some sort of trick.
It's no trick, Saffron said, crawling out of the corner and looking down humbly.
I swear from the bottom of my heart I want to help you. I have been treated better by you in this closet than I ever was in Rachel's grandest rooms. I owe Dylan my life and you for your kindness."
She swallowed, daring to glance up at Tadan.
"I don't know what's in the desert, but this is no work of mine. I simply broke the veil."
Devin looked at the map again. I can tell she's not lying, but I'm going to have to look at this further before we make any decisions. She folded up the map, putting it into her pocket. "Saffron, since my brother so kindly broke down the door, you are going to have to stay in my room. But you're still our prisoner," she said sternly. "And if you make any move to leave or betray us, I won't hesitate to strike you down." Saffron bowed. "Yes, Desmondandre, I understand." She proceeded back to her corner. Devin turned to her brother and said, "I think I can handle things here."
"Point taken. You,"
Tadan said, pointing to Jenna.
"Beat it."
She didn't have to be told twice. Jenna scampered away with little more than a peep before Tadan whirled on Dylan and Envas.
"And you too. Come with me."
Tadan stomped out of the closet. Dylan glumly followed behind him, while Envas seemed a little pale. She gave a great sigh as she walked into the living room, proceeding to fall onto the couch for her lecture. Envas remained standing.
"Okay,"
Tadan said, pacing the room.
I don't know what's gotten into you, but why the hell did you, Dylan, think it was a great idea to go talk to Saffron? And you," he said, rounding on Envas, "don't even say anything. I know she couldn't have gotten in there without a searcher's help. You're older than her, and you know what Saffron's capable of. You should have known better."
"I only want to protect her," Envas protested.
"If you want to protect her, stop her from going into stupid situations. You put her in danger today,"
Tadan bellowed. "It was this stupid situation that figured out what the letter meant. Isn't that what we were supposed to do?" Dylan asked, glaring at her master.
"You're supposed to stay safe and let me and Tavanna figure it out," Tadan said.
"You can't always play it safe. If I hadn't taken the risk, we still wouldn't know anything," Dylan said, crossing her arms. "The letter isn't half as important as keeping you alive. She just wanted to help," Envas said. "And now that map could make all the difference for us."
"Envas, leave,"
Tadan said, shaking his head.
"I know Dylan's headstrong, but you let her talk you into going into a closet with a murderer who has no sanity left. You're damn lucky nothing happened."
"Nothing would have happened, because I was there to stop Saffron if she attacked," Envas insisted.
"Ah, yes, a searcher fighting an ex-hunter. That would have gone over well. If you want me to trust you with my daughter, then you have to earn it," Tadan said. "Now get out."
Envas made an angry sound. He then strode toward the door, slamming it behind him. Dylan shook her head and said, "That's not fair. It's not his fault."
"It is, because he helped you sneak into a closet with Saffron,"
Tadan hissed, sitting beside her. "I've already told you, Saffron's not bad," Dylan insisted.
"Not bad? Dylan, do I have to remind you that she gave you this?"
Tadan took her arm gently and rolled up her sleeve, revealing the deep scar that was embedded across her wrist. Dylan tore her hand away and said, "Saffron didn't put it there. I did."
"Because she was able to get into your head. She might be reformed, and she might want to help us as you say, but I will never be able to forgive her because she manipulated you into hurting yourself. Ever since she's come here, you've been acting different. I'm terrified to leave you alone."
"Don't worry, I'm okay," Dylan insisted.
"But you're not completely healed. Not yet," he objected.
She curled her legs up on the couch and leaned against Tadan's chest. "I'm not going anywhere, Daddy. I promise. I felt lonely and abandoned when that happened. Now I know that you guys love me and I have a family. I would never do anything to leave you." He sighed, rubbing his eyes.
"Once again, you are on complete lockdown. I'm going to be watching you like a hawk." That's understandable. And I don't want you talking to Envas. That is not understandable, Dylan said, looking at him. Envas is my friend. A friend who has no objection to anything you suggest, no matter how life-threatening it is. You're blowing things out of proportion. It was my idea anyway, and it led to something good, she said. He sighed again. Fine, whatever. I suppose that I can't separate you two anyway. No, you can't, she said confidently. We're thick as thieves. She bounced to her feet. I've got to tell the others what we found out. I can't wait. I don't think so, Miss Diliana, Tadan said as he stood. You're going to be running laps. A lot of them. She groaned. Really? Don't disobey me, and there won't be consequences, he said with a laugh. We're going to be training alone today. I don't think Vanna has time to instruct Devin now that she has that map. Should we go get him so he can train with us? Dylan asked. I don't think you want to be around Devin right now, Tadan said, following her outside. He's somewhat angry at you. Somewhat wasn't the word for it. Devin was so mad that Dylan had gone behind his back to see Saffron that he refused to talk to her for the rest of the night. When he finally spoke to her, he erupted, ranting and raving so much that his glasses toppled off his face. All right, I get it, but come on, Dylan said. We finally figured out what that stupid letter meant, and now we have a lead. Devin huffed. I guess you're right. But what do you think the adults are going to do? Is Savannah going to follow what Saffron said? I don't know, Dylan said slowly. But from what I heard this morning, it sounds like she doesn't have a choice.
Chapter 9. Lost Completely. Late the next day, Savannah called a meeting. Everyone in the house, save for Nelly and Saffron, gathered around the kitchen table, the map sitting idly upon it. Everyone stared at it in a mixture of fear and curiosity. I have to ask everyone's opinion, Savannah said. I know we're all comfortable here, and we've begun settling into a new way of life, but it can't last. Eventually, Rachel is going to find us, but we aren't sure when. The question is, do we stay here where it's safe, or do we follow this map that someone who was an enemy not too long ago revealed to us?
You're calling a vote? Tadan said, raising an eyebrow.
It's the only way I can make sure that whatever decision we make settles with everyone, Savannah stated. I've been up all night, and so far, I haven't discovered anything about this map that would be a trick, but it's a huge risk to leave here and follow it. If we do choose to go, all of us have to make the journey. We don't have enough numbers to split up. Nelly can't travel. We all know that, Devin interrupted. There's no way we'll be able to take her with us. If it comes to that, Savannah said. So let's go around the room. Tadan, we'll start with you. Everyone looked at the master. He shook his head and said, You know my opinion. I want to stay here. Liana? Savannah asked. I'm with my husband, Liana said, laying a hand on Taladin's arm. Where he goes, I go. And if he wants to stay here, so do I. Savannah nodded. She looked at Tito and said, What do you think? I say we leave. It's boring around here, he said. You don't travel into the middle of a desert just because where you live is boring, Liana told her stepson in a patronizing tone. I know that, Tito said, but we're not getting anything done here. It's time we moved on. Jenna bounced up and down in her seat. I agree. We should leave and find this treasure or secret or weapon or... Okay, then that's 2 yeses, Savannah said, cutting her off. She looked at her own student compassionately. Devin, what do you want? His face was thoughtful, but Dylan already knew what her twin was going to say. If Nelly wasn't here, I would say we should go looking for whatever's out there. But she is, so I want to stay. Dylan stubbornly shot her hand into the air when her brother was done speaking. I say we go. We have a chance to do what Odon and Yolanda always wanted. We should take it.
Taladin shook his head. The room turned to Envas, and he said, I'm a searcher. It's in our nature to find out secrets, and this one is too tempting for me to resist. My people dream of finding something like this at least once in their lifetimes. As a spy, I advise you to take the risk. Tavanna was the deciding vote. As everyone looked at her, she sighed and said, I would be up for the trip, but Devin's right. Wherever we go, we have to take Nelly and Saffron as well. Not to mention that April and Tristan are gone, and since we can't contact them, they'll have no idea where we went. I'm not sure it's a viable option to leave. We can find a way, Dylan insisted. Tavanna shook her head. I'm not so sure. I'll think about it, and if I change my mind, I will let all of you know. But as of right now, I'm voting no. Taladin and Lyanna sighed with relief. Dylan held her breath and calmly walked out of the room as she did everything she could to contain her rage. Envas, Jenna, and Tito followed her as she headed outside, angrily kicking a tree.
Hey, what did that tree do? It's not his fault,
Jenna said, sticking out her lower lip. I can't believe how scared they are, Dylan yelled, kicking the tree again. I knew they weren't going to do it, Tito shrugged. I almost say we go by ourselves. Dylan shook her head, falling against the tree and sinking to the ground. That won't work. We wouldn't get far, and they'd bring us back. Tavanna could change her mind, Enfys said. I doubt it. Dylan sighed. I wish Devin had said yes, but I can't really expect him to. Maybe we could talk to him, Tito said, looking at Jenna. Nelly would want us to go if she knew what was going on. She wouldn't want us to stop the mission just because of her. I know that, but we can't drag her into the desert. Not when she can't even get out of bed, Dylan said. You said that there could be a way to bring her along, and maybe there is, Tito said. He grabbed Jenna's hand, dragging her behind him. We're gonna go see if we can convince him. Dylan shook her head as she watched her friends leave. She wouldn't try to talk to Devin about Nelly. She couldn't. The thought of Nelly dying in the desert was enough to break her heart. She could only imagine what it would do to her brother. Tears started welling in her eyes. You okay, lass? Envas said in concern, his blue eyes searching her face. We can't convince Devin to leave. I don't want to. He's in love with Nelly, everyone knows that. But she's not going to last much longer. I don't want to cause Devin more pain than what's already coming. She wiped her eyes quickly. Tito's right, as much as I hate to admit it, Envas said in a gentle voice. I'm sure Nelly would want us to make the trip into the desert with or without her. But I don't want her to go. I voted yes, but it would be terrible to drag her out there when she's this sick, Dylan protested. We don't have many options, lass, he said, wiping a stray tear she had missed away from her cheek. Let's go into town, walk around, try to get our mind off things. Okay, Dylan sniffed, and they began walking. For as much as she wanted to follow the map, she knew she couldn't do it. April and Tristan were gone, Nelly was too sick, Lyanna was pregnant, and they couldn't drag Saffron along with them as a prisoner. It would be too much of a mess. What's wrong, Devin? Today was one of the good days. Nelly was sitting up for the first time in weeks. There was a little more color in her cheeks, and she was managing to stay awake much longer than usual. She shifted from her place on the bed, confused. You seem upset. Devin shrugged. I'm okay. You don't look like it, she said, leaning forward to grab his hand. He took it in his, looking at her fondly, and she squeezed back. Please tell me. Devin hesitated. It's just... I don't know if I should be telling you this, but we figured out what the letter means. What? Her eyes widened. How? Dylan did it. It was a veil, and she convinced Saffron to break it. But it leads us into the middle of the desert, and it doesn't give us any clues as to what's there. He huffed in frustration. I knew that bird would be good for something, Nelly said in astonishment. So what is Tavanna going to do? She doesn't know. We had a vote this morning about whether to go looking for it or not, and I voted to stay here. You need to go, Devin. It's important. Nelly said immediately. I have to take care of you, he protested. You have to take care of your family. Whatever's on that map could end the Hunters Guild for good. This is the world we're talking about, Nelly said. But you're my world, Nelly. This trip could be dangerous, and you're too weak. You won't have the strength to keep up. If this is the only way I can help, then I want to go. I promise you that I'll make it, Nelly said, her smile thin as paper. Her eyes began drooping once more, and she slumped back on the pillow. Devin held her hand tighter as she fell asleep, never taking his eyes off her face. She was so fragile. It wouldn't be long now. Knock, knock! Tito poked his head in the door. We need to grab you for a minute. Devin walked into the hallway. What's up?
We've been thinking. There has to be a way that Nelly can make the trip. Even if it's hard, she would want you to do it,
Jenna said confidently. She put her hands on her hips, looking at the guilty expression on Devin's face.
She does want you to do it, doesn't she?
She paused.
Have you told her you love her yet?
Jenna! Devin burst.
Well, have you?
She asked. Tito and Jenna stared at him intently. He sighed. No, but I want to. For crying out loud, you take forever! Just say it! Tito yelled, shaking his head. Anyway, Devin said loudly, I don't think there's a way she can go, guys. She can't even walk.
Come on, Devi. You're smart,
Jenna squeaked. Yeah, nerd. You know everything. There has to be something in that big brain of yours, Tito added. Devin pushed his glasses up and then realized something. The medicine, Devin said. The stuff that Rachel gave her. It kept her alive for months and made her strong enough to serve the guild. She had a couple of vials when she escaped Rachel, but it's run out. If we can get some more, she might be strong enough to make the trip. But how are we going to get our hands on that? We don't even know what it is, Tito said.
Not true. We don't know what it is, but I'm pretty sure every hunter carries it with them just in case they get hurt,
Jenna said. Exactly. It's just what Nelly needs to get better, Devin said triumphantly. Jenna and Tito looked at each other.
Devi,
Jenna said slowly.
You know that medicine won't heal her, right?
Devin's face was like stone. I know, but it'll keep her strong enough until we figure out a way to make her better. So we have to get medicine from the Hunters Guild. How are we going to do that? Tito asked. You guys aren't. I'm going alone, Devin said, heading toward the door. There have to be hunters somewhere nearby. They were following Saffron and are most likely still looking for her.
We're going with you,
Jenna insisted.
If you're going to steal the medicine, you're going to need a searcher's help.
And I'm just along for the ride, as usual. Tito shrugged. If you leave me behind, I'll tell Tavanna. Devin rolled his eyes, heading to the bedroom and slinging his bow over his shoulder. Fine, let's leave quickly, before the adults figure out where we're headed. As the three crept silently out the door and into the woods, Devin notched an arrow into his bow. If they catch us, you guys run and I'll hold them off. There's no way they'll get past this thing. Because explosions are really secretive, Tito said. And you're one to talk about making dumb choices. You were just lecturing Dylan about doing something stupid, and now you're looking for hunters instead of trying to avoid them. We're twins, Devin said. I guess you could say we're a lot alike. It was near twilight when Dylan and Envas reached the little fishing town. Hardly anyone was out and about, save for a few small children who skipped along the cobblestone streets, heading home for supper. The kids cheered and sang as they went, and both teens smiled at each other as children ran in between their legs. Little rascals, Envas said, probably off to get into more mischief. It's hard to think that we were that young once. Seems like forever ago, Dylan said. Aye, Envas said sadly. Reminds me of home. As Dylan saw the homesickness on Envas's face, She felt a small stab of pity. He was looking for anything that even remotely echoed Dundun. It had been almost 9 months since he'd last seen his homeland, and Dylan had a feeling Enfys was longing to get back to where he belonged, with other searchers. It made her feel incredibly guilty. "Do you miss home?" Dylan said, casting a glance at him. Enfys inhaled deeply. "I do. I miss the mountains and the lochs and the emerald grass growing over the hills." He smiled. "But I do like being here with you." "Do you think your parents are worried about you?" "Yes, but they also know that this is what searchers do." "You could go back home. There's nothing stopping you." He put his hands in his pockets and bounced on his feet as he walked. "I love my job, and it's my duty to help you until we bring down Rachel for good. I won't leave you until we've done that." They came to a little dock, a small, rickety thing that appeared as if it would fall apart the moment a boat sailed up to it. Walking toward the dock's edge, Dylan and Envas sat down, taking their shoes off and dipping their feet into the cold water. "It's freezing," Dylan said, shivering. "It's not so bad. The sun's still out for a bit," Envas said fairly. Dylan moved her feet, creating waves in the water and watching the ripples echo throughout the lake. "What about you?" Envas said abruptly. "What? Do you miss home?" She gave a sarcastic noise. "What's home? There has to be somewhere you belong," Envas offered. She shook her head. "I don't belong anywhere except with the Rhodi. Where they are, that's my home." "You didn't even have a home before you became a Rhodi?" She paused. "I don't mind living here because even when my mom and dad were alive, we never stayed in one place. We were always moving around. I think the time I lived in Eros was the most I spent in one spot." "That's unfortunate," Envas said. "I couldn't imagine living like that. It was hard, but my ancestors were nomads who roamed the far eastern deserts. We were born to keep moving. Couldn't stand in one place long enough to let the sand burn our feet." She let out a little laugh. "That's what my dad always said." "Your biological dad?" Envas said. "What was he like?" Normally Dylan would have balked at the question, but she only gave a ghost of a smile, saying, "He was awesome. There's nobody that could ever take my dad's place. I was his little buddy. We did everything together. We were super close. He loved that I was a tomboy. We were always outside doing something." "What about your mom?" "I loved my mom too, but Devin was her favorite, kinda like I was dad's. We all used to cook together, though, and every night we'd do something as a family." She looked down at her reflection in the water. "Devin and I never really made friends because we had to move so much, and we didn't go to school because it was too dangerous. The only people we had besides each other were our parents. Back then, I didn't understand why my mom and dad kept me hidden away, but now I get my parents were doing everything they could to make sure the guild never found us." "What were they after your family for?" Envas said. She shrugged. "The Hunters Guild is after everybody. I suppose we just showed up on their list, one way or another." Envas glanced away. He knew she was lying to him, but she couldn't tell him the real reason. She couldn't even tell her brother. After being tortured by Rachel, April May had mistakenly prophesied long ago that the woman who would bring down the Hunters Guild was Dylan's mother. April had no idea that she really was seeing Dylan killing the Red Huntress. It was Dylan's biggest secret, one she longed to tell but couldn't, because it would put everyone in danger. More than anything, she wanted to tell Enfys right now. He didn't press any further, but simply said, "I've never heard you talk about your parents before." "That's because I don't, unless I have to. It hurts too much to mention them." She looked up at Enfys. "But not with you. You're different." "I'm a good listener," Enfys said. "You know I won't judge you for anything you say." "I know." She played with a hole in her jeans absent-mindedly. "I kind of feel bad talking about how much I miss them, especially when I have somebody as great as Tadan to take care of me." "Well, it's like you said. Nobody can ever replace your dad." Envas said. "No, they can't. But Taladin's wonderful. We just have this amazing bond. I know I'm not technically his daughter, but I feel like I'm his flesh and blood." She then hesitated. "But then, sometimes, I feel like I'm betraying my dad, because I love Taladin so much, like I'm forgetting about him." "You'll never forget him. You can love both your dad and Taladin at the same time in different ways," Envas said. "Nothing wrong with having two fathers, especially one that cares for you as much as your master does." "He's my hero," she said. "I look up to him so much. I want to be just like him. I don't know how I can, though. He's such an amazing Rhodi, and I'm not." "You're an amazing Rhodi, too. And I know one day you'll be one of the greatest," Envas said, and he moved closer to her. "That's what everyone keeps telling me." She laughed. "What about your parents? I love them. They're such nice people." "They're the best. My dad's amazing. He taught me everything I know about being a searcher," Envas said, leaning back on the dock. "He's really funny, and your mom, she just, I don't know. When we met her, I just felt right at home. She has a tendency of doing that. She'll take anyone in, regardless of who they are, and will take care of them until they're out of her sight." "She sounds a lot like her son," Dylan said, casting a playful look at him. "My mum is better than I am. I can hold grudges," Envas said. "She doesn't." "I can tell your dad really likes her," Dylan said. "They go perfectly together. He and my mum are madly in love. They married young, you know, but they still act like they've just met." He gave a strange, lopsided smile. "Someday I want to love somebody that much." "My parents really loved each other too," Dylan said. "It's hard to imagine that I could be with somebody who could treat me like that, who could love me as much as they loved each other." "It's definitely possible, but it takes work," Envas said, "which is why I can't understand why Tito treated you with so little respect. I feel like if you're lucky enough to have a girl, even lucky enough to have a chance with her, you should treat her like she's a queen. I want to mean the world to somebody. The way my mum looks at my dad, there's nothing like it. It's special." Dylan shrugged. "I'd settle for anybody who would be willing to deal with me and my issues." "Don't ever say that, Dylan. You're a prize. The guy who gets to be with you will definitely be too dumb to realize what he's getting," Envas said. "Not only are you powerful, but you're headstrong and compassionate. Being with you would be like taming the wind. You'd be fun to be with, too. You've got a great voice, and you're a really good listener. You take care of everyone and are kind of cute." "Cute?" Envas smiled. "Oh, stop," Dylan laughed, nudging his shoulder. "I'm just saying that the girl who gets to be with you is going to have no idea how much you love her. And that's really awesome." "Is it so awesome that I helped you get into trouble?" Envas asked glumly, taking an abandoned twig that was on the dock and throwing it into the water carelessly. "Envas, stop," she said quietly. "Your master is right," Envas said in frustration. "I should have said no when you asked me to talk to Saffron. I would have found a way in without you. You know me," Dylan said, swinging her legs. Envas smiled. "Yes, lass, you would have, and I know it. That was probably the reason I went along with it. I'd rather follow you into a dangerous situation than tell you no, and you do it anyway, without me being there to help. Taladin was acting like you were some sort of lost puppy, willing to follow me anywhere," Dylan said, rolling her eyes. "He's not that far off. I would follow you anywhere, lass, no matter how silly it seemed. It's nice to know I have somebody there to support me, instead of telling me no all the time. None of the other Rhodi want to back me up when I have a plan," Dylan said. "Your master is doing everything he can to protect you, even if it ends up sacrificing the mission. You can't blame him. And I'm pretty sure Devin would follow you too, if he wasn't trying to save Nelly. He followed you when we went to retrieve the weapons," Envas pointed out. She played with the water again. "I'm not sure. I am. You're a good leader when you don't let your heart get in the way of your head," he said. "One day you're gonna make a brilliant master." She covered her hands with her sweater. "My hands are cold." "Here." Envas reached over and covered her hands with his. They were warm and calloused in places from playing his instruments. At the touch of his skin, she felt a warm, glowing sensation spread throughout her entire body. She didn't know what was wrong, but she wasn't cold anymore. She leaned on his shoulder. "The sunset is beautiful," she said. "I'm glad you're my friend, Envas. I know I can count on you to be there." He put his chin on top of her head. "Always, lass. Always." After a few minutes, they stood up. "I'm sort of hot now," Dylan said, rolling up her sleeves. She didn't mind that Enfys could see her scars. It seemed the most natural thing in the world, exposing the worst part of herself to him. He didn't seem to mind, or even notice they were there. "Oh, really?" Enfys said, a mischievous smile on his face. "How about a little dip, then, to cool you off?" Enfys grabbed her around the waist, pretending to throw her in the water. She screamed and fought him off, laughing as they tussled. But Enfys lost his balance, and the two of them fell over the side of the dock and into the lake below, clinging to each other with a mad recklessness. Dylan swam up for air, spitting water out of her mouth and laughing so hard she struggled to stay afloat. Enfys swam by her side, his eyes betraying embarrassment. "Dylan, are you okay?" he asked. She swam up the dock, climbing aboard it. "I'm fine, but you should learn to keep your balance." She shook her head, a huge smile on her face. She pulled Enfys up, and he instantly looked away from her, his face redder than his hair. "I'm so sorry, lass. I didn't think we'd fall in," he said. "I feel bad. You said you were cold." Dylan giggled and said, "It's fine. Come on, I'll race you back to the house." "I've got longer legs, lass. I'll beat you," Enfys said. He broke into a run, laughing as he left her in the dust. Dylan chuckled, shaking her head. "Want to bet?" She transformed into a tigress, outpacing Enfys easily and leading the way back home. As she ran, she thought that her relationship with Enfys was a lot like jumping and falling into what she didn't know.
"They're this way,"
Jenna said, bending down on one knee and looking closely at the ground. Her fingers scanned the dirt, and she narrowed her eyes in concentration. "How can you tell? I don't see any footprints," Devin said.
Envas is better at tracking, but I'm not bad, and these hunters weren't exactly careful about where they were going,"
Jenna said.
"This trail is less than a day old."
"So what do we do when we find them?" Tito asked. "We hide until they're distracted, and then we grab what we need from their campsite," Devin said. He and Tito closely followed Jenna, who hopped along the trail she was following with an excited intensity. "There they are," she whispered. The teens peered out from the bushes and saw 3 hunters gathered around a small campfire. Even though it was daytime, the hunters were sleeping, their things scattered about the camp carelessly. "They've probably been up for days looking for Saffron," Tito whispered. "At any rate, they're not the best Rachel has," Devin said. "Any hunter should know that somebody should stay awake as a lookout."
"But that's okay for us. Look!"
Jenna pointed at one of the bags on the ground. They saw that 3 vials of the strange red medicine were sticking out of it. It was enough to last Nelly for at least a few weeks.
"I'll get it. They'll never hear me,"
Jenna said. Devin nodded, but Tito shifted uneasily behind him. "Wait," Tito said, grabbing Devin's shoulder. "Maybe we shouldn't be doing this. We don't know what's in those bottles." Devin shook his hand off. "If it's going to keep Nelly alive, we'll deal with the consequences later." He raised his bow. "Should you really be using that thing?" Tito hissed, shifting nervously on the spot. "It's fueled by my craft. I've figured out I can make them like normal arrows if I control them." "What if you run out of arrows?" Devin rolled his eyes. "That's part of my craft, too. They regenerate." He gestured forward with his bow. "Go ahead, Jenna. I've got your back." Jenna slunk through the brush so quietly that Devin could have sworn she never moved at all. She tiptoed quietly past the sleeping hunters, grabbing the bag and swinging it over her shoulder. "Great! Let's get out of here!" Tito hushed. Before Jenna could make her way back to the group, A voice cried out in alarm, and all three of the hunters leapt to their feet. One hunter grabbed Jenna. She screamed loudly, driving her elbow into the man's face and stepping on his foot. The man yelped in pain, letting her go, while the other two hunters pulled weapons from their clothes. Tito dodged several throwing knives as Devin fired a shot toward a man coming at him with a long blade. The arrow flew through the air with a fiery green glow, embedding itself in the hunter's shoulder. Devin quickly loosened another arrow, and it hit the hunter in the knee, falling the warrior. Tito wrestled with a hunter nearby, punching him across the face and sending him sprawling. The hunter that had initially caught Jenna was now running toward them, a cruel snarl on his face. Devin fired his bow once again, impaling the hunter in the side. "Run!" Devin cried, and they took off into the woods, tearing through the brush like no tomorrow. Devin longed to lunge into his craft and put the hunters far behind him, but he couldn't leave Tito and Jenna. He went at their pace, feeling their running was as slow as walking. Minutes later, they slid to a stop. Jenna clung to Tito like a cat, looking around wildly. "Where are they? Where did they go?" "We lost them," Devin said.
"Already? Something's not right," Tito protested. "They barely chased us."
"It doesn't matter," Devin said roughly. "We've got what we needed, and there were only 3 hunters. We're far enough away now that they won't be able to find us if we cover our tracks."
"Debbie, what if they wanted us to get away?"
Jenna asked weakly. "What hunter wants a Rhodi to get away, Jenna? Does that make any sense?" Devin screamed, rounding on his friend. Jenna bit her lip. Tito put his arm around her, saying, "Dude, not cool." Devin took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, Jenna. I didn't mean to yell. But there's no possibility that a hunter would let a Rhodi get away if they could help it. Maybe they would let you two escape, but not me. I'm certainly worth more to Rachel than Saffron. We were just the better fighters this time. We're safe." Jenna nodded. Tito didn't look convinced, but he shrugged and said, "Whatever, let's just get the hell out of here." The teens made their way back to the house, glancing behind every so often to make sure they weren't followed. When they returned, they were relieved to find that no one had noticed their absence. They slipped into Nelly's room easily, hiding the bag of medicine underneath Jenna's coat. "Where did you guys go?" Nelly asked, staring at Devin. He brought one of the vials out from the bag and said, "Here, drink this." "Where did you get that?" Nelly said, eyes widening. Her shocked face became angry when she added, "You stole it from a hunter, didn't you?" "It doesn't matter. I got it for you," Devin said, holding it out. "No, Devin, I won't drink it. You put yourself in danger without asking me if I wanted you to go," Nelly said furiously. "Nelly, we might be leaving soon, and you'll have to go with us. You must have the strength to travel," Devin said, shoving it toward her. "This isn't my choice. I don't want to drink this," she said, pushing the vial away. Jenna and Tito slunk back against the wall. Devin's head dropped, and tears formed in his eyes. Nelly sighed, looking at the red substance with a disgusted face. She took it from him, uncorking the vial and taking a large swig. She made a face as she swallowed the liquid, capping it once more. "There, happy?" The color was beginning to return to her cheeks. She slowly got out of bed, rising to her feet with Devin's help. She walked weakly to the other side of the room, seemingly growing stronger with every step. "See, you're already feeling better," Devin said in excitement. Nelly grimaced. "Well, at least I can get out of bed." "We'll get more," Devin said. "I promise." Nelly dropped her gaze. She didn't seem too enthusiastic at his suggestion. The look Tadan gave Dylan when he saw her and Enfys walk through the front door soaking wet was somewhere between astonished and disgruntled. Dylan tried not to laugh at her master and said, We fell in the lake." "Well, go get dry before you catch a cold," Tadan said shortly. "You're making puddles on the floor." Dylan headed to her room to get changed, unable to wipe the grin off her face. Her mouth dropped open, however, when she saw Nelly actually walking, down the hallway, with Devin at her side. "Nelly," she said in excitement, rushing to her friend. "You're up!" Nelly smiled slightly. "Yeah, I'm feeling better. Devin told me we might have to leave, so I thought I should get up and try to move." "Wow!" She glanced at her brother. "I mean, this is great, but you could just be having some weird energy burst. I wouldn't push it too far." "Oh, I'll be fine," Nelly said, shirking it off. "I'm pretty sure it's fairly permanent." Dylan shrugged. "Well, all right. I guess we're all having pretty good days today." Dylan gave a small giggle, and her brother looked at her like she was an alien. "What's up with you? I've never seen you so happy since... well..." Devin adjusted his glasses, scarcely able to believe it. "It's just a good day, Devin," Dylan said giddily. "I don't know why, but I feel amazing." "Why are you all wet?" Nelly asked, confused. "Oh, it's nothing." Dylan giggled again. "I'll meet you guys at dinner. I'm really happy to see you feeling well, Nelly." She flounced away, changing into dry clothes in seconds. She swept back down the hallway, bumping into Jenna on the way. "Jenna," she squealed, "dance with me." "Okay," Jenna said eagerly, taking Dylan's arm without question. The girls spun in circles toward the kitchen, flinging the door open grandly as if they were queens at the most prestigious ball. "Hi, Tadan," Dylan snickered as she waltzed into the room, Jenna twirling her around in circles. She lost her balance and fell against her master dizzily, her head spinning. "How you doing?" Why are you so happy?" Tadan asked, raising an eyebrow as he looked at her. Jenna grabbed her hand again, and the two girls skipped around the dinner table, bumping the chairs aside and bouncing off the walls. "I have no idea, but it's awesome," Dylan said. "It's like I feel hot, and then cold, and then hot again. It's like the entire world is amazing, and everything in it is amazing, and my head feels really airy, but I don't care. It's like I'm floating on clouds or something. I've never felt this way before." She jumped up and down in place. Jenna copied her, her mass of red curls flying through the air as she did a happy dance around her friend. "Oh boy," Tadan said slowly. "I'm not ready for this." "Ready for what?" Dylan asked, collapsing in the chair grandly. Jenna plopped in the chair beside her, and the two girls put their heads together, giggling. Tadan opened his mouth to say something more, but the words fell away when he saw Nelly enter the kitchen, Devin and Tito behind her. "Nelly," he said, "I'm surprised to see you up." "I'm feeling better, so I thought I'd join everybody for dinner," Nelly said. Devin pulled out a seat for her. She took it tenderly, looking slightly disorientated. A small bag was looped around her shoulder. Dylan wondered what could be within, but she figured it must have been pills or something. "This has been a really weird day," Tadan said, shaking his head. "But it's good news to see you up and about." Dylan noticed that her brother was wearing his bow and quiver. She wondered why he had them with him, but she figured he must have been practicing. Envas entered with fresh clothes, taking a seat next to Dylan. She didn't think it was possible to feel any happier, but somehow her joy grew at his appearance. She had a small chuckle to herself at his wet hair. He gave her a wink as he sat down and said, "I can't wait for dinner. I'm starving." Tadan didn't notice Nelly was there until she nearly sat down. She gave the girl a curious look, glancing at Devin before dropping her gaze and not asking any questions. Liana seemed most surprised of all. When she entered the room, she peered at Nelly, seemingly unable to believe that the girl was sitting right in front of her. "What are you doing up, dear?" Liana said. "You should be resting." "I feel completely fine, I promise," Nelly said. Devin gave her an encouraging smile, while Liana's face remained a frown. The doctor said, clearly unsettled. She sat down at the table, barely taking bites of her meal to glance at Nelly in confusion. Dylan's good mood was slightly altered by Leanna's reaction. The doctor acted like there was no way Nelly could have made it to the kitchen to eat. But miracles did happen, right? Maybe Nelly was getting better. When food was served, Dylan ate her meal faster than she ever had, feeling ravenous. Life, at the moment, seemed pretty perfect. Near the end of dinner, however, something didn't feel quite right. Dylan felt her craft shift within her, the magic inside her becoming uneasy. The Rhodi all put down their forks at the same time, and Tadan paused, seemingly listening for something. Her eyes widened as the ground began to shake. Tadan dove underneath the table, screaming, "Get down!" Nobody asked for an explanation. Everyone jumped to the floor as a comet of fire shattered through the window, blasting through the walls and erupting the cottage into flames. Chapter 10. Brother Against Sister. Comets of fire, dozens of them, continued streaming through the windows. The house became nothing more than a fireplace in seconds, surrounding the residents in a ring of smoke. Dylan looked around, wondering what to do, but everyone seemed just as scared and clueless as she was. The entire cottage was up in flames that grew larger and larger every second, closing in on the Rhodi until there was nowhere to run. "We have to get out of here!" Tadan screamed, pointing toward the only door unmarked by fire. Dylan went to follow her lead, but she froze in place as she remembered that Saffron was still in the back of the house, trapped. Tadan saw the look on her face and knew what she was going to do before she did.
"Diliana, no!"
he cried, lunging toward her, but she sidestepped him and flew down the hallway, dodging comets and plumes of flame as she went. "Tigress!" She heard Saffron scream from Tadan's room, her voice filled with panic as she clawed at the inside of the door with her fingernails. "Tigress, let me out!" Dylan found that the locks had melted against the doorframe. "Saffron!" she screamed. "Get out of the way!" She transformed into a tigress, crouching on her back legs and launching herself against the door. It gave way under her weight and she transformed again, grabbing Saffron's arm and pulling her to the side. "There's nowhere to go," Saffron said, looking at the flames that were growing higher and higher around them. The hallway was quickly roaring into an inferno. Memories of the burning house she'd ventured into under Rachel's command 3 years ago fueled Dylan's mind, making it hard to stay calm. Devin was nowhere nearby to save her again if she got trapped. Dylan dragged Saffron through the house, looking for a way out. Any way out. She ended up in her bedroom, the only room in the house that had so far remained untouched. But the fire was spreading fast, and the girls found themselves blocked inside. The doorway erupted as a comet of fire hit it, collapsing completely. "We're trapped!" Saffron yelped, backing against the window. Dylan tried opening it, but she found that it was jammed. The Rhodi searched around her room, trying to find something that would break them free. Her katana was lying forgotten on the floor. She grabbed it, buckled the sheath around her, then rammed the steel blade through the glass. "Come on," Dylan said, and she helped Saffron clamber through the broken window, gingerly crawling out herself and getting cut on the shards of glass. She fell onto the ground, and Saffron helped her up, dragging her across the yard. As they ran, the house exploded behind them, and Dylan shielded her eyes as everything the Rhodi had left went up in flames. With tears in her eyes, Dylan searched for the others, but she didn't see them anywhere. A horrible yell rang through the air. She turned to see a hunter running toward her, a spear in his hand. She lunged for her katana, but before she could, Saffron transformed, leaping in front of her and letting the sharp cry of the Griffin sing through the night. Saffron covered Dylan with her wings, her beak clacking as the hunter drew closer. Another hunter came to help his friend, laughing when he saw the Griffin. "Ain't this a surprise? Never thought you'd join up with the Rhodi." He laughed even louder. "But I suppose nothing's unbelievable with you." Saffron's eyes narrowed in hatred. Both hunters attacked at once, but Saffron rose up on her hind legs and batted one across the face, sinking her beak into the other's shoulder and throwing him into the mass of flames. The hunter's screams as they burned alive echoed through the air as she moved toward the other hunter. She snatched him with her talons and slashed him through the middle. The screams quieted, and Dylan knew both men were dead. "You all right, Tigress?" Saffron asked, once again a girl. Her hands were bloody from where her talons had sank into the hunter. Dylan nodded shakily, and she got up, leaning on Saffron. "Where are the others?" Saffron's sharp, avian eyes peered through the darkness. "Over there!" Dylan sheathed her katana. The girls ran towards several shapes in the distance along the edge of the woods, which turned out to be the Rhodi. Several bodies of hunters lay along the ground. Envas was holding Jenna, who was bawling. Tito stared with an open mouth at the house, unable to believe it, while Nelly crouched on the ground, gasping in pain. Devin knelt beside her, a hand on her shoulder. The adults were all clustered together, grim expressions on their faces as they watched the cottage be devoured by smoke and fire. Tadan moved towards Saffron the minute he saw her, but Dylan put her hands up and said, "It's okay. She protected me. Killed 2 hunters who wanted me dead." "She protected you?" Devin said nastily. Dylan shot him a glare and said, "That's right. If it wasn't for her, a hunter would have killed me, so shut up." Liana was staring toward the house, small tears running down her face. "How did they find us?" she whispered. "We didn't leave a trail." "It's because of her," Devin said, pointing at Saffron. "She led them to us." The group turned on the girl. Saffron slunk against a tree, frightened. Dylan stepped in front of her and said, "It's not her fault. Would she have fought the hunters who were trying to kill me if she had led them here? How stupid is that?" "But they were still following her. It's the only thing that makes sense," Devin shouted. "The hunters she killed had no idea she was here. None at all," Dylan screamed. "So it had to be something else." "Okay, enough," Tadan said, stepping between them. "It doesn't matter how they found us. All that matters now is figuring out what to do." Everyone looked toward Tavanna. She had a devastated look on her face, as if she'd finally been defeated. This scared everyone, for Tavanna never admitted failure. But the queen masked herself once more and said with a strong voice, "Everyone follow me." Tavanna turned on her heels and headed into the woods. The group obeyed her orders silently, making no comment as they left the house behind. Everyone kept making wary glances at Saffron, but Dylan stood her ground, walking close by the Griffin. Tavanna stopped at a large tree that had roots rising up out of the ground. She reached inside a large hole that was within the trunk and began pulling out backpacks, throwing them to each member in turn. "I had these ready for all of us since we got here," Tavanna said. "There's enough food and supplies in each pack to last us for a few weeks." "You mean you knew something like this was going to happen?" Tito asked. Tavanna didn't answer him, merely threw him a bag. Dylan looked inside hers and saw it contained clothes, food, and a tent. She glanced down at the katana hilted to her hip, glad that she'd remembered to grab it. "I'm sorry, Saffron. I didn't pack anything for you," Tavanna said, putting her own bag around her shoulders. Taladin's eyes flashed at the apology, but Saffron looked down and whispered meekly, "I am a wild creature of the night, Your Majesty. I don't need much." Tavanna nodded, turning and speaking to the group at large. "We don't have a choice now. We must go into the desert and figure out what the ancient Rhodi have been hiding all these years." "You have the map?" Tadan asked. Tavanna pulled it out from her pocket, adding, "I've kept it on me for the past few days, and I'm glad I did. Something just felt off." "Are we heading into the desert? All of us?" Nelly said weakly. Tavanna gave her a sympathetic look and said, "Yes, Nelly. I know the trip is going to be hard for you, but we can't leave anyone behind." "What have you got in that bag, Nelly?" Envas said, looking down at the girl. Dylan noticed that Nelly was still wearing the same bag from dinner. Nelly's eyes flashed downward, but Devin put the flap over the bag's contents, saying, "It's nothing, just stuff she needs for the trip." Dylan could always tell when Devin wasn't telling the truth. She strode forward, flinging back the flap of the bag and drawing out what lay hidden within before her brother knew what she was doing. She gasped, nearly dropping the flask when she realized what it was. "Devin, where did you get this?" she said slowly. Everyone in the forest froze. Devin snatched the bottle from her hands and said, "I found it." "Don't lie," Dylan whispered. "You stole this from a hunter, didn't you?" Devin didn't say anything. Nelly interceded quietly, saying, "He only did it so I could make the trip." "And it's a good thing I did," Devin said. "Now she's strong enough to travel." "You idiot," Dylan said. "Have you lost your mind?"
"He had help,"
Jenna said, looking guiltily at Dylan.
"Tito and I were in on it too."
"What?" Envas spun Jenna around with his hands, shaking her. "You helped him steal this?"
"You guys said we needed to find a way to convince Devin to go into the desert, and we did. I did what you told me to,"
Jenna shouted back. Envas angrily let out a string of curse words, followed by shaking his fist and screaming at Jenna in Dundeen. Jenna eagerly responded back, stomping her foot and speaking Dundeen so quickly that Dylan wondered how Envas could even understand her, let alone get a word in edgewise. Dylan didn't know their language, but she was certain she caught something that sounded like bullshit as Envas turned away, shaking his head. Jenna stuck out her tongue at him, and the siblings refused to speak any further. Tito glared at Jenna, rage visible on his face. "Great job, Jenna! Now we're all in trouble!"
"It doesn't matter! You should always tell the truth!"
Jenna shot back at him. "I'm sorry. I feel terrible. This is all my fault. If I wasn't so sick, this wouldn't have happened." Tears started visibly welling up in Nelly's eyes. "It isn't your fault, Nelly. We would have found another way," Tadan said, stepping forward. "Devin, I am ridiculously disappointed in you. You put the safety of everyone at risk by stealing the medicine instead of coming to me so we could think of a solution together. Someone could have died today." "We don't know that's the reason why the hunters found us," Devin argued. "It could be something else." "Like hell it was," Dylan screamed. "You tried to pin it on Saffron, but it's really your fault. I bet you stole the medicine, and then the hunters didn't chase you, and you didn't stop to figure out why. You led them right to us." Devin said cruelly, "At least a mistake I made, it didn't kill someone. Can't say the same about you." Dylan smacked him across the face, knocking his glasses askew. Several people gasped. The forest was still, save for the rustling of the leaves. Devin put a hand to his face. Dylan's heart plummeted, shocked that she'd actually hit him. She went to apologize, but before she could, Devin shoved her, saying, "That's right, go ahead and hit something. That's the only way you know how to deal with anything because you can't control your emotions." Her guilt was gone to be replaced with rage, and she shoved him back. "Don't you ever blame me for the accident that killed Mom and Dad. You got lucky tonight. That's the only reason we're all still alive." "Stop," Tadan yelled, but the shoving turned into fighting, and in seconds, Dylan and Devin were throwing kicks and punches, battling more ferociously than they ever had against an enemy. This wasn't training. This was pure and utter pain, spewing out of both of the twins and coming out in reckless abandon in which they blamed themselves and each other. Tadan went to step in, but Devin ran, using his craft to get as far away as possible. Dylan transformed at an instant to follow him, roaring her fury. She dodged trees and branches as she wove her way through the forest after her brother, finally catching up with him. She leapt into the sky to grab him, plowing him into the ground. Devin rolled to his feet and unsheathed his bow, drawing an arrow and pointing it at Dylan. She changed back and instinctively reached for her katana, unsheathing it and ready for battle. Before the twins could make another move, their masters had caught up with them. Tadan grabbed Dylan, throwing the blade out of her hands. Tadan wrenched the bow away from Devin and held him back. Both of the twins struggled to get back at each other.
I saved her, Devin screamed at his sister. Nelly's going to live because I did what nobody else had the guts to do. She didn't know you were stealing it, did she? You didn't ask her, Dylan cried. Have you ever thought that she doesn't want to keep fighting? You stole the medicine, and now you're being selfish by making her take it when she doesn't want to. She's only holding on for you. You don't know anything, Devin snarled. You have no idea what's between her and me. Why? Because I didn't fuck her? Dylan screamed. Devin tried yanking himself away from Tadan, but his master jerked him back, her wings appearing in fury. Enough! Tadan was shaking. She pointed at both of the twins and said, If I ever see either one of you use magic against each other again, I will personally make sure it's the last thing you do as a Rhodi. Tadan, take Dylan back to the others. I have to talk to Devin alone. Tadan wasted no time in following Tadan's orders. He took Dylan by the shoulder, leading her gently away. The minute Dylan was out of her brother's eyesight, she burst into tears. It's all his fault. Now we're homeless. Things aren't as bad as they seem, Tadan said calmly. How could he have said those things? He pushed every button he knows I have, she said. Siblings can get under each other's skin. Believe me, growing up with Tadan, I know that better than anybody. But no matter what he says, you can never lash out like that. We don't hurt our family. He blamed me for our parents dying. There's no excuse for that, she sobbed. I know, Thunderbolt. But you can't use Rhodi against him, and you can't hit him again. Not ever. You need each other. I don't need him, Dylan sniffed, wiping her face. Yes, you do. Tadan took his thumb and wiped a few stray tears from her eyes. There's nothing like the bond between a brother and a sister. Tadan and I have gotten into some pretty big fights, but we are always there for each other. He loves you. Dylan shrugged, her tears slowing. Whatever. Things were pretty quiet when they got back to the group. Tito was off pouting in a corner, while Envas and Jenna seemed to have made up. Saffron appeared instantly relieved when Dylan reappeared, relaxing for the first time since they had fled the house. Liana walked over to Tadan and put a gentle hand to his face. Her master seemed so tired. Tadan and Devin appeared an hour later, the master looking worn and Devin sullen. The twins glanced at each other once, then looked away. Tadan grabbed her bag and said, We need to get moving. We'll travel until daylight, then stop to rest. That should put enough distance between us and whoever may be following. Nobody talked as the group set on their way. Devin began carrying Nelly on his back. He didn't put her down until morning arrived and the group began making camp. While the others were setting up tents, Dylan sat on a rock off by herself, staring at a small stream of water. She'd rarely felt so terrible in her entire life. Hey, she heard Envas say behind her. He came to her side, sitting on the rock. Are things all right? Are they ever all right? She said. Devin just ripped my heart out of my chest. He's your brother, lass. You need to forgive him, Envas said. How could this have happened? She said, wiping tears from her face. It seems like every time I'm happy, every time something comes along to completely ruin it. She crossed her arms, setting them on her knees and burying her head into them. I don't know, lass, but there's still a bit of brightness left in the world yet, Envas said, leaning his head against hers. We just have to go looking so we can find it again. Chapter 11. Deadly Hunter. The Rhodi agreed that it was best to travel at night so the chances of being spotted were minimal. We'll sit at different spots on the train so it doesn't look like we're in a group, Tadan said. Unfortunately, I've looked into it, and the farthest the trains go is to the edge of the Bethabara Desert, into the Ladrenda Mountains. There's no roads either. We'll have to go on foot to where the map leads. What about April? Tadan asked. Tadan gave a shrug, and nobody asked any more questions after that.
Dylan was glad she didn't have to sit next to Devin on the train. She sat in the back with Leanna, Tito, and Tadan, Envas and Jenna a few rows down from her. Tavanna, Nelly, and Devin were at the front of the train, out of sight. Saffron had chosen to sit alone, near Tavanna, so the queen could watch her. Dylan watched as the geography changed from deciduous forest into dry, sandy plains, the grass dissolving until there was nothing but red and ragged mountain peaks outside her window.
"Come on, Thunderbolt,"
Taladin said after a few hours, nudging her out of her hypnosis. Dylan moaned as she did so, her muscles aching from sitting for so long. She grabbed her small bag and the group hurried out of the train station, turning a corner and hiding in a small, abandoned waiting room. Tavanna brought out the map again. "Here's where we are," she said, spreading it on a small table. She pointed to a dot on the map that sat in the middle of a large cluster of mountains. "And that's where we need to go." Her finger trailed a long line through the center of the Bethabara Desert to where the X was marked right in the center. Dylan tried not to groan. They had a long way to go.
"You can't expect us to walk that far,"
Taladin said, giving a meaningful glance at his wife. Tavanna folded up the map and said, "That's why I plan to buy horses." "Maybe we should split up," Devin said, propping Nelly up. Tavanna gave him a sharp glare and said, "No, we stay together." Devin frowned, and Dylan felt a small bout of triumph at her brother's failure, but sadness that Nelly was going to be forced to travel that far. She wondered if figuring out the mystery of the map was that good of an idea after all, and a pang of guilt floated through her body. None of them would be in this situation right now if it wasn't for her. Maybe I shouldn't have asked Saffron to break the veil, she thought, but what was the point of thinking that? Too late now. The group followed Tavanna out of the train station and through the city streets. Although she'd heard rumors about the Far Eastern cities, she'd never been to any, and her parents had been silent about her heritage. In this city, women wore veils, and men pushed rickety merchant carts through the sandy stone streets. Linens and silks hung out of the windows in vibrant colors, and camels clustered together at drinking troughs while belly dancers twirled to flutes. Dylan noticed that, for the first time in her life, there were people that looked like her all around, with tan skin and dark hair. She and Devin got no attention from the crowd, but the rest of the group, especially Enfys and Jenna with their bright red locks, might as well have been carrying signs. "We need to get out of here before we're noticed," Tavanna said, looking around. "Where are those horses? Dylan and I will go," Devin said, and Dylan felt a ripple of shock as Devin acknowledged her for the first time since their argument. "We look like the people here. Nobody will think twice if we go and buy them." "But you don't look like them. Your clothes are too different," Jenna pointed out. The twins spared a glance at each other, but Tavanna held up a finger and said, "Not yet, you don't. Come with me. The rest of you, go hide on the outskirts of town. We'll meet you there." A few minutes later, Dylan stood in front of a mirror in a nearby clothing stall, hardly able to believe it. A veil hung over her hair and across her face, while an orange silk dress twirled across her frame. She looked just like a Far Eastern girl. She felt comfortable in modern clothes, but something about this attire made her feel like she fit in, like she belonged here. She wondered if this was what her mother wore before she fled to Marcelino, and held back a lump in her throat. "I think we're good," she heard Devin say. She rounded a corner and saw he was wearing loose muslin pants with an embroidered vest over a white shirt. They'd blend right in. Tavanna nodded, handing them a bag of gold. "We need 8 horses," she whispered. "I'll be hiding if you need my help." The twins nodded, heading through the city streets. Now that they were wearing Far Eastern attire, no one spared them a second glance. Dylan wondered if this would have been her life if her parents hadn't fled the Hunters Guild. Would she have grown up here, with people among her ethnicity, sharing their history and culture? Would she have learned their ways and become one of them? Or would she still be different, just like she was everywhere else? It took every last coin they had to buy 8 horses, with saddles and bridles. The twins took 4 horses each and brought them to the edge of town, where the rest of the group was waiting. "Well done, Dylan and Devin," Tavanna said excitedly. "We can start heading into the desert, and when we're far enough away from town, we'll make camp."
I hate to say this, but do you really expect me to ride this thing?"
Tito asked, pointing to his horse. Envas rolled his eyes and said, "You'd better learn, unless you'd like to walk the whole way." Dylan didn't particularly mind. She knew horses were dangerous, and she'd only ridden a few times, but it would be better than walking. She got up on the horse's back nervously, grabbing the reins. The mare danced underneath her for a second before Dylan stroked her neck calmly, trying to contain her own anxiety. "Easy, girl," she murmured. The horse settled with a soft snort. It appeared that she had the most spirited horse. Everyone else mounted up easily, the horses standing politely in one place. It would seem, by luck or by the high price they paid, that all of their horses were hardy and well-trained. As they began walking down the street and toward the mountains, Dylan thought Tito had little to worry about. His own horse was near falling asleep, dragging its hoofs as it clomped through the sand. Tito fiddled with the reins as if they were alien devices. Jenna's horse seemed slightly irritated and jiggled beneath her as she babbled horse-riding tips to Tito that probably made no sense. Jenna paid her horse hardly any attention and only corrected her when she was about to walk away from the group. Tavanna and Taladin's horses seemed to understand that they carried experienced riders and held their heads up proudly as they trotted toward their destination. Liana, who was probably just as inexperienced as Tito, struggled to make her horse keep up. Saffron had offered to fly, but obviously Tavanna had struck that idea down. She rode a horse that was obviously too old to escape from the others if she tried to run. The animal seemed happy to carry the girl, and Saffron was gentle to it as she coaxed it into the desert. Dylan watched her with a bit of wonder. She didn't know how such a strange soul, who felt so divided amongst people, felt so at home when speaking to creatures. But Saffron was a wild thing herself, more animalistic in nature than human, so Dylan supposed with animals is where she felt most at home. Enfys was a natural. Though he'd only had his horse for a few minutes, he already seemed right at home. His horse obeyed his every command with the slightest of movements. Dylan knew he'd have no problem making this trip on horseback. Nelly and Devin shared a horse. The girl clung to the horse's mane, her face white not from fear, but from sickness. Dylan wondered if she even knew she was on a horse. Devin handed her a vial of medicine. Nelly took it shakily, the liquid slipping down her chin as she struggled to swallow. Dylan forced herself to say nothing and looked away. "Tavanna, how are we going to feed them?" Liana asked, nearly slipping out of her saddle. Taladin reached over and steadied her, walking close to make sure she didn't fall off. "I have some dates and a bit of grain. It won't last very long, but if the map is right, this trip should only take a few days. They can graze in the mountains until we reach the desert," Tavanna replied. "What about water? We all have to drink," Liana added. "There's a mountain spring that we will come to pass. We'll fill up our canteens there, and a few gallons for the horses, and that'll have to last us until we get back. We'll have to conserve the food as well." The rest of the group seemed worried, but Dylan shrugged it off. It wasn't like she hadn't been hungry before. Finding what the desert hid was far more important than being comfortable. Her ancestors had traveled like this for thousands of years. If they could do it, so could she. They found the small water spring with ease as the night darkened over the earth. These mountains were nothing like the ones in Adamaris, where everything was green and rich. These mountains were red rocks that seemed to singe your very skin the minute you touched them, the boulders only broken by the sparse scattering of ragged brush or a thin, wispy tree. Tavanna instructed them to get some rest, as the next day they would be entering into the unrelenting heat of the Bethabara. Camp was set up quickly, and the horses were tied up. Tito moaned as he got out of his saddle, walking bow-leggedly. "I'm gonna have saddle sores for weeks," he complained. "You'd better get used to it, because we're gonna be doing a lot more riding than that." Enfys shot back at him. Dylan shook her head and left the boys to squabble, putting up her own tent and lying inside to try and ignore everyone else. She put her pillow over her head to try and drown out Jenna's mindless chattering. She had no idea how someone could have so much energy to talk after a day of traveling under the hot sun. Tadan seemed terribly stressed. She kept running back and forth between the tents, pretending to help everybody set up, but really only burning nervous energy. Dylan watched her out the flap of her tent, wondering if there was anything she could do to help. The only person who could really help the queen was Devin, but Dylan was still mad at him. Whatever, she thought. Tadan is more important than our stupid fight. I'll talk to him anyway. She got out of the tent and went to her brother's side. "Hey," she said cautiously, "maybe you should talk to Tadan. She seems kinda upset." "She'll be fine," Devin said coldly. "We're not ridiculously emotional like you and Tadan are. We don't have to get in touch with our feelings and discuss them every 5 minutes like you do." Her mouth dropped open and she stared at her brother, unable to believe he'd been so rude. He didn't look at her, just headed inside his tent and zipped it up. "I never should have brought it up," she thought, walking away without another word. Maybe Tadan had said something to him in the woods to make him angry, though Dylan couldn't imagine what it was. Or maybe he was jealous of the connection Dylan had with her master. Things couldn't be good between him and Tadan right now. She knew Tadan and Devin were different than she and Tadan were. They dealt with only the facts and hid what they felt under carefully concealed masks. The two of them always tried to keep a cool head in every situation, but that wasn't a reason to act like everything was okay when it was falling apart. Devin and Tadan's relationship was built on intelligence, but it was built on trust and love as well, just as Dylan's relationship with Tadan was. They couldn't be factual and straight-faced all the time. Sooner or later, her brother had to act like he gave a damn about something. Devin was always good at bottling everything up and carrying on as if nothing bothered him. He always had been, even with the accident. He never showed his true feelings to anyone unless he absolutely had to. She knew he was proud of that. But one day, Dylan knew it was going to bite back on him. After they'd lost their parents, Devin had been afraid to care about others so strongly. He rarely admitted that he loved anyone. As a result, he couldn't even tell Nelly how he really felt about her. Dylan felt like part of it was her fault. Devin had seen what had happened to her after the accident. She let her grief and her emotions ruin her life, even nearly kill her. Devin was afraid of letting that happen to himself. But that was who she was. She'd always been fierier and more headstrong than her brother. It was just part of her personality, like being quiet, smart, and bookish was part of his. To not be emotional would be to lose herself. Controlling her reactions to things would always help the situation, of course, but if she stopped letting herself feel things so deeply, she'd cease to be Dylan. That's just how it was. She glanced at her master. He was trying to keep it together, but Dylan could see he was on the verge of a breakdown. Devin probably thought that Tadan's flightiness and his frequently changing emotions showed weakness, but to Dylan, it showed strength. She and Tadan wore their hearts on their sleeves, and they were proud of it. It was hard to be real in a world that was constantly trying to tear you down. She wanted to tell Devin that, but obviously, he was so pissed off he wouldn't listen anyway. Unless it was something he read in a book or researched himself, Devin wouldn't believe anything. "Your brother is a scholar, Tigress. What he values most in the world is wisdom," Saffron said, coming up behind her. "I know you want to help him, but wisdom comes with experience. You cannot teach it,
only wait for him to gain it.
I don't want to help him, Dylan said flatly. He's nothing but a jerk. Saffron stared at her. Okay, Tigress. Saffron turned to head into a more sheltered part of the woods. For some reason, Dylan felt the irresistible urge to follow, and she trailed Saffron until the girl sat upon the dry ground. Saffron crossed her legs and closed her eyes, laying her palms upon her knees. Dylan watched uneasily. I'm not very good at meditating, she said. Neither am I, Saffron said. But we both need to clear our heads right now, and this is the best way to do it. A warrior must have a keen mind, Tigress. Might as well try. Dylan held back. She'd done some meditation stuff with Tadan and Tavanna, but was never very good at her quest for inner peace. A Rhodi was supposed to be mentally focused and in control of their mind at all times. But from what she had seen from herself and her masters in the past, that obviously wasn't the case. Rhodi spent their entire lives trying to achieve some form of enlightenment, while at the same time admitting that they never could, because they took lives. Devin was better at clearing his head, but Devin was better at everything, wasn't he? She scowled and sat on the ground in front of Saffron. Saffron opened her eyes. The last time I tried meditating was when I was at my parents' graves, she said. I sat there for 3 days in the heat and the rain and tried to feel something besides rage and pain. I could not. I'm sorry they're gone, Dylan said. Don't be. They were the ones who sent me away instead of helping me to get better, she sighed. Though I miss them. Were your parents afraid of you? It was the opposite. I was afraid of them, Saffron said. Even as a little one, I heard voices and saw things that weren't there. My delusions frightened them. They were both in positions of power, and to have a daughter that was so unwell threatened their careers. They did what they could to try and stop the hallucinations, but nothing helped. Eventually, they stuffed me so full of pills I hardly realized I was alive anymore. That's awful, Dylan said, repulsed. They did what they thought was right. Saffron shrugged. Most of the time, they locked me in my room so I could not expose our secret to other families of grand repute in Edamaris. Very rarely did they let me play with other children, but I became restless and the hallucinations grew worse. Yet I was still kind. I was not violent. Saffron sighed. At least, not until I went to the asylum. Dylan didn't say anything. She knew Saffron had been shipped off to Relicta Asylum shortly after she'd watched Tristan lose his sight, due to being struck by lightning. But she hadn't realized that it had only been the last straw. Saffron had been sick for far longer than she'd previously known. The asylum was not a place for sick people, a place where you went to get better, Saffron said, and her voice wavered for the first time. It was a madhouse. When you went inside, you didn't come out. The doctors performed experiments on me and all the patients. They took the most haunted people and made them worse, turned them into monsters. I had never done anything to hurt even the smallest creature before I went inside. After I escaped, I became a different person. Why was this asylum allowed to stay open? And why didn't your parents come to get you? Dylan asked. My parents only wanted me out of the way, Saffron said sharply. I was no longer a concern once I was out of their sight, and this asylum was removed, far away from all life. There were other mental hospitals I could have gone to in order to get well, but this was the place that promised my parents secrecy. They vowed I would never reveal myself to the world. If I remained there, I would be forgotten as to not cause my family shame. Saffron's voice dropped to a whisper. And so I was, left to be forgotten. And in the process, I forgot myself and who I once was.
How did you escape? Dylan had theories, but she wanted to know for certain. I never had heard of the Rhodi nor hunters, Saffron said, but I felt my craft inside of me, and though I didn't know what it was, I cherished it. I felt it grow with each mistreatment and torture they put me through. One day, I had the courage in me to fight back, and my craft lunged out from my body. I killed 3 men who had come to take me to the research hall, then tore the bars off my window so I could fly away. You'd never used your wings before, and you weren't fully transformed. You could have fallen to your death. The thought crossed my mind, but I resolved myself to it. Death was a comfortable position compared to Relicta Asylum. Saffron straightened. Rachel found me sometime later. At that point, I did not care who or what she was. I only longed to please her,
as she was the only person who even pretended to care about me.
I enjoyed how it felt to kill the men who brought me pain, and I longed to kill again. Saffron's voice remained detached and cold. When Rachel sent me on her murderous rampages, I performed them willingly. I did not care about the people I slaughtered. They held no love for me while I was tortured by the system, so I felt justice was deserved. They all fell beneath my beak and my talons, and I was glad for it. Not so now. Dylan swallowed. You told me you wanted a sister a long time ago. I did, even more than I wanted parents that truly loved me. Saffron smiled vacantly, a mist of a smile settling on her face. I always believed a little sister would be so much fun. I would take her places and teach her everything I knew.
There is no one whom I'd guard more fiercely than a sister.
She would be the one I'd love the most out of anyone in the whole world. Do you think you have one somewhere? I was an only child, and my parents sent me away before they gave me any siblings. If I do have a brother or sister out there, I have no knowledge of them. Saffron leaned closer. Tigress, at some point you must forgive your brother. I know you are angry with him, but you survived the streets together. After I escaped from the asylum, I had no one. I was completely alone, left to defend myself. I didn't have a brother to look out for me or help me survive. Dylan hugged her legs and looked away. True, there were things between her and Devin that she couldn't share with anyone else. He'd been her closest friend for the majority of her life. Though the accident had been terrible, it was less terrible, because Devin shared the same experience. He'd lost his parents, too. Some of the things they'd had to do on the streets in order to get by were horrible, but they still did them together. They'd never given up on each other before. But really, what did it matter? A seed of bitterness, buried deep within her heart, prevented her from feeling any sort of affection for Devin at the moment. She and Devin might have survived by working together, but that was all in the past. Though there were still some faded scars on his back, Dylan was convinced that her brother had forgotten that she'd dived into a burning house to save him when they were trapped under Rachel's dominion. She might as well not exist to him. All he cared about was Nelly. Tigress, let your resentment go, Saffron said. These are dark times, and we do not have the luxury of harboring grudges. I would give anything to have a brother such as yours, some kind of family that is still alive. Though you face death, you still have blood, and blood is something I would die to call my own. Tadan woke Dylan for breakfast early the next morning. The Rhodi rose from her nap sleepily, feeling exhausted. She sat next to her master by the fire, watching Liana and Tito snap at each other nearby. Tadan handed Dylan a small piece of bread and a strip of dried meat, and she ate it without complaint. Tito finally stomped away, and Liana did so as well, both of them heading in different directions. What's wrong? Dylan asked, concerned.
Tito's at that stage of life where he thinks he's always right. He'll grow out of it, Tadan said. Have you met Tito? He'll be at that stage forever. He's my best friend, but he's an egotistical asshole. She took a bite of her bread thoughtfully, staring after where he had gone. Leanna's also his stepmom. That causes a lot of problems between them. I don't think he feels he has to listen to her because she didn't give birth to him. Tadan added, Well, that's stupid. You aren't my biological dad, but I still listen to everything you say, Dylan pointed out. The corners of Taladin's mouth twitched. At times. Most of the time, she said. How do you know all this? I'm mostly guessing. He shrugged and didn't say anything else. Dylan knew there was more to it than that. Leanna must have been confessing her fears to him, and as much as Dylan wanted them to be false, she figured the doctor must be right. Tito would be the person to use the fact that he wasn't technically related to Leanna against her in order to get his way. She swallowed the rest of her food, a bad taste in her mouth. The rest of the campers were still sleeping or roaming around the campsite wearily. None of them were ready to go out into the desert, she knew that. Personally, Dylan wanted to go alone with her master and leave everyone else, especially her stupid brother, behind. Why don't some of us stay here? Dylan asked. Believe me, I've tried talking to Vanna into it, but she's terrified of splitting up, thinks that something awful is going to happen the minute we all walk away from each other. He gave a sigh. From far away, there was a scream. Tadan and Dylan's heads jerked up, staring outward into the distance. Did you hear that? She asked. Tadan nodded. I think we're the only ones that did. He got up from the campfire and headed toward the scream, his hand on his blade. Dylan followed him, ready to bring out her own weapon at a moment's notice as they ventured deeper into the mountains. The screams continued to get louder the deeper they got into the mountains. The voice was unmistakably familiar, but Dylan wasn't sure who it could be. Nevertheless, the screams made her want to run toward whoever was in trouble at full speed. But Tadan proceeded with caution, and knowing it could be a trick, she followed his lead. Without warning, the screams stopped. Dylan's heart skipped a beat, and her breath caught in her throat as she glanced at Tadan. Her master seemed concerned, and he paused. We should head back. Something's not right. Dylan nodded. But before they could make another move, the Rhodi heard footsteps quickly approaching. Tigress, change now! She heard Saffron scream in her head. She turned to see Saffron pounce in her Griffin form, talons closing around her shoulders. Instinctively, she morphed into a tigress, falling to the ground in shock. Had they come all this way simply for Saffron to betray them? Tadan whipped out his blade, ready to strike Saffron. But before he could, the weapon dropped out of his hand, and his mouth opened in a painful, silent scream, neck bending backwards to look toward the sky. Tadan sank to the ground and curled into a ball, twitching on the ground. What did you do to him? Dylan yelled to Saffron, baring her teeth. Saffron made no move to attack and said, It's not me. Whatever you do, you must stay in your tigress form. What are you talking about? Dylan said, running to her master's side. She prodded him with a paw, roaring in her master's ear, but the Rhodi didn't seem to hear. He only continued to wither on the ground in pain, his face full of anguish of the deepest kind. Tigress, you must leave him, Saffron said, stepping in front of her. She tried to push her away from Taladin's side. Dylan batted at Saffron, snarling, I will never leave him. Saffron's eyes were sympathetic but urgent. If you want to save his life, you must. Trust me. Dylan let out an angry growl, stepping away from her master. Saffron nodded and said, Follow me. Reluctantly, the tigress followed the Griffin, leaving behind her master to cringe in the dirt. Saffron led the way back to camp, and Dylan saw that the line holding the horses had broken. The horses are gone, Dylan moaned. We'll find them later. Stay on your guard, Saffron said. She turned a corner. Dylan held back a surprised growl as she saw that all the members of the group were on the ground,
as Tadan had been, their faces contorted in pain. The Rhodi weren't the only ones affected. Liana, Tito, Enfys, Jenna, and Nelly all squirmed against the dirt, their mouths crying out nothing. Everyone, save for her and Saffron, were under some sort of maniacal spell that nothing could bring them out of. "What's going on? Why are they all like this?" Dylan asked. "We were followed from the house. I knew this was going to happen," Saffron said, her wings drooping. "That's impossible. We killed all the hunters," Dylan said in confusion. "No, we didn't. 2 of them got away, I'm sure of it," Saffron insisted. "Who?" "Viveka and Victorienne," Saffron said nastily. "Husband and wife. They're 2 hunters who helped Rachel torture me. The Red Huntress probably sent them after me when the other 3 hunters failed to do the job. Viveka can shoot comets of flames from his hand. That's why the house caught on fire. Victorienne can make anyone see the worst of lies." "Lies?" "The memories of your past come to haunt you. Victorienne freezes you in place, and while you're being tormented by your own mistakes and shortcomings, her husband burns you alive. They have quite a cute little system now," Saffron said grimly. "Why aren't we affected by her craft?" "Because animals neither feel regret nor feel guilt for the mistakes of the past. While in this form, we are safe. But you must do everything you can to keep control of your craft and not change back until we find her, Tigress. Otherwise, you'll be just as useless as the rest of them." Saffron gestured to the group with a wing. "Okay, but why haven't they attacked yet?" Dylan asked. Saffron crouched lower and said, "They know that we're still out here. They're waiting to kill the others until they find us so they don't expose themselves, which is why we must find them first." "What if they change their minds and decide to kill everyone else now? My friends will be defenseless," Dylan protested. "I admire your allegiance to your companions, but I'm not content to be a sitting Griffin while Victorienne and Viveka hunt us down," Saffron said, swooping a wing at Dylan. "Stay low. I dare not take to the skies." The Griffin slunk around the ground quietly. Dylan began following her, creeping through the little brush that the mountain terrain had to offer. "How do you know they're nearby?" Dylan asked. "They're always nearby," Saffron said, hatred infecting her voice. "Victorienne is the worst human being I've ever met, Rachel included. She was the former Red Hunter's Hilmar's illegitimate child, one whose mother died in labor. Hilmar never forgave her for it. He abused and mistreated the girl so badly that she grew into a woman so twisted and cruel it even frightened me. When I was in the guild, she would steal children from their parents so her husband could use them for target practice. She watched as they burned alive and laughed. I was made to clean up the bodies, as Rachel wanted to test my loyalty." "That's horrible," Dylan said, revulsion turning her stomach. "It was a favorite habit of Victorienne's to use her craft against me whenever I was in my human form, and not let me out of it for hours. She despised that Rachel picked me instead of her as second in command. She's hated at the guild, but everyone's afraid of her and Viveka, so no one dares to confront her except for Rachel." Saffron raised her head up, scouting the area slowly before sinking down once more and moving on. "If I was Rachel, I'd even be afraid of her," Dylan said. "Rachel is afraid of no one. She uses Victorienne's craft against her. Rachel's craft enables her to become stronger every time someone is afraid of her power. She can redirect Victorienne's powers anywhere she likes, including back at her and her husband." Saffron swallowed, although Rachel doesn't need to use it. Her torture is enough to keep all of them in line. "Rachel's not all-powerful," Dylan protested. "That's where you're wrong, Tigress. Rachel is growing in power. Although most of us have crafts that can only go so far, hers gets bigger with every passing day. She has grown her own abilities so she can control another person's craft or kill them and take it for herself. can do that?
She can. I witnessed it myself.
If such a thing is true, why didn't she steal Tavanna's powers or April May's? Dylan knew that Rachel wanted to know about the future. Your masters are very strong. Their magic would be hard to manipulate and overcome, even for Rachel. That doesn't mean the rest of us aren't vulnerable. I am terrified for the day when Rachel can take someone's craft and turn it onto enough people to cause mass casualties. She would need some sort of weapon, however, something to help her project her craft farther than ever before. Good thing she doesn't have anything like that.
Soon the day will come when Rachel will be able to use any sort of fear at all and become all-powerful, whether the person is afraid of her or not. Using me, she could break hundreds of veils at one time. Using you, she could enable all of her warriors to become tigers or tigresses. I know at one point, shortly before I was outcasted, she killed a hunter who disobeyed her and was able, somehow, to summon his craft before he died, giving her the ability to throw up walls of glass and imprison those who tried to run away.
No, that can't be.
It is true. A long time ago, before I came to the guild, it was rumored that Rachel killed a hunter just to gain power over his craft. She used it to curse people, turn them into small lizards or insects that she crushed under her feet. I know for a fact that the tomcat she carries with her is a former hunter she cursed, though who it is, I do not know.
Saffron stared at Dylan, waiting for her reaction. It sounds impossible, but I know it's not. Dylan looked down at the ground. She can't get any more powerful than she already is.
No, she can't, Tigress. Otherwise, there will be nowhere for any of us to hide.
Can she use the crafts of others she kills right away?
It isn't immediate. It does take some time, but it doesn't matter. If Rachel has to use a craft that isn't hers, and she has no time to kill the person and learn how to use it, she has other ways of manipulating or torturing that person into doing what she wants.
Saffron's voice dropped low. I should know.
This doesn't make any sense.
How can some crafts be so beautiful and wonderful, and others are so wretched and only hurt people? Dylan said in frustration.
A craft is a reflection of the bearer's soul. You have a warrior spirit, one that is as fierce and as free as the tigress who rules her jungle domain. My soul has many doors, and because of them, I can break the facade others put up to protect themselves and become something that was said only to be a myth. I used to enjoy murder and causing pain because it stopped my own torment for a while. But ever since you showed me mercy, I now realize that it was wrong to hurt others. She paused. Victorianne's only purpose in life, as miserable as it is to constantly remind people of the suffering they inflict in order to prevent her own regrets from surfacing. Rachel's soul only desires power, and she desires to be feared. We do not choose our crafts, Tigress, but knowingly or not, we choose the shape that they retain physically. Saffron halted. I can smell Viveka's fire. He's downwind.
What?
Dylan thought, but before she could ask any questions,
Saffron pushed her out of the way as a woman fell from above. Saffron's talons opened, grabbing the woman and pinning her as they rolled down the side of the mountain. Dylan followed them, skidding to a halt when she saw Saffron lashing out her beak at the hunter, who Dylan knew must be Victorianne.
I never liked birds,
Victorian said as she looked at Saffron, a vicious gleam in her eye.
Not unless they're cooked.
She glanced at Dylan.
Always hated cats, too.
You hate everything, Victorian. The world will be a better place without you in it to make things darker, Saffron hissed.
Victorianne laughed. I'm still trying to decide if I should kill you now or drag you back to Rachel just to see what she would do to you for teaming up with the Rhodi.
You're the one who will be going back to Rachel, but it's not going to be alive, Saffron said, and she pounced. Victorian dodged. She began avoiding the Griffin's every turn, taunting her as she did so. Dylan went to help, but before she could, a man appeared in front of her, with clothes that smelled like smoke and ash. I always wanted a tiger skin rug, he cackled, and he raised his hand to shoot out a comet of flame. Dylan leapt out of the way. The comet caught the edge of her pelt, singeing the fur. The comet flew through the air and exploded onto a tree behind her, lighting up the dry area with flame. You forced us from our home, Dylan screamed at him, leaping at Viveka with her claws unsheathed. He sidestepped her and sent another comet her way, crying, You have no home. The Rhodi belong nowhere. They're a dying breed and soon will be extinct. Dylan and Saffron backed into each other, forced against the burning tree that looked ready to collapse. Dylan looked at her companion and felt devastated. They had come so far, fought so hard for so many years, only for all of them to die here in the desert, mere miles from their goal. We can't beat them. This is the end. Hold on, Tigress. I'm about to do something stupid, Saffron said, her tail twitching behind her. Saffron leapt upward, using the force of her wings to propel herself into the sky. She grabbed onto the burning tree above her. Look out, she screamed, and Dylan dove out of the way as the tree came crashing to the ground. Violent screams lit the air, and Dylan watched in horror as Victorienne laid pinned by the burning tree, squirming under its weight as the fire devoured her. No, Viveka cried, but he was powerless to do anything as Victorienne screamed her last, her burned body going still as it became ash under the tree. Dylan repressed the urge to vomit, but Saffron stood tall, staring Viveka in the eyes. The man gave a nasty snarl and turned to run, vanishing into the refuge of the mountains. Once he was gone, the fire dissolved, and the girls were left alone with Victorian's charred body. Come, Tigress. He won't bother us now. Viveka will wait until another day, she said, transforming back into a girl. She seemed tired and refused to look at the fallen tree. Dylan changed back too, and walked over to the other girl, looking her over. Your hands, Dylan said, grabbing them. Saffron's fingers were singed from where her talons had grabbed the tree. Saffron shook her head and said, It's nothing. We must get back. It is something. From her pocket, Dylan pulled a small bandage that she always carried and wrapped it around Saffron's hands. The girl smiled at her and said, Thank you, Tigress. Now let's hurry. The girls made their way back to camp. Everyone was still twitching on the ground, their faces in obvious pain. Dylan bent down by Envas, who was holding his head and rocking back and forth. What's wrong with them? Victorian's gone. The effects of some crafts linger, even after their owners are dead. We'll have to pull them out of it, Saffron said, and she bent down to shake Tavanna's shoulder. The Rodian queen instantly woke up, looking around in confusion. What happened? What's going on? Hunters followed us, and one of them used her craft on you. But it's okay. We got her, Dylan said. She nudged Envas. The searcher came too, his blue eyes locking onto Dylan. Lass, he said, and he instantly embraced her. I thought I'd never see you again. It was all in your head. There's nothing to be afraid of, she said, hugging him back. She shook Jenna awake. The girl came out of her stupor violently, waving her hands. Envas caught her by the wrists. She looked at her brother, dissolving into tears and falling against him dramatically. Nelly and Tito were already up, looking at the ground with sad and haunted expressions. Tavanna kept shaking Leanna, but no matter what, the doctor didn't stir. What's wrong with her? Dylan asked, looking at Saffron. Saffron sighed and said,
Some people take longer to awaken, depending on how haunted they are, as some pasts are darker than others. It would take me days at times to come out of Victorian's magic. Dylan inwardly panicked. They didn't have days if Iveka was nearby. She bent down to her brother and saw that despite Nelly's attempts, he wouldn't wake either. "Come on, bro. Wake up," she muttered, punching him in the shoulder. He didn't move, only grimaced in pain, deep within his mind. "Like this," Saffron said, and she grabbed him, lifting him off the ground and shaking him violently, so hard that his glasses flung off his face. Devin's eyes opened. Saffron dropped him to the ground, shrugging as his body plopped to the earth like a rag doll. "There, he's awake." Devin's face was completely pale. "Shit," he mumbled weakly. He bent over, looking like he was about to be sick. Nelly put her arm around his shoulder, and Dylan backed off. Leanna had come too, and was struggling not to scream, one hand over her mouth as Tavanna whispered comforts in her ear. For once, Jenna was speechless. She said nothing as Envas whispered calmly to her. She didn't even nod to show she heard him. Her eyes glazed past her brother and glanced shiftily back and forth between the trees, as if expecting someone to jump out from them. Dylan looked around at her companions and wondered what they saw. She didn't even want to think about how long it would take to wake her if Saffron hadn't managed to save her. "We have to find Tadan," Tavanna said, rising to her feet. "Where is he?" "We were over there when Victorian attacked," Dylan said, pointing. The group followed her. They found Tadan curled into a ball, his entire form shaking, and his hands formed into such tight fists that all the blood had been drained from them. There were bruises and cuts on his face from his thrashing about on the ground, but he didn't seem to notice as they bled into his eyes and mouth. "Baby," Leanna said, sinking to her knees and shaking him. "Wake up, it's me." Tadan made no response, and Leanna looked up at Tavanna in desperation. "It's going to take more than that," Tavanna said. "Let me try going into his mind." Tavanna closed her eyes. The group waited impatiently, watching her face for any sign of progress. After a few minutes, Tavanna stumbled backward, gasping and holding her stomach as if she'd been punched, saying in a strained voice, "He won't let me in. He's too far within himself." "What do you mean?" Dylan said quickly. "Tadan's demons are far greater than any of ours. I don't know if I can bring him out of it. He might be stuck there," Tavanna said grimly. She appeared very worried and sank down to her brother's side. "No, there has to be a way to wake him up," Dylan insisted. "I don't know if we can. We might have to leave him," Tavanna said, her voice catching as she said the words. "I'll get him out," Dylan said, shutting her eyes and reaching herself out to Tadan's consciousness. "No, Dylan, don't. You don't know what's in there," Tavanna said, reaching out a hand to stop her. But Dylan had already entered Tadan's infected mind, and as she did so, she felt herself falling to the ground, arms reaching out to catch her before she fainted. Chapter 12. Demons. Tadan had never permitted her to go anywhere beyond the perimeters of his mind. Now Dylan could see why. Her mouth dropped open as she looked around in shock. Everything was gray, save for the twisting black trees that rose up into the sky, their branches pointing toward the rain that came in a torrential downpour onto the muddy earth. Voices, from people she knew and people she didn't, shouted insults and threats while she walked. Useless, a disgrace, nothing but a failure. She forced herself to press onward. As she went looking for Tadan, the voices grew louder. The trees reached inward, smacking her around as she walked. The branches tore at her clothes, hushing insults. The voices chanted louder and louder, laughing as the trees knocked her to the ground, the rain drenching her from head to toe. The roots of the trees kicked mud in her face, and one of the voices cried, "You're getting what you deserve!" From out of nowhere and for no reason, a terrible feeling developed in her stomach, crashing over her entire soul like a wave that tossed her to the ground. The forest was flooded by the rain and became an ocean, a deep sea of gray and bitter water. Dylan instantly sank down to the bottom, through hundreds of depths as the sea pushed her body this way and that. She was drowning, but she could still breathe, and so her body was caught in between a terrible place of not being able to die, but not being able to live. She looked for the sun so she could swim up to the surface, but the sea was so dark that she couldn't tell where the sky was, only that the water was all around her and the darkness was all-consuming. It attacked, devoured every part of her until it felt like she was only a husk. The pit was within herself and within the ocean. It only seemed to get deeper and deeper. There was no reason to be sad, and yet she was. It was worse than sad, worse than devastated. Such pain had no name. All the happiness had gone from the world and would never return again. Life itself was void and empty, meant nothing, and was nothing. She floated through the ocean for what seemed like an eternity. Every second of the clock ticking in her mind was loud. It seemed to take a year and yet no time at all. There were no chains holding her down, but her body felt heavier than iron. She knew she could move her body, could swim somewhere, but she didn't want to. She couldn't stand to put in the effort, because it took everything just to stay alive. As she floated, she wondered if there was a point to anything. It was useless trying to do good, in trying to be good. There was too much evil in the world and not enough love and joy to conquer it. No matter what she did in this life, it didn't matter. All of the people she loved would die anyway, one right after the other, and they would lay forgotten in the cold ground by the entire world. All she wanted was to be free of suffering, free from loneliness and exhaustion. She wanted to be free of feeling unwanted and hating herself. Nobody loved her. She knew they didn't. They were all liars. Nobody could love a monster like her. Hope didn't exist. She couldn't fathom the world or what it was. It was best just to give up, to lay here and let the waves crush her body into non-existence. Dylan burst upward, gasping for air. The sea vanished. She found herself in a cold, gray room, still soaked from the ocean's mighty rage. The room itself was scribbled with the same insults and jibes from the voices in the forest, the floors lined with broken glass. Dylan sat on her knees and put her head in her hands. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't. Something in her was so broken that she had lost the ability to cry, lost the ability to feel anything at all. She felt like nothing, like she would vanish into the air, with no more than a wisp of passing wind. She had been hit by a train, her body pounded into the ground by sledgehammers over and over, and yet, through all that pain, all she could feel was numbness. She tried to moan, but not a sound came from her throat. In the worst throes of her depression, never had she felt like this. She realized that Tadan battled emotions like this daily, and she struggled to keep a scream of pain contained for her master. How did he do this? How did he keep going, keep living with such endless pain? She had to fight for Tadan. Her love for him was the only thing keeping her alive in this place. If she didn't fight, his mind would end up killing her. She forced herself to get up, her feet feeling like they were dragging concrete blocks. and opened the door to another room. She found herself back in their old home in Eros, but it was nothing like the home she remembered. The walls were melting around her, the voices whispering names as she continued along the hall. She did her best to ignore them, and opened the door to Taladin's room, peeking inside. He sat on the bed, his head in his hands. He was himself, but he was less than himself. He didn't seem strong or brave, only afraid and in pain. Taladin, she thought, reaching out to him. He didn't move. She put a hand on his shoulder. His entire body stiffened, as if he wanted her to go away. Dylan knew this was only a part of Taladin, and not his whole self, yet the gesture hurt. She put aside her own feelings and sat beside him. Taladin, you've got to get out of here. We're all waiting for you. Leave me here, he said. We can't. We need you. I need you. You don't need me. Yes, I do. There isn't a second of my life I don't need you. I've always needed you, Dylan pleaded. He refused to raise his head. Please, she whispered. Don't abandon me. She leaned into him, her head on his shoulder. He did nothing, and Dylan feared they'd be trapped here forever. But then her master raised his hand and took hers. Dylan awoke with a gasp. She found herself in Envas's arms, his blue eyes swimming with concern. He must have caught her when she fell. She looked over at Taladin and saw with relief that her master was awake. He was hunched over. Tavanna and Leanna both embraced him, the adults sitting in a huddle on the ground. Dylan looked away to give them some privacy and asked quietly, What happened? You were gone for a long time. We weren't sure whether either of you were coming out. Enfys said grimly, What exactly did you see in there? Her stomach churned. I don't want to talk about it. Where are the others? They all went to find the horses. We told them to meet up at camp. Even my brother, she said quietly. It was hard for him to watch, lass, Enfys said. I couldn't blame him. Her anger toward Devin increased tenfold. He couldn't even stay by her side to see if she'd be all right. Sure, whatever. She got to her feet and took Enfys's arm. Let's go back. I think they need some time alone, she said, gesturing to the adults. He looked sympathetically toward them. You don't have to tell me twice. The other kids had found all the horses and were sitting around the campfire with haggard expressions. Dylan took a seat between Envas and Saffron, and nobody said anything for a long time.
Well, it's been a messed up day,
Tito said, breaking the silence.
Dylan, what happened out there? Who attacked us?
Dylan told the story, Saffron adding in any details that she missed. When she was finished, Nelly added, Wow, Saffron, you really are on our side now, aren't you? I owe everything to Dylan, Saffron said. I have told you all before, I will be loyal to her until my death. Devin rolled his eyes. Dylan threw her arm around Saffron, saying, I'm glad you're here, Saff. You've made all the difference since. Saffron smiled lightly. Does this mean I can call you sister? Sister? Dylan said, surprised. She thought back to their previous conversation, how Saffron had so desperately longed for a sister to call her own, and she slowly nodded. Yeah, I suppose you can, if you want. No way. Devin spoke for the first time, getting up from his seat and walking over to Saffron. You're not calling her that. She's my sister, not yours. Saffron recoiled at his gaze. Dylan glared at him and said, She can call me whatever she wants. Go sit down. Devin made a disgusted noise before he returned to his seat. Everyone looked to Jenna to lighten the mood, but the girl only stared into the fire. Her previously bouncy curls appeared flat against her head, frown glued to her face. Jenna, come on, say something, Tito said, nudging her.
Why would you want me to say anything?
Jenna asked glumly.
I talk too much.
Jen, Envas said in a sad voice, but she didn't look at him.
No, I'm a dope. Everybody thinks I'm some empty-headed twit, she mumbled.
That's not true. You're fun. You bring some light into the group when there isn't any, Dylan added. Jenna gave a little laugh.
Yeah, that's me. The butt of every joke, the brainless bubblehead. That's probably why I can never shut up.
Do you want to talk about it? Tito asked.
No,
Jenna said immediately. Everyone seemed to sigh, staring at the ground. You don't have to talk about it, Saffron said kindly.
But maybe if the rest of us talked about what we saw, you wouldn't feel so alone?
Jenna looked up. She nodded at Saffron.
All right, it didn't happen to me today, but when Victorienne used her craft on me before, I used to see the asylum where they kept me.
Saffron swallowed.
It wasn't a very nice place.
Saffron looked at Nelly. Nelly skimmed her foot on the ground and said, I remembered the night I betrayed all of you, and the night Rachel killed my mother. That wasn't your fault, Devin said. But I still remember it, Nelly said. She looked at Devin, and the boy hesitated. The accident, Devin whispered, over and over. Dylan felt her heart crack a little, and she stared at the fire so she wouldn't have to look at anyone. It was Envas' turn, but the searcher threw a stick into the fire and said, I'll pass too. You guys are making me feel stupid. I didn't have memories half as bad as all those, Tito said.
So what did you see?
Jenna asked, lifting her head. Just stupid things like yelling at my stepmom, Tito said. Nothing important. That is important, Tito, Dylan said. If you regret those things, then why don't you treat Leanna better? You wouldn't understand. You don't have parents, Tito said defensively. Don't go there. I'd do anything to get my mom and dad back, Dylan said sharply. I get that your parents are dead, but at least they gave a shit about you when they were alive. My parents don't even know where I am right now, and they don't care, Tito shouted. My mom hasn't seen me since I was a baby, and my dad left me after he cheated on my stepmom. A stranger has to take care of me because she feels sorry for me. That's not true. Leanna loves you, Dylan insisted. Yeah, right, he said, rolling his eyes. I'm not her kid, and any affection she has for me is gonna go straight out the door when the baby comes and she has a real kid to take care of. I get that you're upset because your biological mom and dad don't care, Dylan said, but you have someone who does, and you shouldn't take your anger at them out on Leanna. Psst, okay, Tito said, rolling his eyes. Look, we've all got issues, Envas cut in. Let's not talk about it anymore. There was a rustling behind them. The kids turned to see Tavanna and Leanna partially supporting Taladin. When Taladin's eyes met Dylan's, he shrugged their hands off. Dylan, he said hoarsely, a word? All eyes were on her as she took her master's side. Tavanna looked at everyone pointedly, and they all got up, returning to their tents. Tavanna gazed at her brother in concern. I'm fine, Tav. I'll call you when we're done, Taladin said, waving his hand. Tavanna went inside her own tent, and Taladin looked at Dylan with a sad, lopsided smile. He sat down by the fire. She copied his movement, looking for some sort of cue from him. Hey, Thunderbolt. Hey, she said back softly. Are you okay? He sighed. Not really. I was worried. Tavanna said she didn't think you were going to come out, she mumbled. What does Tavanna know? Taladin said with a small, humorless laugh. I'm tougher than that. Dylan hesitated. She looked at her master, and his carefree mask dropped, to be replaced with a sad visage once more. The truth is, she was right. I was very close to letting go. A few more minutes and you would have lost me completely. Why? Dylan said. I thought you were better. I am better. I have control of how I feel, and I know what to do when bad things happen. Not that. I mean, better. Like you didn't feel like that anymore, she said. He shook his head. No, Thunderbolt, not even close. Do you feel like that all the time? Not all the time, but more days than I'd like. But aren't you happy? Yes, I'm very happy. Then why do you feel that way? How can you be happy and that terribly sad at the same time? Dylan demanded. I can understand somewhat because I know what you've been through, because I've been through it too. But I hoped that you weren't depressed anymore. I thought your depression stopped once you got better. I know this is hard for you to understand, but I've gotten to the point in my life where I've realized that my demons are never going to go away, he said. The way I feel is very hard to treat, and I've felt this way for so long it's hard to imagine being well. But how can you do that? How can you manage to live when you feel so awful on a regular basis? Dylan whispered. There aren't any instructions. You just do it, he said. You learn to live with the pain and continue through life as normally as you can. Some days are good, and other days, you have to grin and bear it. He grimaced. What does that mean for me, though? Does that mean I'll always be like this? Dylan said, scared out of her mind. I believe that you can get better completely, he said, moving a strand of hair out of her eyes. But I also want you to know that if you don't, and if you struggle with depression your whole life, as I will, that it does not make your life meaningless. I can't imagine living with that sort of pain forever. It's suffocating. I'll die, she said, turning to her master. Listen to me, Dylan, he said firmly. I want you to know that even through all that pain, even on days when my whole world is dark, none of it makes my life worth any less. The Hunters Guild could be gone tomorrow. The world could be at peace, and you, me, and Leanna could be living on a hill somewhere happily for the rest of our days. But it doesn't make any difference to my mind because no matter what, I'm still sick. He paused. I never wanted to tell you any of this because I didn't want to dampen any hope you had for yourself. But even though I suffer and struggle every day, I won't ever give up because all of you are worth the pain I experience. The drowning, the terrible voices, screaming things at you that aren't true but still hurt, she insisted. That's worth it? I don't feel like that all the time. Like I said, there are good days and bad days. I can feel on top of the world for months, and I'll think that I'm finally better, that I'll never be miserable again. But sooner or later, I have to come crashing down. And when I do, I crash hard. But even if each day was the worst torture, I would endure, because I love you. You're the strongest person I know, she said. Even if you never fought another hunter, you're the greatest Rhodi I've ever met. You're so brave. It's not me, it's love. Love is the reason I keep fighting, he said softly. My love for you makes the bad days possible. Without it, I'd be lost. Does Tavanna know how you feel, since your minds are connected? I keep what I can shielded from Tavanna. But she's my partner, so she knows what goes on inside my head. She can't understand it, as she's never been there herself, but she tries. That's all I can ask of her. But she knows when you're not happy. Joy can live alongside suffering. It doesn't seem possible, but it can, and I'm lucky to have everything I do, he said. I'm so blessed to have a wife and a family and to be a Rhodi. I'm glad that I'm responsible for protecting people. I don't want to give up my life. All I want is for Rachel to be gone so we can all rest. That, more than anything, would help me to feel better. I wish I had known all of this before. I never wanted you to realize how much I suffer on a daily basis. Now that you know, I've taught you that if you cannot beat your illness, you can live alongside it and have a good life besides. Don't ever think that I don't need you, she said, looking into his eyes. I'm always going to need you. He smiled lightly. Okay, Thunderbolt. She kicked some ash into the fire, saying, You don't want to go into the desert. No, I don't. But we don't have a choice now. Tavanna emerged from the tent. She looked at the two of them before adding, You both should get some rest. It's been a long day. But there were screams that we heard earlier, Dylan protested. Shouldn't we go after them? Probably just a ploy by Victorian and Viveka, Savannah said, shrugging it off. We have to be sure, Tadan said, getting to his feet shakily. Someone could be hurt out there. Tal, you're not in a state to rescue anyone, Savannah said softly. Nonsense. I'm perfectly fine. We'll take ourselves and the twins, he said. And me, Leanna said, popping out of her tent and walking over to her husband. If someone's hurt, you're going to need a doctor. Dylan knew Leanna was only going along for Taladin's sake, but she didn't mind. She really wished her brother didn't have to come. Savannah woke Devin, and the small group journeyed back into the mountains where they'd heard the original scream. There's no one out here, Savannah said after they'd been searching for an hour. Let's head back. Just a little longer, Tav. I smell something, Taladin said. The rest of the group looked at each other in confusion, but Dylan changed into a tigress, lifting her head to sniff the wind. I smell it too, she said at large. It was a sickening combination of burning flesh and clothing. Following the scent, Dylan trotted into the mountains until the smell was nearly overpowering her. Ugh, now I smell it too, Devin said, putting a hand over his nose. Dylan broke into a run. She reached the origin of the smell first, transforming back into a girl and letting out a scream of terror and grief when she saw what lay at her feet. Dylan, Tristan croaked. Is that you? Chapter 13. The End of What Could Be. What happened to you? Dylan asked, falling to her knees by his side. He was barely recognizable. Intense burns covered his entire body. His clothes melted to blackened skin, with sores that were weeping blood. The only thing that still resembled Tristan were his milky eyes that slowly dripped tears of pain. She didn't even know where to start treating his injuries. She was afraid the slightest touch would have him screaming in agony. She looked around for the others, wondering what was taking them so long to show. 2 hunters found us in the woods. We tried to fight them off, but the woman, she made us see things. When I came out of it, the man threw a fireball at me. Hold on, Tristan. We're going to get you some help, Dylan said. She stood up, cupping her hands around her mouth. Help! She screamed. Somebody help us! She looked back down at Tristan, noticing something was missing. Where's your gauntlet? Gone. The man took it to give to Rachel. Dread filled every inch of Dylan's body. If Rachel got the gauntlet and what Saffron said was true, there'd be no stopping her from projecting her craft onto millions of people. We have to get you out of here. She tried screaming louder. Help! We need help! The others appeared at the edge of the trees. When they saw Dylan, they ran over, Leanna dropping to her knees by Tristan's head. The doctor appeared to be just as helpless as Dylan was. Tristan, Devin said in a strained voice. Savannah and Taladin's eyes were in a panic. Tristan, where's April? Savannah said quickly. I don't know, he wheezed. Taladin's eyes contracted. He bolted away. April, are you there? Answer me! Savannah took off after him, her wings appearing as she leapt into the sky. Tristan coughed, letting out another cry of pain. When you see my parents, tell them I'm sorry, he said quietly. I treated them terribly for so long. I wish I could take it all back. You can tell them yourself once you get better. Dylan wept. We're going to save you. We both know that's not going to happen. Just tell them for me. Tell them I always loved them. His eyes began to close slowly, his breathing getting more and more labored. No! Tristan, no! Wake up! Dylan screamed. Leanna, do something! She grabbed onto the doctor's clothes, begging her. But Leanna was crying too, looking over the boy with nothing more than a helpless expression on her face. Leanna, please! Leanna! Dylan pleaded. When she did not respond, she began begging her cousin instead. Tristan, you have to hang on. You have to open your eyes.
Tristan's eyes didn't open. He was still alive, but he was slipping away quietly. Dylan looked at her brother, wanting him to do something, anything, but Devin only sobbed hysterically. Dylan did the only thing she knew how, and prayed to whoever was listening that her cousin would be okay. Nothing they could have done would have mattered. After a half hour, Tristan's breathing finally slowed, and he took a last, shuddering breath as he passed away. "I have to look for Tadan and Devana," Lyanna said softly, putting a hand on Dylan's shoulder. "Are you?" Her words dropped off, and Dylan nodded. Lyanna ran off into the mountains, and Dylan sniffed, looking at her brother. Devin stared at Tristan hopelessly, looking like he would enjoy nothing more than to disappear altogether. Dylan wiped her face. "We have to bury him. We can't leave him out here." "How are we going to cut into the rock? It's too hard," Devin protested. "I don't care. We'll find a way." Dylan transformed into a tigress, and with a furious roar she attacked the stone, her claws raking away at the ground. Devin stared at her. Then he bolted off, returning seconds later with a small shovel from the camp and a long white blanket. Using his craft, Devin struck at the ground, digging as fast as he could at hyperspeed. Together, the twins created a resting place for their cousin. Devin's hands and Dylan's paws were bleeding when they stopped, but they'd managed to do it. After wrapping Tristan carefully in the blanket, they placed him in the grave gently, then began to fill it slowly with red earth. When he had been buried, Dylan transformed back into a girl, looking around. "We need to mark it so we can find him again. Here." Devin carried a large red stone that was more distinguishable than any of the others. He put it at the head of Tristan's grave. The twins stood there, looking at it. "He's really gone," Dylan thought. "Our cousin's dead, and he's not coming back." Unable to avoid it, she burst into tears. Devin reached out to grab her hand. She glanced at him, and the twins embraced, clinging to each other tightly as they sobbed. "I'm sorry, Devin," Dylan cried. "I will never, ever hit you again. I'm so sorry I ever did that. And I'll never blame you again for the accident. It wasn't your fault. It never was," Devin said. "It was my fault that we got caught by those hunters." "You were just trying to help Nelly. I probably would have done the same thing," she sniffled, and they broke apart. "We will never fight like that again. It's not right. We're brother and sister. We're supposed to have each other's backs," Devin said, taking her hands and squeezing them. "Agreed," she said. "We were both stupid." He dropped their hands. "We should go back to the camp," Devin suggested. "There's nothing more we can do for Tristan. We should leave him in peace." Dylan nodded, and they left Tristan's grave behind them, continuing into the darkness of the mountains. As they walked, Dylan asked, "Do you think Tristan is in the life after?" "I don't know," Devin whispered. "But wherever he is, I hope Mom and Dad were there to greet him." Dylan hoped so too. The twins returned to camp. At an instant, Envas, Jenna, Tito, and Nelly were upon them. "Dylan, Devin," Envas said, "Savannah told us what happened. We wanted to look for ya, but she said it was best to give you two some space." "We're really sorry, guys," Jenna said, her lip trembling. "We really are." She hugged the twins, and then the entire group was embracing them, enveloping them in a large group hug. Dylan sighed and said, "Thanks, guys. I'm just glad he isn't in any more pain." Saffron, who watched the scene from afar, looked at Dylan sadly and said, "They found your other master, the seer. She's in the queen's tent." "Is she all right?" Devin asked. Saffron swallowed. "The queen requested you see her immediately once you returned." "That couldn't be good." Dylan looked at her brother, and he said, "We'll face it together." They walked inside Tavanna's tent, where Tavanna, Taladin, and Leanna were clustered in a huddle. When they heard the twins enter, they moved aside. The twins held back gasps when they saw April May. She was recognizable, but her injuries were still substantial. Burns covered her body as well, and Leanna was doing nothing to cure them. They both knew what that meant. The Rhodi's breathing was heavy and labored. Dylan sat next to Taladin, who had tears cascading down his cheeks. Tavanna hadn't yet given up hope. She had a steely look of resolve on her face as she coached April May on. "April, you have to fight this. Don't give up now." "I am dying, sister," April May said lightly. "I cannot deny it." "You're not going to die. You will live," Tavanna insisted. April May let out a laugh that sounded more like a wheeze. "Even the great Rodian queen cannot command me not to die." She let out a few gasping sounds and said, "Listen to me. Rachel is planning something. I know not what it is, but it is something big for all of Crescentia. It involves the dream state, that much I know." She shifted on the ground, staring up at her sister. "Tavanna, you must find a way to repair the dream state. It is crucial." "The dream state doesn't mean anything. I told you not to go on this mission," Tavanna protested, and for the first time, tears began sprouting in her eyes. "Promise me," April insisted. "Promise me that you will fix it." "I don't know how," Tavanna said desperately. "There is a way. While on my travels, Tristan and I discovered a book that told us the origins of the dream state." April gasped for air before forcing herself to continue on. "Leiveka burned it, along with me. But before he found us, I read that the only way to repair the dream state is to recreate it with a sacrifice that goes beyond the sensibility of life." "What does that mean?" Tavanna said in frustration. "I know not. But from a soul it was created, and so a soul must be given to create it again. Only Desmondandre will be able to do so." April May's dark gaze searched among the tent until she saw Dylan. "Tigers," she croaked. "Don't forget what I told you. It's all up to you now." Everyone in the tent turned to stare at Dylan in confusion. Dylan paid no attention to any of them and said, "I won't fail, Master. I promise." April May seemed to relax. She let out a sigh and said, "It is time that I die and rejoin my master and my student in the life after. I am sorry, Tavanna, for not listening. You are a queen worthy of ruling Crescentia." She gazed at her sister. "I foresaw you many years ago on the throne. Don't lose hope." "April, I don't care about the throne. I care about you," Tavanna pleaded. But April had grown silent, her eyes closing and her breathing slowing. The dying process had begun. The twins looked at each other and stepped out to give the adults some privacy. "No," they heard Tavanna whisper as they left. "I didn't give up on you, April. Don't give up on me." The next morning, everyone helped to bury April May next to Tristan. Leanna suggested that they stay a little longer in the mountains to grieve, and nobody questioned her. Tavanna seemed temporarily relieved from her leadership position. She sank within herself as she stared at April's grave with a blank, desperate expression. Taladin hadn't stopped crying. Although she knew it wouldn't do any good, Dylan stood by him, hugging his side and leaning her head on his shoulder. He smiled through his tears and said, "Hey, Thunderbolt, it's a bad day if you couldn't tell." "It's a bad day for everyone," she said. "I miss my cousin. He was such a pain when he was around, but now that he's not here, I miss his stupid insults and sarcasm. He was so determined to prove he could do something meaningful, and he died for nothing." "He and April didn't die for nothing. They discovered how to save the dream state.
It may be vague, but it's something to go on. We can't let it collapse now, no matter what. Otherwise, their death will be in vain, Tadan said. She didn't say anything. She didn't know how they were going to save the dream state on a whim. A soul had to be sacrificed in order to restore it. It just sounded to Dylan like more loss, and she was tired of losing people. Tadan cleared his throat. It can be so hard being a Rhodi, he said. It doesn't feel so bad when we're all together, but at times like this, it reminds me that there's only a few of us left. She hugged her master tighter. She knew exactly how he felt. The weight of saving the world wouldn't be so heavy on her shoulders if there were others like herself and her companions, more of them to bear the weight and to fight the Hunters Guild. But now there were only 4 Rhodi left in the entire world, and only 2 of them were masters. Rachel was determined to eradicate them all. Being a Rhodi was a horribly lonely thing. She wanted to believe that, somewhere, there were more of her kind, but she knew that wasn't true. Viveka was right. The Rhodi were a dying breed, and if Rachel had her way, soon they were going to be extinct. "I'll be okay, Thunderbolt," Tadan finally said, pulling away. "You should be with your brother and your friends. Tavanna and I, we have to stick together right now." He looked toward his sister with a miserable expression. Dylan nodded. "Okay, we'll be back at camp." She headed back, looking at the ground. Her friends were gathered around the campfire, as they had been last night. Dylan could barely look at Saffron. No one had said anything to Saffron about Tristan's death, more specifically, what it meant to her. To Saffron, he was simply another Rhodi who happened to be Dylan and Devin's cousin, who had perished under Rachel's rule. She had no idea that he had been her former childhood best friend. It wasn't right to keep things from her. Dylan had enough guilt already about never telling Tristan the truth. She had to tell Saffron what happened. "Saff," she said, and the girl looked up. "Can I talk to you?" The girl nodded. She followed Dylan behind a tree, where the Rhodi looked down anxiously. "Saff, I have to tell you something. It's important, but when I do, you have to promise me you're not going to freak out." "I won't freak out." Saffron gazed back at Dylan with large, bird-like eyes. Dylan wasn't sure she could believe her. "Do you recall the name Tristan Evers?" she asked, figuring the best way to handle the situation was to just get it over with. The name is familiar," Saffron said, her face slowly blanching from color. "But I haven't seen him in years, not since I went to the asylum. He's my cousin, the one we found in the woods." Dylan's throat seized up and she started to cry. "He's the one Viveka killed." Saffron's hand flew over her mouth. Her eyes filled with tears, and she stepped back, shaking her head. "This can't be possible." "It is. I'm so sorry, Saff." Dylan had to choke out the words through her tight throat, fearing what Saffron would do next. To her surprise, Saffron dropped the hand from her mouth and looked downward. "Do not apologize, Tigress. It is you who has lost a cousin, lost blood." "But you lost a friend," Dylan said, putting a hand on her shoulder. "It's okay to be upset." "I had not seen Tristan in many years. I doubt he even remembered me," Saffron protested. "I'm sure he would have, had he realized who you were." Dylan wiped some of the tears from Saffron's face with her sleeve. Saffron leaned forward and pulled Dylan into a hug. The gesture surprised Dylan, and she stiffened at the Griffin's touch, but as the embrace continued, Dylan relaxed, clutching the older girl tightly. "Thank you for being willing to tell me," Saffron said. "It means very much to me that you trusted me with this information." "I was afraid once you did, you'd fly off and hurt someone." "In the past, yes, but not anymore. I'm loyal to you now, as I've told you before. Please do not forget that." Saffron pulled away slowly, and Dylan took her hand. "Come on, let's go back to the others." Dylan led Saffron back to the campfire, plopping down next to Envas with a sigh.
The boy looked at her, but didn't say anything, only moving slightly closer as she sat down.
I'm just saying we shouldn't stay here, Tito said, who seemed to be arguing with Devin. If that crazy asshole with the fire hands comes back, we'll be no better off than Tristan in April-May. I'm not worried about it. If he shows his face around here again, I'll kill him, Dylan said viciously. After her talk with Saffron, her rage had returned, temporarily replacing her intense sadness. She wanted to do something to avenge her cousin and protect the small family she had left. She wanted to kill.
Killing for defense is needed, but killing for revenge will twist and ravage you, sister, as it has ravaged me, Saffron said. Take it from me. You don't want to become someone who takes a life for vengeance.
Then I'll kill him for justice for what he's done to hundreds of people, Dylan shot back. She threw a stick into the fire angrily. Envas stood up, gesturing toward her. Want to go for a walk? She threw another stick to the flame, got up from her seat, and said, sure. Balling her hands into fists, she stomped away, trying not to look back. As they walked through the mountains, Dylan angrily kicked bushes and rocks, picking up twigs and snapping them in half as she went. The searcher meandered after her, staring at the sky with his hands in his pockets. She didn't bother to contain her anger around Envas. She knew he only suggested going for a walk because he felt an explosion coming. She was glad for it. She didn't want anyone else to be around when she finally erupted. They came to a flat clearing that was far away from camp, a wasteland abandoned in the middle of the mountains. Envas twirled on his heels to face her. He rocked back and forth, giving her a grim expression. Go on then, he said. Scream. Her words came welling out of her like a fountain, spilling all over the ground and echoing through the dry desert air. I'm sick of everything, Envas, she said, grabbing her hair and beginning to pace. I can't take this anymore. I'm going to go crazy or lose it or run away or... She took a deep breath. We're done for, Envas. I'm 1 out of 4 Rhodi that are left in the entire world. Rachel's got a price on my head, and this proves she'll do anything to make sure me and the rest of my family are dead. Nobody's gonna hurt you, not while I'm around, Envas said firmly. We're gonna go into the desert, find whatever the hell it is that's on that map, and we're going to be fine. Whether we have to leave Crescentia or go after Rachel ourselves, you're going to be okay. I don't want you to end up like Tristan because you know me, Dylan said sharply, wildly and without sense. I care about you way too much for that to happen. It won't, Envas insisted. Nobody's looking for me. I'm a searcher. It's my job to stay out of sight. You're traveling with me. You couldn't be a bigger target. Dylan, I'm going to be fine. Have I ever lied to you? Envas asked. She shook her head. He then clapped her on the back and said, Good, glad we got that sorted. Dylan sighed. Is Jenna gonna be all right? I haven't heard a word from her since the other night. Usually we can't shut her up. She'll be okay. Give her a couple days, Envas said, looking glumly toward the ground and kicking a rock across the clearing. What did she see? Dylan said, if it's okay to ask. It's fine. She doesn't mind you knowing. She just doesn't want to talk about it herself. Envas sighed. Jenna was picked on quite mercilessly back in Dundee. She was a target for all the local bullies. That's terrible. Who would do such a thing? She's such a sweet girl, Dylan said. It was me. What? Dylan said in shock. I was quite the little bastard when I was younger, he said. Me and my mates tormented her endlessly. We used to lock her in closets and call her names. Quite a few times we pushed her in the mud. We even cut her hair once. But why? You're so nice, Dylan said in surprise. I wasn't always. Jenna annoyed me, and I punished her for it on a daily basis. I was a shitty big brother until recently. What happened? Now you're coming to what I saw, he said. I got a taste of my own medicine, and I didn't like it much. It came in the form of a girl named Shorsha. What did she do? Did she bully you? Dylan asked. Much worse. She stole my heart, then ran away with it when I wasn't looking. She sounds stupid, Dylan said, crossing her arms. She was something. She was a fiery lass, with as much spirit in her as the sky. You couldn't control a thing she did, but I liked that about her. She was free and ran wild. You never forget your first love, and even if I tried, I could never forget her. Yeah, okay, Dylan said, feeling her face slowly getting red. So what'd she do? I was about to play my first show, Envas said. I had finally mastered a couple of songs I liked. I booked a gig at a pub and was so excited to play. But an hour before I was supposed to go on stage, I found out Shorsha had been cheating on me with another lad. We had an argument, and when I went up to play, she got the crowd to boo me off stage. I've never been so humiliated. Envas, that's awful, Dylan said softly. It was only a bunch of drunk Dundee-Indians. She could have convinced them to love me just as easily, but she was mad at me, and instead of supporting me, she inspired the crowd to hate me before I even played a note. He didn't raise his head. Just before I walked off stage, I saw her kissing one of my mates. It only added insult to injury. She didn't care that I'd been looking forward to playing a show for months. All she wanted to do was hurt me. She did it, too. I still have trouble singing in front of people, even to this day. What a bitch, Dylan said. How can you still think so highly of someone like that? I should have known better than to trust her, but I was enchanted by the idea of her, so I followed after her blindly. I think a small part of me is still taken with her. Dylan said, a burning resentment boiling in her chest. In my opinion, you should forget all about her. It took a long time for me to get over her. My mates didn't care, and my parents were so busy with their searcher duties that I didn't want to bother them. Jenna was the only one who saw how badly I was hurting. She helped me to move on. That sounds just like Jenna. Dylan beamed. Envas smiled. I remember she came up to me with a cute smile on her face and all those bouncy red curls, and said, "Don't worry about her. She's a prat and a stupid silly runt who looks like a fish, and I'm tired of seeing my brother kiss a trout." Enfys laughed out loud. She never left my side, not once until she cheered me up. From then on, I never did anything against her. She looks up to you. I know, quite a lot. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to make up for how I treated her. Dylan felt Devin prodding at the edges of her mind, and she said, "They want us back." Envas spun on his toes, looping his way to the path with a careless swagger. Dylan followed him, and noticing the dullness in his eyes, took his hand. "Don't feel bad. Jenna forgives you, and maybe you breaking up with that girl was a good thing." "Oh, I know it was," Envas said with a bright smile, giving her hand a squeeze. "If she was in the way, I'd have never met you." Though her heart was heavy, she felt the weight upon her lighten at his words, just a little. When they got back to camp, the teens all looked at their conjoined hands curiously, but Dylan let Envas's hand go and said, "What's up, guys?" "Not much," Devin said, raising an eyebrow. "The adults just wanted us together." Leanna emerged from the tent. "We're going to be making dinner soon. We don't want anybody wandering off."
"Why not? Mr. Firehands would love to play a game of tag, I'm sure,"
Tito said sarcastically. "He won't follow us once we get into the desert. He doesn't have any backup," Leanna said.
"Whatever, Mom. It's not like you know anything,"
Tito snapped. Leanna gave him a hurt look, then silently retreated back into the tent. Dylan bent down and picked up a rock, chucking it at Tito. It bounced off his forehead. The boy slapped a hand to his brow, saying, "Ow! What was that for?" "Your disgusting behavior," Dylan snarled. "My cousin died last night, begging me to tell his parents he was sorry for being mean to them, and you treat Leanna like shit in front of my face before he's even cold in the ground. You're lucky everyone you love is still alive. Stop taking it for granted." Tito rolled his eyes, but the frown didn't leave his face. Leanna dispensed dinner among the group. The adults didn't say anything, but the teens dissolved into quiet chatter. Dylan stared at the fire and tried not to remember Tristan's face or his endless pleading inside her head. She forced her food down her throat, attempting not to gag. She needed her strength for the journey tomorrow. Tavanna appeared as a woman who'd lost all sense of hope. She wasn't eating, only staring at the fire. She broke the quiet after a while, saying, "I can't keep this a secret from you all. Saffron wasn't the only one who drew hunters to our location when we were staying at the cottage. The reason we were discovered is more complicated than we originally thought." "What do you mean?" Devin asked breathlessly. Dylan struggled to quiet her thoughts, which were screaming wildly. "While they were living at the cottage with us, April, May, and Tristan weren't simply practicing on their own," Tavanna said, voice devoid of emotion. "They were hunting hunters." "What?" Dylan gasped, and her brother's mouth dropped open. "Are you sure?" "I am. It all makes sense now. If hunters kept disappearing from the area, more would be bound to show up to look for them. They knew we were around. They just weren't sure where," Tavanna said. "April thought the more hunters she eliminated, the better chance we had of surviving this war." "But why would she do that? Why would April May draw attention to our location and risk all of our lives so senselessly?" Devin questioned. Tavanna sighed. "April was furious with me for being so passive. She wished to go to war, to fight Rachel head on, but I wouldn't do it. She saw me as weak and cowardly. I did not live up to her expectations as Desmodondre, and so she decided to go out on her own." "It can't be true. April May never lost faith in you," Devin insisted. Tavanna stared blankly ahead. "I had believed so as well, until she confessed everything to me last night before she died." "Everything? There's more?" Devin asked in disbelief. "Yes. After we escaped Desmodondre's castle, she didn't believe that Devin was worthy to lead the Rhodi once it was time for me to pass on the crown." Tavanna gazed at her student. "She was training Tristan to take my place. Eventually, April May had planned for him to challenge me to a duel, so he could take my position by force." "That's a ridiculous idea. You're the most talented Rhodi there is," Devin said, shaking his head. "It would have been foolish for him to challenge you. He never could have become strong enough to." "In a few more months, he would have been," Tadan said darkly, appearing more depressed than Dylan had ever seen him. "Tristan's craft changed," Tavanna said. "He wasn't just able to produce lightning. Somehow, April May discovered that he could kill hunters and take their strength after they were dead. He gained more experience with each murder." "So Tristan had two crafts?" Dylan said. She could hardly believe it. Only prodigies, such as Saffron, Tavanna, and Rachel, could split their crafts. But Tristan? It would seem so. That's why he was able to defeat the two of you so easily when you practiced together. He'd had the strength of all the hunters he killed residing in his body. Tavanna ran a hand through her long hair, looking lost, confused, careless. "I never believed my own sister would betray me like this. It seems war makes us do the cruelest of things to ensure that we obtain our idea of victory." Dylan stayed silent. She couldn't believe that her cousin had fallen so far. Tristan had become a murderer in his delirious attempt to become the leader of the Rhodi, and April May had been the one who'd put the idea into his head. She had no doubt that Tristan believed he was doing the right thing at the time, killing hunters in order to end the war. Yet no matter how noble his intentions were, it didn't excuse what he'd done. Both he and his master had turned their backs on all of them to work on their own agenda. It'd done nothing but get them killed. Even so, Dylan couldn't harness any sort of anger at Tristan. He was dead. Raging at him now would only put her through more pain. And in the past few days, they'd all been through enough. Tavanna shifted. "I forgive April May and Tristan for what they did, But I can't stand for mutiny again. If we're going to win, I need complete loyalty from all of you." She stared at Dylan when she said this. Dylan felt a gnawing, harsh guilt claw away at the pit of her stomach. Tadan was picking at his food. He sighed, putting it aside before turning to his student.
"Dylan, we need to talk, and I think it's everyone's right to hear it, since you've obviously been keeping something from all of us."
Everyone looked at her. She glanced at Tadan and saw that the queen's eyes were burning. She knew something was wrong. Dylan shook her head and said, "I can't tell you. April May made me swear I wouldn't." "That doesn't matter now," Tadan said quietly. "April is gone, and you owe it to us to let everyone know what she told you." "Why does she have to talk about it? If she doesn't want to, then why make her?" Envas asked, coming to her aid. "If you must know, then ask her privately, not when everyone's around." "All of you are part of something bigger now," Tadan said. "Protecting you by withholding information could put everyone in more danger. None of us can afford to keep secrets."
"Even I am allowed to listen in?"
Saffron asked cautiously, looking feebly toward Tadan. Tadan gave her a cold expression, but Tadan nodded. "Yes, Saffron. You have saved Dylan's life twice now, and all of ours against Victorienne's. You have proven trustworthy and deserve to be here." "She's not part of the group," Devin said at once, his voice brimming with spite. "Yes, Devin, she is," Tadan said sharply. "Despite her mistakes, she's been invaluable to us as a whole during the past few weeks, and so we will include her. And that's a command, directly from your master, and not a request." Devin crossed his arms and stared at the ground, seething. Saffron's eyes, however, sparkled with pride. Although the Griffin seemed happy, Dylan couldn't help but notice the mean stares everyone was giving the girl. Tadan may have inducted Saffron into their ranks, but she was just as big an outcast as when she got here, only slightly more trusted. It would be a long time, if ever, before she was truly accepted by everyone. Tadan turned toward Dylan once again and added, "Dylan, you have to tell us. What did April May see?" "You don't want to know, really," Dylan insisted. "I don't even want to know. I wish she'd never told me." She looked toward the ground. Things would be a lot easier if she hadn't. "What did she ask you to do?" Tadan said, and he leapt to his feet. "Did she want you to go on some quest? Did she say you were going to die?" "It's not what she asked. It's what she foresaw. I don't think I'm going to die. I mean, I'm not sure," Dylan said, and she saw Tadan's face fall into a panic. "But I know I have to do it no matter what, otherwise it won't happen." "Dylan, I hate to do this, but you understand that if you don't tell us what April May said, then you can't come into the desert with us," Tadan said softly. "What? That's not fair," Dylan said angrily. "You're forcing my hand," Tadan said. "Please tell us what April May saw. Otherwise, you're staying behind." Dylan's hands balled into fists, and she held her breath in frustration. She looked around at each face of the group, but nobody came to back her up. They wouldn't go against Tadan. "Fine, but you're going to regret this." "Rhodi, stick together," Tadan said gently. "Whatever it is, we can all bear it as one, instead of leaving you to carry it on your own." Her brother seemed so scared. She hated this, but she had no choice. 18 years ago, April May ran into the Red Huntress. Rachel subdued April and tortured her until she began to see the future. "She never told us about this," Tadan protested. "She was ashamed to admit that she'd been caught," Dylan said, and ashamed to admit that she'd told Rachel everything she saw. April prophesied that a woman, who was once part of the Hunters Guild, would abandon Rachel and flee to the Rhodi. The woman would become a great warrior and bring down the Red Huntress for good. She told Rachel that it was my mother, kill him. "What?" Devin got to his feet. "And you didn't tell me?" Dylan played with her hair guiltily. I'm sorry, Devin. April insisted that I couldn't tell anyone, not even you. She convinced me that if one of us was captured, that Rachel could use the information against us. It was best nobody knew. If this prophecy is right, that means Rachel can never be defeated, Saffron said. Killam is dead. But it wasn't about my mother, Dylan cut in. April May said it was about me. Silence echoed like a shockwave amongst the group. Tito, Nelly, and Jenna's mouths dropped open, while Leanna sat back in surprise. Devin seemed frozen in place. Saffron cocked her head, confused. Tadan nodded, almost grimly. Tadan, well? Tadan looked like his worst fear had come true. Enfys merely stared at her, a frightened expression in his eyes. April realized that she'd made a mistake. She had foreseen me and not my mother ending the war. I have to do it, she said. April said that my mother had a craft similar to hers and could see visions. She believed that my mother had foreseen me defeating the Red Huntress and was trying to get me and Devin to Eros so we could become Rhodi ourselves. Rachel knew our parents were looking for Tadan and Tvanna, so she had the accident staged in order to kill my mother. She stopped pursuing our family when my mother was dead, because she believed after that, the prophecy would never come to pass. Rachel didn't realize who I was when I was in her service, and it's a good thing, too, because she would have had me killed. Rachel thought she was able to reverse the course of destiny, but she didn't, because I'm still alive. Dylan's voice was choked. Her brother's eyes swam with tears, but he didn't say anything. After all this time, they finally had answers, but it wasn't the answers they wanted. It would nearly be better if they had never known the truth at all. April said I was the one who could kill Rachel and end the Hunters Guild. She didn't tell me how to do it, or when I would, only that it had to be me. Otherwise, we're going to fail. The crackling of the fire was all that could be heard throughout the mountains. Nobody dared break the silence, until Tito shook his head and said, Dylan, we all know you're good, but you're not that good.
Dylan, you would absolutely positively get squashed by Rachel in a fight, even as a tigress, Jenna argued. She looked at her brother. He, too, shook his head, but it was more in denial than disbelief. No, that can't be right. But it is, Dylan said. I wish there was another way, but April May insisted that I'm the key to all of this. She gestured to the air, as if portraying the entire guild before their very eyes.
April must have misinterpreted the vision, or she didn't see the right thing. Her prophecy was wrong, Tadan said harshly.
No. Tvanna spoke for the first time, her voice soft. April's prophecies are never wrong.
This time they are,
Tadan shouted.
Tvanna, you're the one who's supposed to bring down Rachel. It's always been you, not my daughter.
I'm ready to die if I have to bring her down, Dylan said quietly. You have to accept that, Tadan.
I will never accept that.
Her master came to her, kneeling at her side and putting a hand to her cheek.
You're going to be fine, I promise. I'll protect you.
You're letting your affection for her get in the way, Tal, Tvanna said tiredly. If April said Dylan has to do it, then she has to do it. There's no way around it. No matter how hard we try to stop it, or what we do to avoid it, Rachel's prophecy will come true. You cannot run from the future.
Then we must change the future. You must fight Rachel,
Tadan said, gesturing to Tvanna angrily. Every time I have faced Rachel, I have either failed or barely managed to stay alive. Perhaps Dylan has something in her that I don't, Tvanna said, rising from her seat furiously. Tvanna, you're the best Rhodi there is. If you can't kill the Red Huntress, Dylan definitely doesn't stand a chance, Devin said sadly. The group broke into furious arguing. Dylan looked around, her stomach twisting into knots. This wasn't how she'd hoped things would go at all. She knew nobody would believe that she could take down Rachel. but she thought they would try to understand. All fell into silence as Saffron stood. The Griffin walked to Dylan's side, standing straight. She seemed prouder and nobler than an eagle rising into the sky as she said, "I have always been obsessed with you. From the moment I saw you, it wasn't power, but something else in you that drew me in. It made me feel challenged once, but now it makes me feel strong. I believe that you can stop the Red Huntress." "Me too." Envas rose to his feet and joined Dylan, sitting beside her. "I think that you can beat Rachel. There's a fire in you that none of us have. I don't know what it is, but I believe that you're the only hope we've got." Tito rose. "You're crazy, Dylan, but I guess that makes me crazy for following you. Best friends until the end." Jenna bounced over, twirling to Dylan's side. "You're my very, very, very good friend, and very good friends stick together no matter what, prophecy or no prophecy." Dylan smiled. Nelly shakily rose to her feet, and Devin helped her, joining the group now gathered around Dylan. Nelly weakly leaned on Devin and said, "I know I'm not much help, but I'm here to support you, and I know you can do this. You might not have to stop Rachel, but you can, and I know you will. April said you had to kill Rachel, but that doesn't mean you have to do it alone. We're brother and sister. We'll stop her together," Devin promised. "Thank you," Dylan whispered. "Thank you guys so much." She looked over at the adults. Leanna crossed over, saying nothing, only putting her hand on Dylan's shoulder with a smile. Tavanna approached Dylan with all the regality of a queen. "If this is something you must do, then I will make it as easy for you as I can. I've never been able to fully defeat Rachel, but I can definitely give her a good fight." Tavanna smiled deviously. Dylan looked to Tadan. His arms were crossed, and his face was set into an angry mixture of denial and fear. Dylan brushed against his mind, saying nothing, but letting him know she was there. He didn't walk over to the group, but his gaze softened, and he said, "I will always protect you, Thunderbolt. Until my last dying breath, I will." Dylan stood. "I can't express what this means to me," she said. "All I can say is I'm really lucky to have such a great family." "Once a Rhodi, always a Rhodi," Tavanna said, her blue eyes twinkling. "Now let's get to bed. We have a..." Chapter 14. The Bethabara Desert. The next morning, everything was put away quickly and packed on the horses. Dylan was the first to be ready. She had risen before everyone else and had helped the rest pack as fast as they could. More than anything, she wanted to get out of the mountains and see what they would find. "I hate to travel in the sun, but we have to get moving. We don't know when Viveka will show up with reinforcements," Tavanna said. She mounted her horse. The others followed her lead, heading into the hot, dry desert. A few people looked back longingly toward the red peaks that had provided shade and protection from the harsh wind. Dylan could tell the group didn't like leaving the mountains. They were safe and provided refuge that the desert didn't. Once they were out in the open, the group would be totally exposed to not only the elements, but any enemies that followed them. Dylan put the veil they'd bought at the shop over her head. Let the storms of the desert come. She'd be ready for them. By midday, they were broiling. Everyone sagged on their horses under the scorching heat as they climbed up and down large dunes, across worn plains with nothing but cracked dirt underneath their horses' hoofs. Several windstorms erupted, and the group had to cover their eyes and mouths in order to avoid getting sand in them as giant waves furled down the dunes, cutting into their clothes. Tavanna rode stubbornly through them, refusing to give up. Out here, everything melted together, blending into one giant painting where there was no earth, no sky, no Rhodi. Just a place at the edge of the world that no one knew existed. Nelly laid on her horse's mane, taking sips of her medicine every few hours. The adults pretended to be okay, but Dylan could tell by their faces they were exhausted. Enfys was weaving on his horse. Dylan trotted up to him, steadying him so he didn't fall. "Enfys, what's wrong?" she asked. He only looked at her in confusion.
"I think he's sick," Jenna said. "He's been like that for hours."
"He's dehydrated," Devin said. "Make him drink something." Dylan reached over on his saddle and grabbed his canteen, unscrewing it. "Come on, Envas. Conserving your water's no good if you're already dead." He took a deep gulp, wiping his face with the few droplets that came off the canteen. "Thanks, lass." "No problem," Dylan said, giving him an encouraging smile. "Not much like Dundee, is it?" "No," Envas said, giving a sarcastic, dry laugh. "Not much at all." The twins were definitely not comfortable, but they were faring better than the rest of the group. "How are you doing, sis?" Devin asked, glancing over at his sister. "I don't feel amazing," Dylan said, "but for the most part, I'm good." "Me too. We were born for this," Devin said, before he glanced at the others. "But obviously, they're not." "No," Dylan shook her head. "We should have gone by ourselves." "We would have had to cut off their arms and legs before they'd let us do that," Devin said, chuckling. "You've got that right," Nelly mumbled from the horse's mane. Devin rubbed her back lightly with his free hand. Dylan glanced over at Saffron. Although she could tell the girl was suffering, she hadn't let a complaint slip from her lips the entire ride. Saffron simply sneered at the desert and held her head up high as if she was too proud to let a simple thing like heat exhaustion and dehydration get to her. When night fell, it became so cold that several members of the group put on multiple layers. Everyone looked expectantly at Tavanna, but she pushed her horse forward and said, "It's been a long, hard day. I know that, but I think it best if we walk through the night." "We can't do that. You're going to kill the horses," Tadan protested. She shook her head. "These are desert horses. They'll be okay. I know they can't walk forever, but we need to put as much distance between us and the mountains as possible in case we're being followed. When the sun rises, we'll put up the tents and rest." Nelly weaved. Devin supported her and said, "You go to sleep. I'll stay up and direct the horse." Nelly was asleep within seconds, her head bobbing. Lots of people moaned, but they followed Tavanna obediently under the glow of the night moon. Dylan wanted to stop to rest, but she wanted to reach their destination more, so she continued on without protest. Tito presumed to keep everyone up by complaining all through the night. "This was a stupid idea. I don't know why I ever said yes. We're never going to find anything out here. It would take us years." "Tito, please, you're not helping," Liana said. Tito opened his mouth to bite back a retort, but then he paused. "Yeah, Mom, I guess you're right. Sorry." Dylan nearly fell off her horse. Tito looked back at her and shrugged, adding, "Okay, fine. You got to me. A little." Jenna had gotten her peppiness back. She seemed to be the only one who had any energy left to talk.
"I know what will cheer everyone up! A song!"
she exclaimed.
"On the hills of Dundee, there was a maiden fair with pretty blue eyes and long silver hair."
Jenna's voice was loud, brash, and quite off-key. The rest of the group ignored her, but to Dylan's surprise, Envas joined in. He and Jenna sang together, song after song, until Dylan thought that they quite possibly had gone through every tune known to Crescentia. She listened to his voice, enjoying the smooth, wonderful tone it brought to the desert night. Envas's voice was a swooping, gentle caress that enveloped her, making her feel like she was right at home, despite being in the middle of nowhere. Dylan thought that even though she was tired, she could continue forever journeying through the darkness, as long as he would keep singing. Every time Enfys started a new song or hit a difficult note, her insides fluttered happily, and she found herself daydreaming about him carelessly as she watched him ride under the glow of the stars. When Jenna, Enfys, and even Tito had finished a rousing, awful rendition of Make My Hips Sway, the sun finally came up over the horizon. Tavanna stopped her horse and said, "We'll camp here and leave again when night comes." An audible sigh of relief rippled through the group. There were shouts of pain as people got off their horse. A few people collapsed in the sand. Tito moaned as he got off his horse. "After this, I never want to ride another horse again." "I'm pretty sure it feels the same way about you," Envas said, watching Tito's horse stretch as his saddle was removed. Envas got off his own horse and let out a sharp exclamation, hobbling to take the saddle off his horse. Even he had saddle sores. Dylan removed her own saddle, fed and watered her horse, then set up her tent wordlessly. She hurt all over. She felt like she'd been fried, and there were sand in parts of her body she didn't even know she had. She was asleep the moment she laid down. Dylan woke up to the sound of screaming. She jumped up and ran out of her tent and into Tito's, where the screaming was coming from. He had a large rock in his hand and was bashing the sand beneath him with a ravaged, caveman-like fury. "What are you doing?" she asked, thinking he'd finally lost it. "It's a freaking scorpion! I found it right next to my head!" he cried, pointing at the ground. It was indeed a scorpion, but Tito had since killed it with the big rock. Dylan looked away from the squished scorpion. "Ew. Well, at least it didn't sting you." "How do you know it didn't? I was sleeping!" Tito exclaimed.
"If it stung you, you'd be dead in a couple hours, and there's nothing we can do about it,"
Jenna said, sticking her head in the tent.
"So you don't have anything to worry about, really."
Tito rolled his eyes. "That's great." He and Dylan crawled out of the tent to see that the ruckus had awoken everyone else as well. "I'm glad you're all awake," Tavanna said. "We have to get moving." The group saddled up grumpily. They continued on their way, while Tavanna looked worryingly into the sky. "We slept way too long. We were supposed to begin riding last night, and it's nearly morning again."
"Can you blame us? We shouldn't have ridden all day and all night,"
Taladin protested. Tavanna ignored him. "Thankfully, whatever we're looking for shouldn't be too far away." She brought out the map. "We'll stop at midday. When the heat breaks, we'll pick up again. We should be right on top of it." The sun seemed even more brutal that morning than it had been the day before. Out of nowhere, Jenna started hopping up and down on her horse, clapping her hands. "Look at this! Look! It's a theme park right in the middle of the desert! Isn't that weird?" "It's a mirage, Jenna. There's no theme park," Envas said. "Yes, it is! It's right there!" Jenna insisted, pointing directly in front of her. Jenna perched forward on the saddle with her eyes wide, enthralled with the invisible park. Envas took a large piece of fabric, poured some water on it, and draped it over Jenna's head and face. "There. Do not take that off until I tell you." "Okay," Jenna said, clearly out of it. Envas gazed worryingly at his sister until they stopped at noon, setting up his tent at once so they could get out of the sun. Jenna wasn't the only one seeing things. Tito had insisted that he had seen an oasis and was angry that they weren't listening to him about it. Everyone was parched at best and delusional at worst. The horses had taken most of their water supply. They dug into the ground and looked for the roots of plants, but there was no water to be found. Liana was bent over on the ground, holding her stomach. Taladin circled her, exploding with worry. The twins walked by, kneeling by Liana's side. "Here," Devin said, handing Liana his water. "You need it more, for the baby." Taladin's head jerked sharply to look at him.
"How did you—"
"Everybody knows. It's kind of obvious," Dylan shrugged. "I'm just into my second trimester. I should be fine," Liana said with an encouraging smile, but her husband watched her anxiously. Dylan forced down a lump of anxiety rising in her chest. Liana and Taladin couldn't lose another baby. That, more than anything, would kill them out here. They had to find what they were looking for soon. After it had somewhat cooled off, they set off again. An hour into the trip, Tavanna stopped her horse and looked around. She then checked the map again, a distinct look of panic on her face. "What is it?" Taladin demanded, clearly irritated. "It's supposed to be right here," Tavanna said. "This is where the X is."
"Are you sure? You probably got the directions wrong,"
Tadan said. He walked his horse over to hers and ripped the map out of her hands. After careful surveying, he shook his head and said, "You're right. It should be here."
"It is here! We're right in the middle of the theme park!"
Jenna screamed. Everybody looked at Dylan. Feeling like she couldn't breathe, she suggested, "Maybe it's moved since the Rhodi drew it? I'm sure if we look around, we'll find something." "Of course we will," Tavanna insisted. She glanced at her student, who was currently holding Nelly up from falling off the horse. "Devin, you set up camp and get Nelly and Jenna out of the sun. The rest of you, look for something, anything." Hours passed. Camp was set up and the entire area was searched, but nothing was found but sand and rocks. By the end of the day, Dylan was thoroughly discouraged. Tadan looked at Tavanna and she stated, "We'll find whatever it is in the morning. Might as well get some rest." Everyone gave up and went inside their tents. Dylan stood outside with Saffron under the cold moon and shivered. Something wasn't right. They had the wrong location, or they weren't looking hard enough. It had to be some error of theirs. There was no way the map could be wrong. Otherwise, Dylan had led them into the desert for nothing. "Don't worry, sister," Saffron whispered, seemingly reading her mind. "We came out here for a reason. When I broke the veil on that map, it wasn't for nothing. I felt like it was hiding a powerful secret. We won't go home empty-handed." Dylan forced herself to give her friend a smile, but didn't let Saffron's words comfort her. Of course, the Griffin wouldn't be worried. If need be, she'd simply fly back to the mountains in less than a day. The rest of them weren't so lucky. Even though she was tired, it took forever for Dylan to fall asleep that night. They had vastly underestimated the supplies they would need, and had gone through almost everything on the journey out here. There weren't enough resources to get them back unless they left tomorrow, but they couldn't leave tomorrow unless they found what they were looking for. According to Tavanna, the mysterious X on the map was nowhere in sight. Through a hole in the tent, she watched Devin and Nelly a few feet away. Nelly was on her hands and knees, gagging. Devin crouched by her side, a helpless look on his face. Not even the medicine was working. Maybe Tavanna and Tadan were right, and Odan and Yolanda had been wrong. Maybe the map really did contain nothing of importance, and Dylan had revealed its so-called secret at the worst possible time. Had she only led her friends to their deaths? The next morning, no one looked any better. Sleep had refused to help in the face of dehydration and starvation. Tavanna looked around and croaked, "One last time, then we have to go." Feeling defeated, Dylan bent her head toward the ground. What was the point? This whole mission was useless, and now the Rhodi had no home, no money, and nothing to go on. She opened her mouth to tell everyone she was sorry, that they should pack up and start over somewhere else. Her words were halted in place as a gag was tied over her mouth, and the world went dark as she was blindfolded. She tried to fight her captors off, but found that two of them had grabbed her arms, holding them at her sides. Various members of the group screamed, and then, without warning, all the sound vanished. Dylan couldn't hear anything, not the voices, not the wind whistling through the desert. Nothing. Whoever these people were, they'd snuck up on them without any warning. "Everyone stay calm," she heard Tavanna echo through her head. Her enemies must have done something to mute the hearing of all, but the mind speak still worked. Dylan struggled to get away, but her efforts were useless as she was tossed into the back of what she supposed must be a wagon. Someone else was thrown against her, and she felt the wagon lurch as she was abducted by people she didn't know by sight or by name. Chapter 15. Prisoner of Fate. When her gag and blindfold was removed and her hearing returned, Dylan found herself lying against the floor of a cold stone dungeon. She sat up against the wall and realized that everyone in the group was there, save for Jenna, Leanna, Nelly, and Tito. Dylan's heart clenched. What had been done with them? She figured that the Hunters Guild had got them, but she shoved that idea off instantly. Rachel would never put them all together in the same cell. She maneuvered between Tadan and Envas, whispering, "What's going on?" "I don't know, Thunderbolt," Tadan said, his eyes shiftily surveying the dungeon. "I've never seen this place before." "Hey!" Devin screamed. He was shaking the door of the cell, beyond self-control. "You let us out right now! I promise that you do not want to keep us in here." "Be still," a guard demanded. He was covered in square, flat-plated armor from head to toe, and was carrying a long spear. "Your shouting will do you no good." "We have sick people with us! Where did you take them?" Devin screamed, shaking the bars harder. "Your sick and pregnant have been moved to the infirmary," the guard said with a bored expression. "I promise you that they will not be harmed, and you will not be harmed either if you cooperate." "If you aren't going to hurt us, then let us out of this cell," Devin demanded. "You are being kept in captivity for our safety as well as your own," the guard said blandly. "You will be released after you speak with King Oruchan." The group looked at each other. King Oruchan? Crescentia didn't have any kings. Where exactly were they? "Settle down, Devin," Tavanna said. "We'll speak with this King Oruchan, and then you will let us go." The guards made no effort to deny her. In fact, they seemed terrified of her. They turned their backs, refusing to look Tavanna in the eye. Devin kicked the wall angrily, slumping down by Tavanna's side. Dylan looked at Saffron. She alone seemed perfectly content and at home in the prison cell, not even mildly disturbed by their grim surroundings. The girl shrugged at Dylan's curious expression and said, "I have been caught many times before. Sometimes they lie when they say they won't hurt you, and other times not. But working yourself up over it doesn't help." Devin made a face, but Dylan sighed and said, "You're right. I guess we just have to wait." And so they waited. They could have used their crafts to escape the cell, but as they didn't know where the others were, they didn't dare to take that chance and risk putting them in danger. Surprisingly, they didn't have to wait very long. The guards came in with bottles filled with water for all of them, and a small loaf of bread each. "Feed yourselves," one said. "Oruchan awaits." They devoured the food and savored the water. Strengthened, they got to their feet, and the guard went to open the door. "I advise you to stay calm. As we said before, we do not wish to harm you, but we will do so if you attempt to escape." Tavanna nodded at them. She left the cell first, and the others followed her lead. Dylan hadn't noticed when she was hungry, but now that she had her bearings, she realized that the guards surrounding her looked different than any person she had seen before. They had straight black hair, dark eyes, small noses, and wide cheekbones. She glanced down and saw that a few letters from the Rodian alphabet were tattooed across one man's arm. What did this mean? The guards opened the door to the dark, dank dungeon, and the Rhodi shielded their eyes as sunlight came filtering in. Their jaws dropped open as they caught their surroundings, which could only be described as an intricate palace. The floor was composed of red carpet, while large marble pillars carved with designs of dragons rose up to the ceiling. Ornately painted vases sat beside bamboo plants and expensive jars, while giant fans decorated with the Rodian alphabet adorned the walls. Golden statues of stags and cranes sat next to sparkling fountains, and there was a sweet smell drifting through the air. A few women gathered in the hallway were wearing kimonos, their hair held up in buns that were dangling with gems. They whispered to each other before hurrying along, glancing at the guards. Dylan looked upwards, wondering if there were any windows. The ceiling was painted in a beautiful mosaic of soldiers wearing the same armor that the guards did, fighting off the Pasan and the Kirin, Dylan thought in wonder. She recognized the monsters which she had encountered on her journey to obtain the Rodian weapons. My katana, she thought, her hand flying to her side, but of course they'd already taken it. She glanced at Devin and noticed his bow was gone too. Hopefully her enemies hadn't realized what they had stolen. The palace around them was styled in Oriental Rodian fashion, but nobody decorated like that anymore, not since the ending reign of Desmondandre. Who were these people, taking their culture and defiling it, mocking it? It was wrong for anyone but a Rhodi to live in this way. Where exactly were they? They came to a great throne room, and at this point Dylan gasped. The floors were made of gold, and giant tapestries of tigers covered the walls. The ceiling was high, and opened up at the top to reveal the blue, shimmering sky. On the left side of the room, 2 wooden doors stood, poised with 3 guards each. At the end of the hallway was a giant throne made of dark wood, at least 100 steps of marble leading up to it. 2 cherry trees bloomed on each side. A man stood before the throne. He had his back turned to them before whirling to face them. He was wearing a black robe with an embroidered design of a white tiger down his back. He had long, gray hair that hung past his shoulders, and a thin mustache that drooped onto his chest. There were wrinkles on his face, and he was perhaps as old as Odon had been, but there was nothing about this man that was frail or aged. Dylan felt that if any of them had to fight this man, they'd all have a difficult time bringing him down. Her craft sensed that the man echoed with power. His arms opened wide as the group came to the bottom of the stairs. "Rhodi," the man said, his voice booming around the throne like an epic roar. "I'm sorry I had to treat you like this, but I could not let you out until I was sure you were the ones we were searching for. I promise, once we are done speaking, all of you will be given clean clothes and a room of your own." "Where are our friends?" Devin said accusingly, before anyone else could talk. "You said you took them to the hospital, but I haven't seen them anywhere." "Your friends are being taken care of, I promise you," the man said. "My name is Oru-chan, and I swear upon my honor they are safe." "How can we trust you? We don't know who you are," Devin said sharply. Oru-chan's eyes narrowed. "You would make a liar out of a king?" "You say you are a king," Tavanna said, cutting in before Devin could say another word. "But we know of no kings in Crescentia. Where are we?" "My dearest Tavanna," the king laughed. "No one has told you?" "We don't know anything, only that you kidnapped us in the desert and forced us to come here," Tadan added. "How do you know who we are?" "We kidnapped you for your own safety. Everyone has heard of the famous Tavanna and Tadan," Oru-chan said, gesturing to them. "My own people determined it was the right thing to do, to bring you here instead of keeping you in the dark any longer. And as their king, I heartily agreed." "Who are your people? Why did they want us here?" Tavanna insisted. "My people are your people, Tavanna. Or should I say, Desmondandre," Oru-chan said. "Enough of this. Where are we?" Tavanna insisted. She strode forward and placed a foot on the bottom step, challenging Oru-chan. "My dear," Oru-chan said, giving her a bow before rising with a smile. "Welcome to Rodian." Chapter 16. The Lost City. What? Dylan was floored. Her companions were just as stunned. Taladin's mouth had dropped open, and Devin was staring at Oru-chan like he couldn't believe what he'd just said. Tavanna glared defiantly at Oru-chan and said, "It's not possible. Rodian was destroyed years ago." Oru-chan waved his hand. The guards began opening the large wooden doors to the outside world. "You may think so, Tavanna, but here it stands." The doors led to a vast marble balcony. The group walked onto it and looked out, unable to believe their eyes. A sparkling city was laid out before them, with great sloping buildings and gardens filled with flowers of all kinds. Pagodas seemed to be on every corner, sitting next to broad cherry trees. Rickshaws ran through the crowded stone streets, underneath golden idols of fantastical mystical creatures. A great stone wall, hundreds of feet high, circled the city, keeping the lush green in and the harsh desert out. And Rhodi. There were hundreds upon hundreds of Rhodi, running through the streets and training with each other and using their crafts. Rhodi that thrived under the shadow of the palace. Warrior after warrior sparred with each other using spears and katanas, sometimes throwing the weapons aside to wrestle each other playfully to the ground. We're not alone, Dylan thought, and she almost fell to her knees. Tears welled up in her eyes as she realized the immense truth. She wasn't one of the last. Her kind weren't nearing extinction. They were thriving right under Rachel's nose. There were thousands of Rhodi alive in the Bethabara desert, ready to fight the Hunters Guild. Maybe the war didn't depend on her after all. This is the Imperial Palace, but as you can see, there are many places within the city that are just as grand, Oru-chan said. We have training arenas and practice fields, along with all the modern conveniences you no doubt have gotten used to over the years. There is an underground river here that is quite large, which enables us to live peacefully in the desert. Without it, our lifestyle would be drastically different. Oru-chan led the way back into the throne room. The group followed, stunned. I can't believe it, Tadan whispered. All this time, Rodian was still here, in Crescentia. He's right. I can't believe it, Tadan said, turning to Oru-chan. This has to be some sort of trick. Oru-chan's face twisted into a snarl. Then he burst from his robe and onto the floor, his skin rippling and contorting as he turned into a white tiger, Dylan thought. Oru-chan was menacing. He was much bigger than she was in her tigress form, fangs ready to devour whoever stood in his path. His eyes, though. There was something different about them, something that was dead inside and more human than anything she'd ever seen. Oru-chan was a shifter, but unlike her, he was not wild or animal. He was something other, and it frightened Dylan to see. Saffron recognized it too. She stiffened beside Dylan, observing Oru-chan like a bird cautiously watching a predator who was about to pounce. Dylan stepped back, and Saffron held her close. No matter what Tavanna said, Dylan knew Oru-chan wasn't lying. This was Rodian. The only question was, why was it here? Is this enough proof for your eyes? Oru-chan asked. Or do I have to ask the others to reveal their crafts? This doesn't make any sense. My master told me Rodian had been destroyed long ago, Tavanna shouted. And so it had. Oru-chan changed back into a man. He walked up the marble steps and sat on his throne. I knew your master well. When the Hunters Guild nearly destroyed our kind and demolished the first Rodian located in Eros, there was a discussion on what was to be done. Some of us insisted on going into hiding, while others wanted to continue fighting the Red Hunter Hilmar and his followers. My master took most of us and came here, into the desert to rebuild Rodian and to hide. Your master Odon and a few others continued to fight Hilmar. Before he did, Odon agreed to have his memory erased by some of our more talented Rhodi. Oru-chan swept his robe over his feet. Everyone who left this Rodian was made to believe that they were the last of the Rhodi, but each was given a map protected with a veil, in case they ever became so desperate that all was lost, and they needed to return here. Our mind-benders made them believe that the map was the key to defeating the Hunters Guild, and that each of them had found it on their own. So Odon and Yolanda weren't the only ones with a map like ours, Devin said. There had to be hundreds. Yes, But every map dissolved with the death of each Rhodi, if they had no students to pass it on to. That way, there would run no risk of the guild finding it. It took all the crafting ability of our most powerful veil constructors and mindbenders to make it work. But somehow we did, and now you have returned to us, Oru-chan said.
Why didn't you tell us this in the desert instead of kidnapping us?
Tavanna insisted. We needed to make sure you weren't imposters sent by the guild, Oru-chan said. It has taken many lives to preserve the secrecy of our golden city, and we couldn't risk safety for comfort.
But this is great. Now there are enough of us to take Rachel head on,
Tadan said in excitement. Oru-chan went to reply, but Tavanna shook her head. She grabbed at her hair as if everything was crumbling around her. No, this isn't possible. Why would you leave us in Eros? Abandon us for all those years? The same reason why I must say no to Taladin's request, Oru-chan said. We in Rodian are not interested in confronting the Hunters Guild. To bring you to Rodian earlier would have put us all in danger, as you would have revealed our location to Rachel. But now that there are so few of you, many of my people insist that you have given up on the war and should be allowed to take refuge here.
Are you saying that you've done nothing and are going to do nothing to defeat Rachel or the guild?
Tadan asked slowly. Correct, Oru-chan said. The war that was once ours long ago is no more. Let Rachel take control of what she wants, so long as she is unaware that Rodian still exists.
But what about Crescentia?
Dylan asked aloud. The king paused. He seemed to notice her for the first time. His eyes widened, saying, Excuse me? Crescentia. She took a step forward. Rachel has control of most of the states. We can't leave all those people to be enslaved under her dictatorship. I am concerned with preserving the heritage of my ancestors and the lives of my people, Oru-chan said, raising an eyebrow. Not helping those who insulted the Rhodi for centuries after Desmodondre fell. Wait a second, Envas said. You're saying that you're willing to let millions of people die just to preserve your way of life? Not our way of life, our future, Oru-chan said harshly. He looked down on Envas like he was a disgusting bug he had come across on the floor. Not that a searcher would understand that, of course. Dishonorable gossips they are. I don't believe anything this coward says, Envas said, turning to the group. This isn't the real Rodian. Searchers would have found it. Oru-chan cast steely eyes at Envas. Searchers aren't as good at spying as they think they are, boy. If they were, they would have found us long ago. You are as dumb as your people if you think it proper to challenge a Rhodi and a king. Envas's face burned. Dylan leapt from her master's side, changing into a tigress and roaring angrily. The next time you insult my friend, I will rip out your tongue, she growled. She crouched down and unleashed her claws. Dylan, Tavanna gasped. But the king waved his hand, grinning excitedly at the tigress. No, it's all right. There is no offense. Oru-chan's eyes glistened greedily when he looked at her, and he said, What is your name, girl? She changed back. My name is Diliana, she said. And I meant every word, even if you are a king. Oru-chan laughed heartily. The guards erupted along with him, though it seemed more out of fear than humor. What a spirited young girl. Whose student is she? Oru-chan asked. She's mine, Tadan said, putting a hand on Dylan's shoulder. And my daughter. How strange, Oru-chan said, narrowing his eyes. You are her master and her father? Yes. Tadan held Oru-chan's gaze. The king seemed displeased. Very strange indeed. However, I have never met another Rhodi who has the power to transform into a tiger as I do. I and I alone have that power, until now." He grinned wider. "Let's get back to the matter at hand," Tadan said, drawing Oruchan's eyes off Dylan. "I can't permit this to happen. If there are Rhodi here, we must fight against the Red Huntress." "You are not queen here, Tadan," Oruchan said sharply, "if I may remind you." Tadan stared at him for a second. Then she bowed lowly, saying, "I apologize, but you must see my reasoning. My whole life I have fought the Red Huntress. I cannot see a world where she still reigns and I am yet breathing." "Master, what are you doing? You bow to no one," Devin whispered angrily. Tadan ignored him. "If you are not willing to submit to us, we have no choice but to wipe your memory and send you out into the desert again," Oruchan said. "But where will you go? You have no home, and no way to fight the Hunters Guild. I will not stop you in your attempt to bring down Rachel, but it will be without Rodian's help." His voice boomed around the room as he added, "That goes for all of you. You are more than welcome to leave, but Rodian will not put itself in danger, not for Crescentia's sake." "We are warriors," Tadan insisted. "We've been entrusted with the safety and security of Crescentia for centuries. It is our duty to defend the helpless, protect the weak, and guard the innocent, even if our lives are at stake. Not if it means our extinction," Oruchan said with a deadly growl. The room seemed to darken, and the guards shifted uneasily at the king's rage. "We hold no obligation to anyone. We Rhodi rise above the common folk of our nation. The life of one Rhodi is not worth the lives of hundreds of Crescentian peasants. We are the chosen ones. It is our duty to survive, and our duty to preserve our crafts for our children and our children's children." Oruchan gave a sniff as he said, "I have heard, Tadan, that you have chosen to mate with a woman that isn't a Rhodi. No doubt it was because there was little choice in your previous situation. Feel free to have your pick of the Rodian women that live among our ranks." "I love my wife," Tadan said slowly. "And if you feel that way about it, I'd rather just leave." Tadan grasped her brother's arm, then looked up at Oruchan. "We will stay, for now. But we cannot guarantee it will be for long. This is quite a lot to take in." "I understand," Oruchan said. He clapped loudly and said, "Yuki, show our guests to their rooms." A teenage boy, one who looked rather frazzled, tripped as he entered the room. He bowed to Oruchan sloppily. "Right away, master," he mumbled. He waved to the group. They followed him, desperate to get out of the throne room. "I'll be your guide until you get to know the city," Yuki said. "If you have any questions, just ask me and I'll be able to answer them for you." "You're Oruchan's student?" Dylan said in disbelief. Yuki was stringy and long-legged, with little muscle and a face that looked more accustomed to laughter than to battle. There was nothing in him that resembled a leader. "He chose me from birth to succeed him out of hundreds. I come from the strongest Rodian line. As his student, I'm supposed to take over Rodian when he dies, but I really don't want to do it," Yuki said. "I'm not good at anything he does. I'd much rather just goof off. But to be honest, I don't think he wants me either. I've proven to be a great disappointment." He gave a large sigh. "I'm sure you'll do fine, Yuki," Tadan comforted. Anyone would be better than Oruchan, Dylan thought in disgust. Once Oruchan was out of sight, Yuki seemed to brighten up considerably. He continued to blather on, much like Jenna did, pointing to this thing and that as they walked through the palace. Behind him, the group talked under their breath to each other. Their guide didn't seem to notice. "You shouldn't be bowing to Oruchan, Tadan," Tadan hissed. "You're the true Rodian queen." "Not here," Tadan said. "I have no more power than you. Oruchan is the king of the Rhodi." "You can't go shirking off your responsibilities,"
You're ordained to rule over everyone, especially Rodian, Desmodondre.
Taladin insisted. I'm not shirking off anything, Tavanna snapped. But I can't walk into a palace and usurp a king without knowing anything about this place. Do you really think I'm going to let these people sit around and do nothing? Give it some time, Taladin. Taladin shut his mouth. Saffron shook her hair, much like a bird would ruffle their feathers, and said, Unsettling, that's what Oruchan is. And if he bothers me, you know something is wrong with him. He has my craft. He's just like me, Dylan said weakly. He's not like you, Tigress, Saffron said fiercely. His eyes are far more human than animal. In you, I see a creature, and in him, I see. Saffron shuddered. No, he's not like you at all. He might be able to change into a tiger, but he cannot become one. The others looked at her blankly, but Dylan nodded. I get what you mean, Saff. You and Oruchan's crafts look pretty similar to me, Devin said grumpily. I don't see what the difference is. Dylan held back on making comments. She knew the only one who would understand her was Saffron. Saffron could understand because she, too, was more animal than human, more creature than person. She and Saffron couldn't relate to people like they could nature. But when Dylan thought of Oruchan again, she agreed with the Griffin. Something was off about him. Oruchan would be much more comfortable in his palace surrounded by his court, his guards, and his servants than he would be in the woods and the mud. Dylan was sure of that. I don't like the way he looks at you, Envas said. It's like you're some prize he wants to win. Let him come near me, Dylan said, her voice coming out in a growl. I'll put some new stripes on his pelt. Yuki opened the door to a large room with multiple beds, which were separated by screens. Nurses bustled back and forth from screen to screen, and Yuki led them to the back corner, extending his hand.
Here you are. They look better than ever.
My dear, how are you? Taladin said as he sat on the bed by Leanna's side, grabbing her hand. I'm fine, my love, and so is the baby, she informed them. We're in tip-top shape. I'm being discharged right away. That's great, Taladin said, and the nurse smiled at them encouragingly. Dylan was surprised. She thought that because Leanna had no craft, she and Taladin would be discriminated against, like Oruchan had demonstrated earlier. Perhaps not everyone shares in Oruchan's prejudice, Saffron said quietly to her, and Dylan felt a tiny spurt of victory. It would seem that Oruchan may be king, but what was in his heart did not necessarily match the hearts of his people. Thank Rhodi, they heard Tito say, and they peered around the corner to see him slumped against a pillow, looking at the ceiling with an open mouth. I was so dehydrated. You guys are lucky you didn't have to squeeze sand out of my ass. We made it! Jenna screamed. She sat cross-legged on Tito's bed, rocking back and forth. Rodian! Can you believe it? She screamed so loud that the patient next to her gave a harsh shh through the screen, but she ignored them and continued to rock joyfully back and forth on the bed. Nelly, where's Nelly? Devin said, his voice on the verge of panic. Did she... Dev, it's okay. I'm right here, Nelly said from behind them. They turned around and gasped, mouths dropping to the floor. Nelly looked, for the first time in months, healthy. In a matter of hours, she'd gained an excessive amount of weight. Her skin was no longer so pale, and her hair looked bright and shiny. She twirled around once, her energy clearly restored, and said, Look good? I know it's been a while since you've seen me like this. Nelly, what happened to you? Devin said, gazing at her in awe. They're fixing me, Nelly said, getting rid of the cancer. What? Devin turned to Yuki in shock. How is this possible? Our master Odan was a healer, but he could never do anything with Nelly's cancer. Our healers have had much more time to experiment and grow their crafts, Yuki said. Because we aren't focused on fighting wars all the time, we can use our powers to better society."
"He is right,"
a doctor chipped in. He nodded to them in turn, saying, "I am the head Rhodi here at the Palace Infirmary. Our healers have found that although we cannot cure chronic conditions altogether, we can channel our crafts together to reduce whatever is causing the problem. We can make the cancer smaller until eventually it's so tiny that we can extract it without any trouble. Of course, the medicine Miss Nelly has been taking for some time is slowing our process, but we will be able to surgically remove the cancer completely and reverse the effects of the potion as well, with time." The doctor beamed at Nelly. "This work would have taken centuries if we were fighting the Hunters Guild, instead of practicing to make our crafts better than ever before."
"Wow," Devin said. "Does this mean that you're gonna get better?"
"Yep. Within a couple of weeks, I'll be completely cured," Nelly cheered. Devin let out a loud cry. He grabbed Nelly by the waist, spinning her in the air. The two lovers embraced, laughing in a combination of extreme relief and elated happiness, before Devin kissed her deeply and passionately. Dylan hugged Saffron as tight as she could, tears in her eyes. After all this time, Nelly was finally going to have a chance at life. Her illness wouldn't stop her from having a relationship with Devin. She wasn't going to die. She was going to live. "Now that we're all together, I'd like to show you to your rooms," Yuki said, extending a hand. The group followed him eagerly, chatting in excitement. With the announcement of Nelly's good health, all bad spirits were chased away. Yuki gave each of them their own rooms down the same long, elaborate hallway. Tadan got the biggest room of them all at the very end, with doors that were made of solid gold. "She's not a queen here." "Yeah, right," Dylan thought, resisting the urge to roll her eyes. Oru-chan knows exactly who she is. When Dylan stepped into her own bedroom, she resisted letting out a girly squeal. It was huge, with a balcony that extended out from the room to give a beautiful view of Rodian. She had a 4-poster bed large enough to sleep 6 people, and every convenience she could think of, including a kitchen and her own mini living room. She ran to the bathroom and gasped as she observed the jacuzzi and walk-in shower. She knew she was only a student, and therefore one of the least important guests, yet her room was fit for a princess. "I wonder what Tavanna's room looks like on the inside," she wondered, unable to imagine it. She turned and saw with relief that her katana was lying on the coffee table. He had to have known what they were, but miraculously, Oru-chan had given them back the ancient Rodian weapons. "This place is fit for a king," Envas said. She turned around to see him leaning against the bedroom door, his ukulele strung over his shoulder. "I could get used to this." "What's your room like?" she asked, plopping onto the plush couch. "It's just as nice, though I figure it's only because I'm with you. If I was just visiting as a searcher, I'd be out in the stables." Envas shrugged. He put his hands on the back of the couch. "Want to see something?" "Sure." Dylan followed him into the hallway and to a stairwell that was dark and forgotten near Envas's room. She climbed up it and gasped when she looked around. On the roof of the palace was a beautifully decorated patio. Lanterns hung from strings, while flowers grew in painted vases everywhere. A pagoda sat quietly in the corner, next to a large pool that lay still. A hammock hung by the pool, swaying quietly in the breeze. "It's great, isn't it?" Envas asked. "And it's only for our little group, though I doubt anyone will come up here. I'll be playing far too much." Envas chuckled. "You can bet Tito's going to use that pool," Dylan said. She sat down on a bench and looked around. "This is simply perfect. It's like we found everything we ever wanted, and it was right in front of us all along. I'm not alone, Envas. There are more Rhodi in the world than I ever could have imagined." "I know, lass, but we have to be careful. These Rhodi might not want to help us," Envas said slowly, taking his ukulele off his shoulder. "I know, but I don't really care, as long as they let us stay here." She laughed and raised her arms to the sky. He smiled. He began playing a few quick chords, saying, I made another song. I was thinking about it as we were walking through the desert. Is it as bad as Make My Hips Sway? Dylan asked teasingly. No, nothing like that. He chuckled again. Do you want to hear it? Sure. She crossed her legs and watched Enfys intently, noticing how his red hair fell into his soulful blue eyes as he began to play. Enfys was beautiful when he played. He truly was. It was like the very essence of him was wrapped up in each note. Her stomach twisted and turned with each dip in his voice, and her heart fluttered when he glanced up to look at her through his words. Something about Enfys was truly special. He didn't simply like music. He became it when he sang, just like she became the tigress.
I kiss your scars with tender lips and hope you have the strength to forgive yourself. Brush your tears with trembling hands. Don't you know I cannot stand your hurt? So I give this heart directly to you, and I pray you understand exactly what I'm going through. It's killing me to see you build your walls so high. Baby, trust me when I say this, I wanna make you mine. You're more than just the scars that lay upon your wrists. You're more than just the pain inside, amplified by this cavern split within yourself. You try so hard to hide, but let me a little closer, baby. I will swear I will make you mine. So I give my heart directly to you, and I pray you understand. There is nothing wrong with you despite your imperfections. You're perfect in every way. I'll be here for you, baby. Not just to tell you it's okay. I wanna take you in my arms, make my body your safe home. Please don't run away from me. You don't deserve to be alone. You wear a mask of bravery behind armor of long sleeves, but I would give my life away if you'd give your trust to me.
Envas finished the song. He strung his ukulele over his back, his cheeks riddled with a pinch of red. Well, what do you think? I think it's wonderful, she whispered. She reached out and grabbed his hand. The person you wrote the song for, Dylan hesitated, swallowing. I know you're going to make her very happy. Yeah, Envas said. I hope I do. I try to. Every day. Dylan held his gaze for a few seconds longer before wrenching herself away.
So when's dinner? Yuki said that he was bringing food to our rooms tonight, though tomorrow we'll have to eat with Haru-chan, he said glumly. That's great. She stood up and said, I look like I just crawled out of a sandpit. I'd better go and change. Me too, Envas said, standing as well. Although I can't say I have sand coming out of my arse. Another remarkably well-composed sentence from your friend Tito. They both laughed. When Envas headed back to his room, their eyes connected for a moment before he gave her a sly smile, shutting the door quietly. Dylan slunk against the wall in her bedroom, sighing. She was still grimy from the desert, and her clothes were a mess. She couldn't wait to go take a shower. But at the moment, her head was swimming and her legs were jelly. Everything was rising and falling all at once. There was a knock on the door. Wondering if it was Envas again, she sprinted to the door. He was surprised to find that it was Jenna. Hey, girl, Dylan said, slightly taken aback.
Hey,
Jenna said, looking concerned.
Can I talk to you in private?
Sure, Dylan said, wondering what this was about. Jenna closed the door behind her and looked nervously at the carpet.
Dylan, you're one of my bestest friends, she said, but I don't want you to hurt Envas.
I could never hurt him, Dylan said instantly, without needing an explanation.
I know you wouldn't on purpose, but I also know how Envas acts when he likes someone. I remember what he was like when he got his heart broke, and I don't want him to be that sad again, Jenna said. I know you're not sure of your feelings. Just don't take too long deciding. He really, really likes you.
She paused before giving Dylan a fast hug, scuttling out of the room as quickly as she came. Dylan watched her go, the fluttering feeling in her stomach souring. Had Envas been so obvious about his feelings that Jenna felt obligated to talk to her about it? Jenna wouldn't do something like that unless she was really afraid for her brother. Dylan knew she couldn't hurt Envas. Not on purpose, anyway, just like Jenna said. She didn't know how to feel, what was right or wrong. She'd never done this before. It was all so complicated, much more complicated than it had been with Tito. Tito had only been a crush, and Envas, well, Envas was a whole other universe entirely, wrapped within himself. There was more between her and Envas than she'd been willing to admit in the past. However, how much more was there? It wasn't like how Devin felt with Nelly. Her brother knew from the moment he set eyes on Nelly that he was in love with her. But Dylan wasn't certain about her feelings toward Envas. Was that because she really didn't like him, or because she was too afraid to let him in? All through her shower, through the delicious room service that Yuki brought her, and during the night, she thought about Envas. Her bed was extremely comfortable, but no matter how tired she was, she couldn't get any sleep. Do I like him? No, I don't like him, Dylan thought to herself, and her stomach wiggled uncomfortably. I, too, thought that the warrior I spoke of was Killam, but I was wrong. I was talking about you. She heard April May echo in her head. Her heart dropped. No matter how she felt about Envas, she had a job to do. She needed to bring down the Red Huntress, and until that was over with, there was no use thinking about falling in love. She was safe now, but Dylan didn't know how long they were staying in Rodian. She couldn't hide from the Red Huntress forever. If Rachel found out she liked Envas, then she'd hurt him in order to stop Dylan from ending her rule. Tristan and April May had died horrible deaths for simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time. She couldn't let that happen to Envas, not ever. It would kill her if she lost him, even if that meant she couldn't be with him. There are plenty of other girls around here. It won't take him long to find someone else, she thought sadly. She'd ignore him until he gave up pursuing her and went for someone else. She hated the thought, but she had to do it in order to keep him safe. It was a horrible resolution, but at it, her eyelids began drooping, and she finally felt herself slip off to sleep.